So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear colleagues, friends, welcome back to the second day of the third International Annual Conference, Integral Human Development in the Digital Age, Poverties, Migrations, Pandemics, and the New Social Ethics. We're really very pleased to welcome you. And I believe that today's day will bring us even more vivid discussions, in some insights and enlightening meetings. And to navigate a bit about what we expect to learn today and who we will have an honor to meet, I invite with pleasure the founder and the leader of this project, the Dean of the Social Science Faculty, Dr. Volodymyr Turchanovsky. Panie Volodymyre, the floor is yours. Just a moment.
I'm excited and I'm thrilled to open our second day of the conference. I think we had a fantastic and very fruitful conversation yesterday. And I'm deeply grateful to all of you participants. I'm also very grateful to our team who works here just to have the conference available to all of you throughout the whole world. We have all the videos posted on the conference webpage, so you're all invited to enjoy the videos, shouldn't you, if you weren't able to follow them yesterday. We have an excellent upcoming day today, and one specific moment about this day is that we will be happy and we will be enjoying our students. We are going to have two panels where students of the Ukrainian Catholic University will share their results and their thoughts and their ideas with us. The students of the Ethic Politics Economics program and also students of our School of Management. This is a part of great excitement, which we all hear and await here. I also take this moment to particularly introduce and thank our partners. And I would like specifically mention three institutions and three names here. We are looking forward to hear from Rome, from the Angelicum, and Sister Helen Alford will be moderating the panel with the professors and faculties from the Angelicum. Sister Helen is a Vice-Rector at Angelicum and a good friend of our university. We are looking forward to that conversation. I'd like also to mention two other partners, and these are Tvoje Misto, a very innovative media agency, which is changing the media space, but not only the media space, but also a public space of the city with the potential to share that experience throughout other Ukrainian cities. And Taras Yatsenko is the founder and someone who runs and implements the vision of Tvoje Misto. Your city is the exact English translation of his media company. And the second partner of this conference is Lviv Lab. Lviv Lab and Joe Lindsay, American journalist who came for our conference last year here on integral human development, and who is with us for the whole year, who stayed here due to the quarantine and pandemics. But this is not just kind of staying here in the city, it's working on a very, very innovative, interesting project, which has a name, Lviv Lab. And Lviv Lab will be hosting three discussions or three panels in their innovative Lviv Lab format on the evenings, today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. So I'm happy to have all these partners with us at today. and I'm very much looking forward to the interview with Austen Ivereigh. Anatolii Babynskyi will be taking that interview, especially after yesterday's interview with Sean Patrick was spoken with Bishop Boris in kind of very excellent and interesting way. So now we are kind of developing appetite, or developed appetite, I think, for today's interview already. So this is probably a brief overview. I invite you to stay with us. I invite you to share the links and information about the conference. I invite your colleagues and friends to join us as we go on. There are still 3 days to go, and I wish all the best to all of us. And thank you very much for being with us.
Limited resources to solve social problems. And on the other hand, it does not cooperate enough with entrepreneurs to use their aspirations, their tools or resources which they have. This necessitates the formalization of state policy on social entrepreneurship, especially in terms of its recognition and promotion as an effective tool for improving social and environmental well-being in our society. Today, there are no public policy documents in Ukraine that would comprehensively define the conceptual principles, priorities, and strategic directions of social entrepreneurship as a tool for solving social and environmental problems. The lack of definition at the state level, the lack of state regulation and the state support for social enterprises causes many problems which such companies face. So that is why our team decided to make some amendments to the existing bill on social entrepreneurship here in Ukraine. I will present several proposals to improve the law on social entrepreneurship here in Ukraine. The first one is to consider social enterprise as a new and separate business entity, which will allow social entrepreneurships to have prescribed taxation and exemption. The second one is launching a hotline for social entrepreneurs where they can get expert advice on any issue within the digital project DIA business. The third one is it was proposed to set up an interdepartmental commission that will manage the functioning of social entrepreneurship. The next one, we proposed the criteria of social enterprises to give a clear definition of what is SE and to determine its goals and functions. The next one is assistance to cover production costs and changes in tax provisions. And the last one is state provision of favorable conditions for credit guarantees and fiscal incentives through tax credits as a support for social entrepreneurship. And in conclusion, we presented the issue of social entrepreneurship here in Ukraine. We proposed a solution for such a issue, and we believe that this is a very important step to improve the existence of SE in Ukraine. Also, this step is only one of many which is needed to be done. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you very much. I'm only intervening to pass the floor to the second group, to Denis and Matthieu, and to invite the audience, especially the audience that is with us online, but also here in Lviv, to contribute to the discussion either orally here or by means of the chat box. Thank you.
Good morning, dear audience. My name is Matthieu, and here's my colleague Denis Boyechko. We are EP students from Ukrainian Catholic University, and we want to present you our group's case study and policy proposal on issue of refugees in Ukraine. first, let me picture you a present situation. Ukraine has a constant flow of refugees who cross our borders in search of asylum. Due to 2020 UN statistics, we have around 5,000 external refugees and asylum seekers in our country. Ukraine for sure is not the best destination for asylum seekers due to different social and economical problems of our own. Our state cannot really provide people who need with medical and social care. But still, we have that constant flow. And the reason of that is that Ukraine is a transit zone between European Union and Middle East, Central Asia and Caucasus regions. Therefore, the highest number of refugees in Ukraine are from Afghanistan, from Iraq, Iran, Azerbaijan and Armenia. Our focus today is going to be on those external refugees from strange societies, but also we can't not mention here 1.5 million internally displaced persons from Crimea and Donbas regions that we have since 2014 in Ukraine, who are running from Russian forces in those regions. Still, a lot of those external refugees decide to stay here in Ukraine. They want to integrate into society. And here in Lviv, we examined a case of a center of GRS, which is a Jesuit Refugee Service. It is an international Catholic organization founded by Jesuit order. The center here in Lviv can accept up to 24 people. It is a small two-floor house. And the capacity of this center is very limited comparing to the scope of the problem in Ukraine. So it has to focus on some social groups, and the focus is on families, especially with kids and most vulnerable categories of refugees like the old or those who need medical care. The aim of the center is not to give those people a constant place to live here. It is mostly to give them a temporary shelter and to help them to integrate into society. This center gives them asylum, gives them medical aid, educational assistance, which is mostly language courses of the local Ukrainian language or the language of the country where those refugees are heading. Also, they provide them with some material and financial assistance, pastoral and psychological and social support. It is very important for those people because most of them are running from war or from another kinds of violence, and usually they're extremely stressed and have a lot of psychological problems. They don't believe each other. They don't trust those people. Also, the crucial is legal protection and legal support, because part of those people, they have crossed Ukrainian border illegally, and a lot of them don't have the most of papers that they need to live in Ukraine. And it is almost impossible for them to pass all the bureaucratic cabinets here in Ukraine without knowing language, local rules, and that's very difficult. And GRS lawyers help them to cope with those problems. And the last vector of their work is reunification of families. Sometimes it happens that part of family was successful enough to get to their destination country, mostly it's European Union, but part of the family was stopped somewhere on the maybe Ukrainian-Polish border or other borders. And then GRS lawyers they start the legal procedure of reunification of families, and that's what they do. Denise, please.
Thank you, Dmitro. Now that you know about the GRS organization and its work in Lviv, you need to know about the integration problem in Ukraine, the main solutions and obstacles that refugees face coming to our country. But nevertheless, except for the GRS work, the problem is not local, it's national. So our main goal is deep integration of the refugees in Ukrainian society. We assume that one of the most effective ways to achieve this goal is employment. According to the United Nations Refugee Office information, in 2019 there were 2,620 refugees in Ukraine needing additional official status. Most of them were from Afghanistan. Another problem is the long bureaucracy process of getting the official documents. Most common issue is that they don't get the documents get lost, or the process take too long and there is not enough time to get integrated in the local societies. Refugees often live in Ukraine for less than 3 years and they do not study the state language, so they cannot obtain the citizenship. Furthermore, UN Refugee Office evaluates that the actual need of financial resources for refugees and asylum seekers is funded only for 5%, and obviously that's not enough. Those problems result in the absence of cultural dialogue, which unfortunately leads to xenophobia. So that's why we have some policy suggestions which could help them and make the process easier and better for the refugees. First of all, the process of obtaining refugee status needs to be simplified. That's because, as I said, they have not enough time to get integrated, and integration is one of the most top priorities to get them into our society. Then, if, or better said, when we simplify the procedure and we make the bureaucracy easier for them, we need to optimize the employment process for persons with the status of asylum seekers. Because when they get the job, they get hired, they get integrated. To do that, we need to launch educational campaigns for the Ukrainian entrepreneurs so that they would know how to work with the refugees and how to handle them. And to make this dialogue possible, we need to offer and start governmental language courses so that the refugees coming to Ukraine, they would have the choice and the ability to learn Ukrainian language and to stay here and to call Ukraine their home, their new home. And through that, after language courses, after getting hired and simplifying the legal procedure, we could establish the cultural dialogue so that we can make the deep integration of refugees in our society possible. Thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we are now turning to a set of issues that gained an immense relevance and attention both in foreign policy and since recently in Catholic social thought and social ethics in general since recently. And those are the issues of climate change and environmental protection. And our next speakers are going to shed a light on what's going on in Ukraine in that regard, and what does Ukrainian experience have to say on those issues. But already this student panel is extremely illustrative of the whole nature of this conference, because the next speakers are not here with us. They're going to present online. And so I'm wondering whether Sophia and Marta, are you with us?
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can. Thank you. We can hear you. Can you share the screen?
Yes, of course. I will do it in just a second.
Please do. And the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are really happy to be presenting today as well, even though we unfortunately could not be physically present in the walls of our university. We are still very happy to present. Our group has been working on the our group would like to change the situation. Our presentation could be divided into 4 main categories. At first, we will discuss the issues that are present. Then we will talk about the regulations that our government already makes. We will also cover the regulations that non-governmental organizations and activists make. And then we will also discuss the regulations that we wish to see implemented in the future. So I will start from the experience of Ukraine. The first thing that I would like to mention is that the environmental policy at the national level is formed by the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources. Currently, in the framework of public administration reform, it is planned to focus the ministry's efforts on analytical work, which will consist in the development of policy decisions in environmental protection. In Ukraine, we have a set of issues that are present for the entire world, as well as some very unique and very special problems for Ukraine. So the general problems are climate change, air pollution, problem with water resources, soil degradation and pollutions, problems that are related to subsoil exploitation, conservation of biodiversity, and many more. But also, we have some very unique issues that are, first of all, the problem of illegal mining of amber in Ukraine. The second one is the condition of the environment in Donbas area. And the third one is the environment of the excluded zone.
So moving on to illegal amber mining, Ukraine is one of the European leaders in amber reserves, which are concentrated mostly in the Polisa region to the north and northwest of Ukraine. And the problem arose when the average price of amber became about $10,000 per kilogram. And in order for companies in Ukraine to dig out amber, they have to get a license. So there are around 6 companies that are supposed to extract amber, and they're supposed to extract about 4 tons of this mineral annually. However, the exact number, the estimates is about from 120 to 300 tons per year. So we can see that the black market is thriving. And very often amber is mined in the valuable natural areas like national forests and protected areas. And according to the State Forestry Agency of Ukraine, 3,500 hectares of forest have already been damaged in this region because the black diggers, the black market diggers, they do not follow the extraction technology, which leads to the destruction of the groundwater drainage channels, microclimatic changes in these regions, and in particular, the destruction of the forests and all biodiversity leaves a severe impact on the redbook animals. Some species are endangered and might go extinct in a couple of years. And the advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs, Mr. Shkirak, said that this is a social problem because people involved in it are amber mafia and some unemployed locals. On December 19, Verkhovna Rada passed a bill to regulate the amber mining, and the law today is in force already. It establishes a criminal liability for illegal mining and introduces to get it is through the Prozoro, which is electronic public procurement platform.
Thank you. And now moving on to the state of the environment of the Donbas region. So as most of you probably know, there has been a military conflict going on in the eastern part of Ukraine for the past 6.5 to 7 years. The hostilities have significantly increased the risk of accidents and industrial plants and infrastructure. The main danger is in the context of the conflict is related to the possibilities of environmental pollution due to accidents and serious disruptions at industrial and other enterprises of the region. Ukrainian ecologists currently do not have a complete picture of the ecological condition of the occupied territories of Luhansk and Donetsk regions. Representatives of the territories groups keep silent about the environmental problems that arise in the territories under their control. However, some of them cannot be hidden, as they cause obvious damage to government-controlled areas. For example, there has been cases of looting of mines in the cities of Luhansk region. There are many such examples. Among the challenges of the future, we must remember not only the economic, political, or cultural issues, but we also definitely have to keep in mind the environmental issues that might be occurring in these territories.
Moving on to the exclusion zone, on April 26, 1986, the Chernobyl accident occurred, which went down in the history of Ukraine and the world as one of the worst tragedies of the 20th century. The accident was accompanied by the release of a large amount of radioactive substances into the environment. And after the accident, a 30-kilometer zone around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was identified as an exclusion zone and a zone of unconditional resettlement. The ecological danger is not limited only to radioactive contamination, but also by the possibility of catastrophic phenomena such as forest fires, uncontrolled flooding, and the drainage of the radioactive materials through groundwater channels. On April 24, 2016, by the decree of the President of Ukraine, the Radiation Ecological Biosphere Reserve was created in the exclusion zone, and the purpose of it was to preserve the natural state of the most typical natural complexes of Polisia, provide support and increase the barrier function of the Chernobyl exclusion zone, stabilize the hydrological regime, rehabilitate the areas contaminated with the radionuclides, and promote the organization and conduct of international research.
Now we will move on to the policies that have already been implemented by the Ukrainian government. First of all, there is the main strategic document on climate change in Ukraine that is divided into three main categories. There is the concept of the implementation of the strategy, there is the action plan, and there is the law of Ukraine on the basic principle of the state environmental policy of Ukraine for the period of 2030. So the concept of implementation of the state policy in the field of climate change for the period until 2030 was approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine on December 7th of 2016. This concept is the first comprehensive legal document of Ukraine in the field of climate change. Its goal is to improve public policy on climate change, to achieve sustainable development of the country, create legal and institutional preconditions for a gradual transition to low-carbon development with economic, energy, and environmental security, and to generally improve the welfare of citizens. In order to implement the Parisian Agreement and the set of actions aimed at the state policy in the field of climate change until 2030, there has been released a low-carbon development strategy. Ukraine became the 9th party to this Paris Agreement to adopt such a strategy. According to it, Ukraine will make efforts to achieve an indicator that by 2050 will be 31 to 34% of greenhouse gas emission compared to 1990. Apart from that, on the positive note, during 2017, so from 2017 to 2019, Ukraine rose significantly in the climate change performance index, entering the world's top 20 countries that make a significant contribution to the development of the international climate movement.
So let's look at the role of the public in the environmental movement of Ukraine. The work of the environmental organization environmental problems. Year by year, the number of supporters of environmental organizations is growing, and their contribution to solving global environmental problems is increasing. In Ukraine, we can identify the three most influential environmental organizations, which are National Ecological Center, Ecology Law Men, and Ukrainian Ecology League. The purpose of their activity is improving the environmental situation in Ukraine, ensuring the environmental rights of citizens, informing the principles of sustainable development. There are also a lot of examples of environmental organizations that are created and operate at the local and city levels. So in the Lviv region where our university is located, there are some of them, such as NGO Zero Waste Lviv, Public Organization Green Box Lviv, NGO Center for Environmental Initiatives Eco Action Kyiv, and Public Organization Eco Gold Kolomyia Ivano-Frankivsk region.
And now moving on to the policies that our group wishes to see implemented in the nearest future. Again, we have divided the policies into three main categories, about the state level, the community level, and the city level. So I will start with the state level. Something that we suggest is allocation of funding for environmental green organizations, also creating benefits for companies that meet European requirements, establishing the state inspectorate for environmental compliance.
Also, our cities definitely need to adapt to the climate change, and we suggest increasing the number of green areas, so planting plants on high-rise buildings, landscaping public transport stops, creating city gardens. Also, distribution of green public transport, which could be run on biodiesel. Also, allocating the ecological direction as a separate direction at the competitions of the public budget in the city councils, supporting for the energy saving projects for apartment buildings, and developing urban permaculture.
And now moving on to the last, but not least, to the community level, we wish to see the creation of organic farming communities, also cooperation between livestock and the agricultural sector. We also advise to create joint children's green zones, also implementation of Laudato Si community for school children in order to spread awareness about global warming and about environmental issues. Creation of convenient bike paths between villages, support for green business hubs, installation of solar water heaters and solar collectors in school and public buildings, and so
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the dynamic and uplifting presentation. As we are now approaching the Q&A session, I'm once again inviting you to engage our students in the discussion. And in the meantime, let me invite Professor Andrei Kostyuk for critical comments and a comprehensive response.
Thank you, Victor. Basically, to hear this fresh approach to the problems which are very complex, which are not easy even to comprehend, and it's even more difficult to find a response which would be basically matching all the complexities which every social issue, especially such as migration, for example, or environmental problem brings with itself. So congratulations, was a great job, especially the third group, very well thought through, very nice presentation style, very vivid. Regarding general response, I can say that taking step by step for each concrete issues, because they are rather different in nature. Social entrepreneurship. What is interesting for me here is that basically entrepreneurship means working for profit, but this profit is not for the entrepreneur himself or herself. It's for promoting common good. Yeah, so it's the type of service. So the people who are engaged in this are very high motivated people, or should be very highly motivated people for the service of common good, because they sacrifice, they give part of their time, their talents, their efforts in order to promote the common good. This is why society really owes respect and assistance to these groups. The question is which assistance? Of course, tax incentives, for example, they were mentioned most of the time, are important, but Ukraine is not a high tax jurisdiction. Basically, most of the private entrepreneurs pay just a small, whatever flat tax or whatever turnover tax, which 3-5%, which in case of a cafe is not a high burden. We can create NGOs or charitable organizations and then make subsidiaries of these NGOs, the social enterprises. So there are plenty of legal forms. Of course, perhaps there should be some lawyers or consultants who can advise social entrepreneurs what is the best way to structure their endeavors. But the endeavors themselves are very valuable, and for me, I think the most what these people need is that society is aware, and that basically somebody is grateful, that somebody can share their view, can share and can join them with promoting this thing. Second, regarding refugees, it's very complicated issue. First of all, because we are confronted with human beings who are in need, who sometimes are in misery, who escaped from their homes, lost everything sometimes. But on the other hand, these are people who are foreign in many respects to this culture, to this country. So their cultural integration, their social integration is really becoming part of the task which is crucial if we want these people to stay with us. European countries face the same, so I encourage you also to make yourself more acquainted with the experience of such countries as Germany, for example, where the social thought of the church is basically very well developed and presented on different levels of community, political, economic, media life. So there is a lot of experience which we can get from them. And regarding environment, once more, it was the best part of the presentation, in my opinion. And apart from the congratulations, the only thing I would like to stress is that the principle of sustainability, which is now becoming more and more popular among the social Catholic thinkers, is not just about institutions, about laws, about procedures. It's also about understanding that basically we are temporal guests on this planet, and we have to create structures, economic, social, cultural, which we would be glad to share with next generations, and which can make this world better and basically sustainable. So this is, again, this is educational, psychological, social issue, not just the issue of reforming. This is why NGOs are so crucial in this respect, what is very nicely also presented in your presentation. Thank you, and congratulations once more.
Thank you very much, Professor Kostyuk, for your insightful comments. And I'm now wondering whether we already have some questions from the audience, either online or here in this room. In that case, let me begin the conversation with my own question, which I have many, but let me start with the basic thing of how to bring this kind of themes into the front of the stage of public deliberation, because you see you're the future elites, and you're here at the Ukrainian Catholic University thinking of those problems as part of your studies, but obviously the action, the effective action with regard to many of those issues can only be initiated provided that a good deal of our population, especially here in Ukraine, as you've been addressing the issues as they are reflected in Ukraine, will join you, will also become concerned about climate, the refugees and the poorest of the poor, and the transparent rules and the good climate for the entrepreneurial activity. So how to make people be more concerned about what you are concerned?
Hey. Не чути? Well, I think that it is really difficult. The thing is that it is really difficult to bring this question to the people about how should we help refugees, because as I mentioned, we have really much of our own problems, and we have 1.5 million of internal refugees, and society, the big part of society thinks that if we have our own refugees and we can't really cope with them, why should we help those foreign people? And I think that the effective way to bring this issue to the people would be to say, like, how would you like so our Ukrainian refugees who are now running from war on the east somewhere in European countries, how would you like so they were treated there? And it is our answer. So we have to treat refugees in Ukraine the same way as we would like Ukrainian refugees to be treated in Western countries.
Thank you for your question. I think that the state is one of these agents that can implement and create some policies that can regulate some spheres of activity, and by this creating of such policy, the society and the population of not only our country will be aware of such problems and will be aware of how to deal with such problems, and what kind of instruments they have, and and they will clearly understand what needs to be done, and what people can do for the better result of the society and so on.
Yeah, also thank you for your question. We can think of actually popularizing social business in this regard. First things first is what we talked about is for the state to step in and help those social enterprises that already exist to promote themselves, to be able to grow, to have more, more restaurants, more places where people can come and actually engage. Therefore, it's the part of the state that is able to make some changes. The other thing is actually enterprises themselves. Really, it's a very complex question. And for Ukraine, it's especially complex because we have this mentality, this still thoughts that we are not ready to give more than 50% of our income for someone else. Therefore, it's those people who have this mentality, who are ready to give, they also can popularize it. We have now social media, we have lots of different platforms that allow them to tell other people that there is such chance, such possibility, and that it's basically not only about us, but also about people who are close to us and who need help. So those are two ways, the state and the entrepreneurs themselves. Thank you.
I'd also like to hear those who are not with us in the room, but who are very much with us in spirit in Zoom.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your question. So while we were doing our research, we were actually thinking about this. And the thing with the ecological problems is that the issue is so all-encompassing, it's intertwined. It can be done by like a one-step legislature or just a one-step process. This is something that should be entangled into our lifestyle. And it's about how I do it, how I show my example. So we think that social institutions such as educational institutions or entities where we work, where we study, we should spread it out, spread awareness, and spread the general like style of how we live. Just to make it intertwine it into our lifestyle and make it like a normal, a routine thing to care about my planet, my home, and my country, and to care about my environment, because this affects not only me, it's going to affect my children and all the other generations that are coming after. Passing the floor to Marta.
Yeah, thank you. Something that I wish to add is our group believes that it has to be, solving this issue has to include both sides, the government and the people, because this is something that we are facing currently, and it's something that we have been discussing during our work. If only the government does something, but people are not involved in all of these spheres, it doesn't make any sense to do anything. Same vice versa. If only people are the ones who really wish to, bring some changes into our communities, but the government does not support them in any way, it is impossible for the people to do some quality work. So we believe that this has to be, as first of all, Irina said, we have to spread awareness about what we could do about this issue and how we could implement it. And we also have to definitely encourage our government and our people to change their mindsets and really be active citizens and really take part into resolving of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we only have time for one final question. Yeah, I think Professor Kostuk still has a lot to say.
Well, professors are creatures which always have something to say. This is their weakness. But to wrap up, for me, the important thing and the difficult thing, especially for Ukraine, is not just to raise awareness about the problems, but how to motivate people work together. So solidarity as doing together and helping each other and relying on somebody else's performance is something which is very needed in this country. So my question is in continuation to what Professor Poletko was just researching before. Do you think that solidarity, or rather lack of solidarity, is a problem for building sustainable future in Ukraine? And if so, how we shall basically encourage and motivate people, especially young generation people, to work together, to assist each other, and to rely, to trust each other?
Thank you for your question. That's a deep and kind of complicated question, actually. But my answer is quite simple. It's to set an example for the next generations, and not only to tell them that solidarity needs to be implemented in the society and there is a need of solidarity, but also to show them how that solidarity actually works.
Well, I think that solidarity is, or lack of it, is a very deep-rooted feeling, or maybe even skill, like teamwork skill. And it is important to raise this from childhood, from student age. And we at Ethic, Politics, Economics BA program, teamwork is a crucial part of our studying. Most of our projects we do at teamwork, and I hope that it help to raise a new generation of people who are always ready to work in different groups with different people to cope with different types of personality.
Yeah, also thank you for your question. To kind of not say the same things and my colleagues say it, I would say that we have to show an example, but not just to depict how good it is to actually have solidarity among people, but to engage those who are kind of outside of this understanding the importance of solidarity. And therefore, I totally support my colleagues who said that education is a huge part of it, but also we have to explain people that it is much more better to stay together, especially in the tough times, than to just try to solve problems individually and not actually coming up to the exact solution and to like the solution which is good for everyone in the society. And yes, we have this lack of solidarity, and as I said, we have to solve it together, not individually.
Okay, just to add something up to this discussion, just the last one. I think the mindset should be like not me and you, not me against you on some issue, but me and you against the problem. And I think solidarity really helps with that. And I love how the Catholic Church teaching intertwines with our goals. And we have the examples of the Laudato Si circles in Ukraine and in the world, and it's spreading this feeling and teaching us solidarity and taking responsibility for each other and for what we are doing, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Marta, you'd like to take a word. This is the moment to do so.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what my colleague Yarina has just said. The example of Laudato Si circles really shows us that we could, as actually Dmytro was saying, one of the colleagues who is present at the university, it shows that we could really raise, children from the young age, and we can teach them about solidarity and about all of these aspects of the Catholic studies. So, yeah, I definitely agree with my colleagues.
Thank you very much, our dear students and presenters. Thank you, Professor Kostyuk, for your reflections and your comments. Thank you, our audience, for being with us from all over the world and from here. Those are the real issues. Those are the difficult issues, and I'm really grateful to you for taking courage to reflect on them thoroughly, critically, and responsibly. And I encourage you not to give up. I encourage you to cultivate the reflection further on. But for now, my congratulations, and I invite everyone to join me in my gratitude to our speakers. And now I give the floor to Oksana, who is going to explain us what is ahead of us.
Right, that's my role. Thank you, Victor, for your moderation. Thank you, dear students. Thank you, professors. That was a very, very good discussion. And behind very interesting and deep reflections, which I really do appreciate, and behind some emotions that sometimes we felt here, I really enjoyed the way you interact with each other, how you're passing one to other and catching the thought and developing it. At some moment, it reminded me that it was like, playing a jazz. You were so together with each other. And speaking of that, I would like to thank actually our partner Tvoje Misto for excellent performance last night. That was really a performance about the ethics of cooperation. If anybody missed, I highly encourage you to go to our YouTube and to watch it again, because that was a wonderful performance, again, by Tvoje Misto and Lviv Lab, partners of this conference. Thank you once again. And now we have 27-minute break, and we'll be back for our next panel, which will start at 4:30 Kiev time, 3:30 Rome time PM, and 9:30 AM Washington time. And it will be panel discussion by our academic partner, the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas Angelicum from Rome. The panel on Homo Novus, from technological captivity to new freedom. So thank you very much for all those who were with us at this discussion, and we'll be back in about 26 minutes. Thank you.
Та, ви знаєте, в мене є мрія.
Я мрію, щоб мої однолітки мали бажання залишатись жити і працювати в Україні.
Моєю мрією є стати міжнародним волонтером ООН.
Хочу подібний університет, щоб це був як Український католицький університет, а тільки Український кримсько-татарський університет.
Тихою, невтомною працею любити нашу країну.
Мене звати Нєря Шевкієва, я студентка магістерської програми з медіакомунікацій УКУ. Я не українка, я кримська татарка. Зростала в мусульманській сім'ї. Мабуть, завдяки цим людям, тому що тут твориться така атмосфера, відчула себе більш відкритою світові. Мені дуже сильно хотілося так само ділитися тим, що є в мені.
Ми надіємося, що кожен, який проживе, провчиться, попрацює у цій обстановці, буде виносити саме цей дух довіри.
Створення отого середовища, в якому панує поряд зі свободою, відповідальність, заклик служити, заклик свідчити. От це поєднання є для мене фантастичним.
Історія цього університету – це велика мрія, яка зростає і реалізується сьогодні. Такий університет хотів започаткувати ще митрополит Андрей Шептицький
Митрополит Андрей Шептицький домагався цього університету. Свої 2 виступи в австрійському парламенті, 2 рази він туди навідався, і кожного разу він говорив про університет.
Після 18 років ув'язнення та вимушеної еміграції патріарх Йосиф Сліпий засновує Український католицький університет у Римі. Саме у ньому зросли лідери, які після легалізації Української греко-католицької церкви започаткували УКУ в Україні.
Від самого початку університет постав з ідеєю відродження в Україні богослов'я. Разом з цим дуже сильним акцентом, який від початків був, це була історія, осмислення минулого. А далі університет реагував на потреби.
Український католицький університет пропонує вступникам 10 бакалаврських, 17 магістерських і 2 докторських програми. Філософсько-богословський факультет, гуманітарний факультет, факультет наук про здоров'я, факультет суспільних наук, факультет прикладних наук, Львівська бізнес-школа.
Мене звати Анастасія, я студентка першого курсу програми культурології УКУ. Мені дуже подобається камерність університету. Те, що УКУ – це така ще маленька спільнота, яка ще тільки розвивається, але вже досягає дуже великих успіхів.
Університету довіряють. Щораз та частіше він стає майданчиком для співпраці.
Тут у людей зростає почуття гідності і поваги до інших.
Молодь опікується дітьми зі шкіл-інтернатів, налагоджує співпрацю Сходу і Заходу України, їздить до військових та цивільних у зону війни, організовує гуманітарну допомогу для потерпілих, розвиває життя церкви, проводить спортивні змагання, організовує пізнавальні подорожі.
Мене звати Богдан, я навчаюся на 2-му курсі комп'ютерних наук. Цього року я час від часу допомагав пані Марії з Вадіком, і вони для мене відкрили свого роду новий світ. Тому що раніше до таких людей я ставився з якимось незрозумілим мені страхом і упередженням, але зараз я розумію, що то є така сама людина, як я, яка може багато чого донести і відкрити для мене нового.
Дуже важливі досвіди для молодих людей відбуваються поза аудиторією. Фактично, університет стає тим середовищем, яке постійно молоду людину мобілізує, спонукає, заохочує, відкриває перед нею двері.
Ми розглядаємо студента в центрі як клієнта цього університету, так? І оцей підхід клієнтоцентричний до студента дуже нас підштовхує до того, щоб надавати найкращу якість.
УКУ вже переступив рамки Львова і Галичини. Ми маємо Донбаську діаспору майже, маємо Харкова, маємо з Одеси, з різних регіонів. Але дуже важливо, що УКУ, збираючи це, знаєте, як магніт цих всіх людей, і одночасно відкриває можливості на цей зовнішній світ.
УКУ розміщений у 3 локаціях Львова. Навчальний корпус по вулиці Свінціцького, будинок над озером на вулиці Хуторівка та університетське містечко поблизу Стрийського парку. УКУ також відкриває нові навчальні програми у Київському центрі.
Наш головний стиль – це мислити глобально, а діяти локально.
Доброго дня! Як справа?
Віталій Коваль, випускник Львівської бізнес-школи, засновник аграрної компанії «Толока».
Атмосфера сама в УКУ, вона постійно дає поштовх до того, що ти маєш ділитись. Якщо в тебе щось вільне звільнилося з техніки, дай оголошення, почни обробляти поля інших. Дуже важливо використовувати цей ефект синергії. Якраз ця ідея була покладена в тему моєї дипломної роботи. Ми, не побоюсь цього слова, багато в чому є агентами змін. Люди беруть приклад з успішних, а успішні – це ті, хто йде органічно по своєму розвитку.
Сотні гостей з цілого світу долучились до святкувань під час подячного тижня. Богослужіння, пізнавальні лекції, дискусії, виставки та презентації витворили простір вдячності і призадуми. Головною подією тижня стало відкриття центру митрополита Андрея Шептицького.
Тут були 2 роки тому, як почали будувати храм. Аж сьогодні мені стирчить волосся на шиї. Побачити, що здійснили таке чудо, я би сказав.
І відчуваю по дусі, що я є свідком того чуда, того заповіту Андрея Шептицького і сліпого. І я на такому піднесенні не вмію словами того сказати.
Одне, що ми казали архітекторам, знаєте, наша естетика є делікатна, філігранова. У нас яєчка помальовані, ми у вишивках. І ви подивіться на цей фасад. Це є відповідь Стефана Беніша на наш дух.
Architectural style, of course, the church is traditional and the center is not, but they form a very nice group together.
Ми бачимо, що простір вільний, тобто люди інтуїтивно читають технологію цієї споруди. Люди відчувають зв'язок між ландшафтом і інтер'єром. Тут є маса терас, несподіваних ракурсів для людей, тобто маса кутків, де людині може бути по-різному, скажімо, формувати різний настрій до навчання. Для української архітектури це є просто непересічна подія.
Our standards, what we would expect, this is a very good quality, very good craftsmanship, and it's better than I expected.
Люди приходять сюди, щоб діти були в гарному середовищі, щоб діти бачили, як має жити спільнота. Це таке місце, насправді, в якому об'єднується навіть те, що часом здається, що воно не має можливості об'єднатися.
Студенти, що мені подобається, дуже позитивні. Дуже дбають про Україну. Воно не є тільки прийти і навчитися, і створити свою кар'єру.
Складається враження, що навчання – це круто, і це дуже правильний посил. Якраз в Україні цього дуже не вистачає. І мені здається, це будівля номер 1 в Україні свого плану.
Я хочу запросити сюди на сцену пана Константина Джима Темертея, який став головним жертводавцем цього будинку.
People come to me and congratulate me and thank me, but what can be bigger than to know that my name and my wife's name, my family's name, is associated forever with that great Ukrainian saintly man and hero, Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky.
Січень 2020 року. 100 випускників 6 магістерських програм востаннє входять до університету в якості його студентів.
Є вузька галузь, яка мене цікавить, це соціологія з використанням великих даних. Я хотів би присвятити своє життя, хоча б його частинку, саме дослідженню людської поведінки і покращенню деяких процесів соціальних, які зараз відбуваються.
Університет мені насправді дав багато вміння мислити. Вміння бачити в людях добро і вміння зберегти християнські цінності.
Я знаю, як реагувати на людський біль, як допомагати, але при цьому і піклуватись про себе. Це називається фахова соціальна робота.
Я завжди відчував бажання рухатись в академічній траєкторії, але після Майдану, після окупації Криму мене якось викинуло за межі академії. Я брав участь у війні, у революційних подіях. І коли нарешті зміг трохи адаптуватись, вже знайти роботу і стати трохи на ноги, я зрозумів, що тут є університет, який мені видається найкращим в Україні.
Середній бал ЗНО вступників до університету постійно зростає. Це стосується як вже сталих, так і щойно започаткованих програм.
Попереду у нас багато різних наборів бакалаврів справа, але ви завжди залишитеся унікальними, тому що історія, як правило, пам'ятає тільки перших.
50 молодих осіб з 8 регіонів України стали першими студентами бакалаврської програми «Справа».
Через те, що в мене з самого дитинства така загострене почуття справедливості.
У мене тато правник, і я ним дуже пишаюся, я хотіла би бути як він.
Абсолютна більшість цих молодих людей мали можливість навчатися за кошт держави. Але обрали вони приватний університет. Чому?
Це рейтинги, це найвищий рейтинг в Україні.
Тому що УКУ – це є європейські стандарти з християнськими цінностями і етичністю.
Ну і колектив, тобто вчитись з розумними набагато цікавіше.
Адже це досвід, за яким люди їдуть зі всієї країни сюди.
Чи є можлива в Україні правнича освіта європейського зразка? Пошук відповіді на це питання триває.
Зміни в українському суспільстві, які творяться завдяки університету, завдяки студентам, викладачам, випускникам університету, вони є неможливі без зміни правової системи. А змінити правову систему можна лише змінивши юридичну освіту.
Близько половини студентів університету отримують знижки в оплаті за навчання. Тарас Курилко отримує соціальну стипендію.
Така ситуація. Все так не буде. Надіюсь, що буде краще, що вернеться і буде тут.
Батько Тараса на заробітках у Польщі. Мама живе у селі Хватів і працює у ветеринарній аптеці.
В 2014 році тато Тарасів добровольцем пішов на війну. Ну, то для мене був шок, бо я не сподівалася і не думала, він же ж не молодий. Ну, 50 років, то вже, знаєте, але йому було шкода тих молодих хлопців.
Тарас є організатором найбільшої студентської акції «Ніч в УКУ».
Загалом нам вдалося на кожній такій події зібрати близько 150 студентів. І, як на мене, такий досвід такого проєкту показує на те, наскільки активне студентське самоврядування в УКУ, наскільки воно є багатогранним, обширним. І то нам вдалося побачити, що все ж таки скільки багато проєктів існує в університеті і як можуть вони співдіяти разом. І це був дійсно унікальний досвід.
Що це вона за університет, в якому храм займає центральне місце?
Десь, якщо якийсь є важливий екзамен чи якесь практичне заняття, перед яким трохи хвилююся, то це таким стає якимось прибіжищем. Трохи втамувався, приземлився, подякував за ті якісь знання, чи навпаки там поділився переживаннями з Богом, і тоді стає якось легше, стає якось розуміння того, що ти йдеш вже назад за руку з Богом на той екзамен чи на те практичне заняття.
У храмі відбувається постійний процес створення нового. Цього року група митців завершила оздоблення мозаїчного купола церкви Святої Софії Премудрості Божої. Також і в час карантину храм залишається місцем, де зустріч спільноти, де молитва завжди триває. Карантин ускладнив життя університету, але ненадовго.
І до речі, тобто, як в нас четвер сказали, що карантин, а вже в п'ятницю у нас почалися зум-лекції.
Опитування показало, що 90% навчання в онлайн перевели без втрат.
Почати дистанційне навчання для мене якихось таких технічних моментів у мене не було зовсім проблем. Викладачі на нашій програмі досить швидко відповідають, і з ними можна комунікувати без жодних проблем.
Але насправді дуже багато речей почав набагато краще робити, друкувати англійською. Це дуже круто, тому що приходили на англійську, ми здебільшого говорили, а тут треба дуже багато ще писати домашні завдання.
Абсолютна більшість студентів та викладачів переконані, що навантаження зросло.
Ми хочемо бачити молоду людину, яка буде приходити в 25-му році на свою роботу чи в 30-му році на свою роботу і буде абсолютно готова і професійно, і морально, і етично, і психологічно, і навичково діяти і взаємодіяти в цьому невідомому новому світі. І це є один комплекс задач, перед яким нам вже раніше постав, і лише криза зараз пов'язана з пандемією і з економічною кризою, тільки пришвидшила це думання.
Ще задовго до карантину УКУ інвестував у розвиток онлайн-освіти. Основною базою стала система CMS УКУ. Ще до карантину у ній було 134 онлайн-курси.
Цього року ми запроваджуємо практику навчання на свіжому повітрі. Для цього ми встановили тент, в якому зможе одночасно навчатися до 20 студентів.
Для безпеки студентів та викладачів всі приміщення в університеті переобладнані для того, щоб дотримуватись норм фізичної дистанції. Випускні урочистості бакалаврських програм цього року відбулись онлайн.
Привіт! Радий вітати нас усіх на цьому випускному.
В УКУ я почала думати, не просто транслювати щось почути раніше.
Я провела неймовірну кількість часу в центрі Шептицького, в аудиторіях, трапезній.
Випускний у нас виявиться нестандартний. Але кожне нестандартне завдання – також і нестандартний досвід.
1, 2, 3. Звершилося.
Пам'ятаємо, що зараз ковід, так? Правильно. Обнімань немає, є лише легкі жести.
УКУ виправдав і перевершив всі мої очікування. Я коли вступала, я дуже сумнівалася. Мене мама казала, що ти робиш? Ти йдеш з державного університету, де тобі дадуть точно класний диплом, крутий. Я казала, мама, я знаю, що я роблю. Тому що я йшла за класною атмосферою, враженнями, новими, цікавими людьми і знайомствами і крутою системою освіти. Взагалі складно визначити найбільш цікавий предмет, але те, що він був найбільш викликаючий, це публічні комунікації. Це про те, як треба говорити, як треба сказати, про те, як треба постійно вчитися і працювати над собою. Це було дуже цікаво випробувати себе в різних ситуаціях. Найкорисніший предмет для мене це стало юридичне письмо, про те, як писати коротко, зрозуміло, чітко і ясно, думати про того, кому ти пишеш. І я зараз, напевно, найбільше ним користуюся в роботі. В майбутньому точно допоможе, тому що нам давали не тільки хард-скіли про те, що таке право, про різні галузі права, про ЄСПЛ. Ми дізнавалися, розширювали свій світогляд і вчилися софт-скілів, зокрема про те, як говорити і писати, а це взагалі просто потрібно. На своїй програмі, можливо, єдине, що було таким невеликою проблемою для нас під час навчання, це те, що у нас завжди мінялися пари, в нас був дуже гнучкий графік, і під нього треба було дуже гнучко підлаштовуватися. А взагалі мені все подобається, насправді. Така тема, яку я писала, це просто вона приводила в шок всіх, коли я говорила. Я писала про штучний інтелект, про правову регламентацію штучного інтелекту. І ніколи б, напевно, навіть не знала, що це таке, якби не потрапила в УКУ. Мій курс і уявлення про право взагалі кардинально змінилися і розвернулися з ніг на голову. Це було викликом для мене таку тему обрати для мого наукового керівника і, напевно, для всіх, хто слухав мене на захисті. У нас є юридична клініка в школі права. І завдяки пані Христині Ковсон, її менеджерці, юристи створили гру, комп'ютерну гру про фінансову грамотність і настільну гру. І нам завжди будь-які наші ідеї дозволяли і допомагали реалізувати. Нас 7 аж поїхало в Нідерланди навчатися в Роттердам по програмі Erasmus+. Ми цілий семестр там були, вивчали предмети, які ми самі обирали, і писали паралельно магістерську роботу, і нам дуже-дуже сподобалось. Напевно, я побажала і майбутнім студентам, і викладачам, які тут, продовжувати надихати один одного, мотивувати один одного, працювати, відкривати якісь нові можливості, рухатися в тому ж напрямку, якому насправді тут всі рухаються. Але єдине таке найбільше побажання – не забувати відпочивати. Тому що за дедлайнами ми іноді це забуваємо.
Протягом 4 років ми набираємо найкращих студентів в Україні. Кожного року наші студенти мають найвищий середній бал зі всіх предметів серед всіх вступників по комп'ютерних науках в Україні.
Талановита дослідниця Соломія Леню мала можливість обирати свою майбутню альма-матер з-поміж кількох найкращих університетів світу.
В першу чергу, як мені допомагає університет, то це саме дає цю базу математики, базу програмування.
Разом з командою студентів факультету прикладних наук Соломія здобула друге місце на міжнародних змаганнях Microsoft у Варшаві.
Якщо в УКУ займатися тільки академічною діяльністю, то тоді може стати трішки скучно. Нас не перенавантажують тут непотрібними знаннями, і відповідно це залишає в нас місце в голові і в часі, в нашому розпорядку для того, щоб вивчати щось інше.
Наш диригент, пані Олена, вона завжди каже, що ми, тобто співці, ми є проповідники, ми цим маємо доносити Слово Боже до людей.
Студентський хор став окрасою святкувань у Філадельфії, де церква піднесла владику Бориса до митрополичого служіння. – 433 випускники бакалаврських та магістерських програм склали свій останній іспит. Участь в урочистостях взяв митрополит Філадельфійський Борис Гудзяк.
До університету я буду, очевидно, далі приїжджати, але він стоїть, він стабільний, він розвивається і, я можу просто сказати, він переростає мене і моє.
Раніше нагороду університету Нотр-Дам одержували президент США Джиммі Картер, свята мати Тереза з Калькутти, засновник спільноти Ларш Ковчег Жан Ваньє. Цього року нагороди удостоєний президент УКУ Борис Гудзяк.
In the face of innumerable challenges, genocide and political oppression, he and his colleagues have made Ukrainian Catholic University a center for cultural thought, Christian witness, and the education of a generation who can bring healing and hope to Ukraine.
Осередком багатьох студентських ініціатив є студентський уряд.
Уряд студентів нашого університету виявив ініціативу, яка була підтримана 9 іншими університетами з різних куточків нашої країни щодо програми студентського обміну.
У нас трохи інше самоврядування, ніж в інших університетів. У нас воно таке більш креативне, бо в нас такі базові потреби забезпечені повністю. Нам нема потреби ходити і бігати, там домовлятися за пралки чи за, я не знаю, там аудиторії, щоб були чисті. І для того, щоб бути активними, ми придумаємо щось інше.
За останні 5 років
Okay, dear speakers, dear participants, welcome back. We're proceeding with our program for today. And I am very pleased to announce our next session, as this is the session that will be delivered by the partner of this conference, good friends of the Ukrainian Catholic University, the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas. And the topic for the discussion is very intriguing, and I believe we will have deep and insightful conversation. And I'm happy to invite the moderator of this panel, Sister Helen Alford, Vice-Rector of the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas. Dear Sister Helen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Well, I would like to begin by saying I'm really delighted that our university, the Pontifical University of St. Thomas in Rome, often known as Angelicum, can contribute a session in this exciting and important conference in a series on such a great title, Integral Human Development in the Digital Age. Let me therefore begin by congratulating the Ukrainian Catholic University on promoting this conference series, and especially for choosing this year's topic, Poverties, Migrants, Pandemics, and the idea of a new social ethics. This title shows me at least that UKU has understood what I hope all universities should have understood, that the pandemic is just the latest of many crises, and I want to come back to that word, crisis, in a moment. Crises of poverty and migration, and now the pandemic. And they're all giving us a clear signal that we need to do something new with ethics. And I want to come back to that word new as well, because that's very important for our project as well. Let me just give you a little bit of background to the genesis of this project, because it comes out of the crisis itself and helps us understand why the project is the way it is. So when the lockdown struck us in Italy last year, and we'd already had to go away from in-person classes a week before that, we knew that the consequences for our university in particular were going to be severe. Just one statistic will tell you, 90% of our student body comes from outside Italy. So we knew that we were going to see reductions in inbound student numbers. We looked at Australia and New Zealand, who at the same time were struggling to recruit students for the beginning of their new academic year. So we knew that we would have reductions in students, this would mean reductions in courses, and this would mean probably helped by the fact that we have a Polish rector. I mention this in particular because, of course, we think of Poland and Ukraine as in tension, but also together. I think they're like, we must think about fraternity now, you know, after Pope Francis's encyclical Fratelli Tutti. And I think of Poland and Ukraine as brothers. They fight a lot, but they're close to each other too. So I mentioned in particular that he's Polish because we are in Ukraine. So we have a Polish rector, and I think our response was perhaps influenced by that, following the example of the Polish shipyard workers who 40 years ago this year, 1981, launched their movement of solidarity. We thought, this is our only response, solidarity. So we approached that wonderful foundation that has been mentioned already in our session that helps so many of us and does so much good work, Porticus, to see if they would work with us to set up a program of research that we wanted to call Crisis itself, but crisis not only because it's referring to the pandemic and other crises, but also because it's an acronym for what we wanted to do in response to the crisis. The acronym being Christian Responses in Solidarity to Crisis. The IS at the end of crisis makes the acronym. So apart from the importance of responding to the crisis itself, creating new knowledge through our research that could help cope with the crisis, the church, the world, society as a whole, and also to support our professors through the difficult time that we knew we were going to have to face, the program also has another crucial idea behind it, which I would like to mention briefly. And that is because we are a university with a unifying philosophical, theological as well, but especially philosophical scheme behind us, which I think most people today would call Aristotelian Thomistic, we have a chance to develop interdisciplinary research in a way that I think other universities might even envy. We can get the disciplines to talk to each other and work across their disciplinary differences, producing results, producing solutions for problems which are always integral on the basis of this integral vision. And I'd like to emphasize that this integral vision does not close us down or narrow our vision, as I hope you'll see from the panel today, where we'll have references to many Greek philosophers, to Sartre, to Heidegger, lots of other modern interesting thinkers today. This integral vision rather allows us to open up to a vast array of riches that can be found in the academic world around us in a way that allows us to still keep an identity, to not break down into many disintegrated fragments that are not able to come together and inform each other, that are potentially in conflict, or perhaps even worse, quite unable to relate to each other at all. So, with that background, we launched the Crisis Programme October 2020, 11 research projects involving over 60 researchers, 1/3 of them from outside the university, and most of the post-professors involved from the vulnerable categories that risked losing courses that we were talking about. Each of the projects will complete their work in July, at the end of July, July 31, 2021. And so we today are presenting interim results of our project so far, with publication in the second half of 2021 or in some cases early 2022. It's because we want to contribute to the developing knowledge base to help us deal with the crisis, but also because 2021 is a special year for the Dominicans. It's 800 years since the Dies Natalis, the birth into heaven, the birth into eternal life, the death of Saint Dominic. So it's extremely symbolic for us to launch this program, to be part of this great response that the academic world is giving to this crisis now in the context of this Jubilee year for us. Let me just give you a couple of other titles of other projects. I just mention them because I think it gives hope to people to hear these titles. One of them is Understanding Ecclesial Communion in a Time of Social Distancing, Challenges for Worship, Evangelization and Ecumenism in the Pandemic. Very important topic for the different Christian traditions that we have. Another, the biggest project of all of them, is entitled Women's Response to Crisis, a re-examination of Roman cultural records and historical documents from early Christianity to the present day. And it's uncovering the stories of women who can be found in the cultural artifacts in the city of Rome, where we are, but whose stories haven't really been told. So to bring those to the fore to help us deal with the crisis today. A third project, a much more current one, responding to the global pandemic as a systemic crisis, the economy of Francesco as a paradigm for caring for our common home. That's obviously drawing on this new movement that really got going last year, the economy of Francesco. They are about to launch a call for papers for a volume on the topic, to which I hope many people following this conference and participating in it will choose to respond. It'd be wonderful to have participants in that book, that publication, as a result of this conference. And let me just mention one other before moving on to talk about our project. And that is because it's also close to the Ukrainian experience. The title of the project is Beyond COVID-19, Belarus as a Case Study of Welfare and Democracy in the Post-Soviet area. Now, of course, we might say case study of the lack of welfare and the lack of democracy in the post-Soviet area, but of course the project is in a hopeful mood. It's looking to the future, and of course it's really important just to study where we are as well. Of course, we have researchers from Belarus involved in the project in order to help them too. I know that many other universities are also helping academics in Belarus, given the double crisis that they're facing now, not only the pandemic, but also the democratic crisis. And I'm sure UKU is involved in that too. So that's a bit of a background. So to come to our project, the first part of the title, Homo Novus, we come back to the word new, Novus. And then the subtitle, From Technological Captivity to New Freedom, new again, picking up this same idea, something new, based on the old, not denying the old, growing out of the old, but something new too. Now, the approach of the project is very simple. We decided that we were going to respond to a public intellectual who is working in the field of technology in relation to human freedom. So this would allow us to enter into dialogue with a really good academic, creating really good research results, but also allow us to respond to this person or these people, to bring the riches of our philosophical and theological tradition out to a wider audience. So we will have some meetings with one or more of these people as the project goes on, and we'll produce a joint book together at the end. So at the beginning of the project, we talked to Shoshana Zuboff, who's coming to the end of her career now. She's already emeritus from Harvard Business School, has an amazing publication set behind her. The most recent book, In the Age of Surveillance Capitalism, was the one that really interested us. And then another researcher who's an ex-Google engineer, James Williams, who had done a PhD in philosophy under the direction of Luciano Floridi, a very important philosopher of information in Oxford, connected also with our university, some of our projects. He had written a book, Stand Out of Our Light, Freedom and Resistance in the Attention Economy, and won the 9 Dots Prize for this book, which is an extremely valuable prize. And talking to the two of them, we found that James Williams was the one who was more interested in cooperating with us. So we've been focusing on his work up to now, but we were also trying to see if we could engage Byung-Chul Han in the project, an extremely interesting Korean-German thinker, an author of such illuminating books as Psychopolitics, Neoliberalism, and the New Technologies of Power, which came out in 2017. So, but anyway, right now, our project in its interim phase that it's in now is focusing on James Williams and on his book, Stand Out of Our Light. So I want to just say something briefly about his argument and then move on to something that I want to write in response to his book. I won't talk about the title, which is very interesting because Matthieu Raffray in his intervention will very expertly introduce it. Instead, I want to go to the end of Williams's book and read you the last sentence or the last couple of sentences. He says right at the end, in order to do anything that than ever, that the degree to which we are able and willing to struggle for ownership of our attention is the degree to which we are free. Because at the core of William's argument is the idea that in an information-rich world like our own, the scarce resource is our attention. And the big platforms like Facebook are competing with each other to attract as much of our attention as possible, this scarce resource, to looking at their websites and their activities so that they can sell as much advertising to us as possible. So his book falls into 3 parts. First part is laying out the problem and is called very illuminatingly, I think, websites and so on. The second part of the book, really interesting, we can't go into it, it's called Clicks Against Humanity, where he's analysing the sort of deeper, profounder effects on human beings that can come from being persistently, constantly, never-endingly distracted. And then the last section of the book, Freedom of Attention, is about how to respond to this problem or some ways of responding. So those of us who are old enough can remember that in the 1990s, there was a lot of interest in internet-based companies. People were investing in them a lot. They thought this was the new thing that was going to produce a lot of results. But in the end, these companies didn't produce anything. They weren't making any money. Their evaluations were going up and up because people had great expectations, but nothing happened. So that in the end, we had the bubble burst around 2000. We had what was called the dot-com bubble. These companies .com, because of course they were using a website which ended with the dot and the com. But very shortly after this crash, Google and some other companies discovered a way to make money out of the internet, because they realized that tracking what we do when we visit websites, whether we're looking for information, whether we're buying anything, whatever we're doing, tracking what we're doing, they can build a profile of who we are in terms of our interaction with the internet, which means then they can start to predict what we might do in the future. Really interesting information if you want to attract advertisers. But then there's even a third step that they go. They devised all kinds of mechanisms to persuade us to do what they predict we should be doing on the basis of our original profile. And we don't even realize this is happening. So he gets sucked in without even realizing what's happening. So the whole of their business model is set up on this basis. Everything they do is to attract our attention to their sites and sell as much targeted advertising as possible. You know, Facebook isn't a social network. It's a mechanism for selling advertising. That's what it's trying to do. Its customers are the advertisers. You know, we're just collateral part of it. And James Williams points out, whereas in the past, the main communication would be something else, but then you would find there would be interpolations, commercial breaks, or something like this, where advertising, adverts and commercials were shown in the middle of a television program or a radio program or so on. Now, with these platforms, the advertising is the communication, and all the rest of it, the social networking, that's just collateral around the outside, you know. And so, last point on this analysis, we have armies of some of the best engineers, designers, the best trained people in the world, spending the whole of their days trying to work out the most effective ways of undermining our ability to concentrate on something that matters and to attract us to looking at these websites and consuming this advertising, using these techniques of persuasive technology, as they're called now. Well, my colleagues will say a bit more about, I'm sure, about Williams's book, but I think you already get some idea about what he's trying to do from this short synthesis. So I want to just end with what I am hoping to do with this in this project. And I want to start from a phrase of Wittgenstein's, which is quoted by Williams in his book. The phrase is, "The limits of my language are the limits of my world." Now, Williams quotes this phrase when he's trying to convince the readers that we are in a new situation. He's trying to say, don't just think we can use the same words, the same theories, the same ideas we did before. We are moving into a completely new situation. And he says quite bluntly, we lack the language to explain what's going on. And so, you know, if you start from a Wittgensteinian point of view, this is a really serious problem. We should be really concerned about what is new and how to try to formulate it, put it into words, articulate it, you know. But in order to do that, we need to know what really is new. And I think this is where I think there's something missing in Williams's book, which is a sense of the history of technology and what we can learn from the history of technology that can help us deal with this big technological change that we're dealing with now. And I'll just say one thing, just to be very brief about it. If you look at the long-range history of technology, say you start from Neolithic period onwards, you can see, and many historians use this, the most powerful writer, I think, who uses this idea is Lewis Mumford in his book Technics and Civilization. He talks about how there's basically two ways of designing technology, and they're constantly in tension with each other, and there's sort of a fight between them about which one is going to get the lead over the other. Now, Mumford talks about the first kind of technology. He says the oldest form he calls biotechnics. He's writing a long time before biotechnology, something to do with biotechnology. What does he mean by biotechnics? He means it's a form of technology that is inserted into a way of life. The way of life produces the frame that is around the technology as it's around all the people who are part of this system. And the technology has a meaning because it's brought into a whole world of meaning, the life of the people, the community in this area. And the technology in this sense is devised to make the life more productive or more full or more rich, to create more surplus so that then people can spend more time, say, on their rituals or on their language or on their religious ceremonies or whatever else they really want to do, you know. So if you look at Neolithic times, I mean, he would say Neolithic technology is an example of biotechnics. One of the really important things the Neolithic peoples do is to create containers for food. Seems just obvious to us now, but it was a massive breakthrough at the time because it allowed early Neolithic man to collect the harvest of his crops and keep the food, stop it being eaten by animals and stop it going off, keeping it good. They had to find ways of doing it. It was not easy. They had to learn how to do it. But they managed to solve this problem in a very effective way in that period. And then that allowed them to do a lot of other things. So you can see how that kind of technological development is working with human development. It's support, it's part of human flourishing. But then we have this other kind of development, the one that becomes dominant at the time of the Industrial Revolution, the one that the engineering profession inherits, because the engineering profession doesn't exist before the Industrial Revolution. And that is what Lewis Mumford calls monotechnics, what other people call technocentric. It's where the machine is in the center, and the machine doesn't have to have any meaning. It just has to be there. And so you hear people talking about how, well, we just have to allow technological development to go ahead. We mustn't be Luddite. We mustn't stand in the way. And then some people will say, well, we have to have some ethical control over technological development. But you'll always get the technology saying, but that's no good. You're holding us back. The Americans saying, if you don't let us do it, the Chinese are going to do it, and all this kind of thing. This sense that the technology is just going forward on its own in a kind of blind way, independently of us. And we have to organize our whole life around the technology. Instead of the life being the meaning and the container for the technology is dominating over the way of life. Now, that's not completely correct, because, in fact, what's going on behind the machine is that it's one group of people that's controlling another group of people through the machine. And this whole language about we have to go forwards and we can't do anything else is part of the rhetoric to try to get everybody to think that that's the only thing we can do. But we don't have to design like this. We have got alternatives. And I would say, for instance, the green tech movement today, this idea that we have to change the way we design our technology so that it can insert itself into a sustainable relationship, a sustainable way of life with the planet, that's a kind of revival, again, of the biotechnics with regard to technology. So I think we need to just bring this kind of discussion into connection with what Williams is saying, with the topics that he's talking about. And then my second and last point is to think about the mindset of economic actors. We know today that economics is the dominant discourse in our world. When a government comes to the end of its mandate and we're going to elections, nobody says, did those politicians increase the representation of unrepresented people? Or did they include more marginalized people? Or all the kinds of things which politicians are supposed to be doing in terms of a political system. No, they say, what happened to GDP? All politicians are judged by what happens to economic growth while they're in position. And many of us are all judged by whether we are, contributing economically or not. It's one of the big problems, say, to do with women and care and the whole care issue. A lot of women don't want to be doing caring because they feel valueless. They have no value if they're not earning economic wealth. So economics is what gives value. It's what our society is about. Medieval society was about giving praise to God. It was a theologically dominated society. We are an economically dominated society. So if we can try to intervene in the mindset of the economic actors, maybe we can do something about this. And there's a very little charity in the UK that I want to use for this. It's called Blueprint for Better Business. It's working with big companies that are quoted on the UK Stock Exchange. The best example I can give you of the impact the Blueprint is having is to listen to a series of lectures that the BBC produces every year. They're called the Wreath Lectures. And the last set, which were given in December 2020, were provided by Mark Carney. Mark Carney recently retired as the governor of the Bank of England. And his lectures were under the title, How We Get What We Value. And I was amazed listening to those lectures because I was almost like it was someone from Blueprint speaking. Now, I know Mark Carney is very close to Blueprint, and I'm sure there's many other influences on his thought, but you could see many of the same things that we're saying in Blueprint is coming out there. And these guys are talking to the big board managers of these big companies. I've been in some of their sessions with them to try to support them. And I can tell you, these big executives, they're fascinated. They're just fascinated by what we can tell them. And I give you one example only, and then I must give up and hand on to my next panel member. What's the idea that most attracted to, or they repelled from, things they like or dislike, and it's all on the level of our sensitive capacities. It's sensual, sensuous, it's how we feel, it's emotion, it's stimulus and response often. That's more or less how they're thinking about people. They're reacting to people on that level. If you go into the boardroom and say, wait a minute, let's start thinking a different way. Let's think about human dignity. How could you, big business, who wants to have a purpose, all businesses want to have purposes now, you want to have a purpose, what would it look like if your purpose was based on human dignity and the common good? Think about what it means to treat people with dignity. You start to do what Wittgenstein was saying. The limits of my language are the limits of my world. You start to change their language. You start to bring a word like human dignity into the boardroom when they're doing their strategies, when they're thinking about, and you can start to widen the world, change the world they're in, help them think differently, help them do things differently. So I think this is another way of responding to what James Williams is doing, using the riches of the virtue tradition, Catholic social thought, the things that we can bring into the debate in a form that the person out in the street or the big business manager can accept, can deal with. Okay, so that is my little piece. So now I'm going to hand over, if this is okay with the organisers, to my second panel member here, Matthieu Raffray. He is a professor of philosophy in our faculty. He has a PhD in medieval philosophy from the Sorbonne. He also has higher degrees in theology and in mathematics. He is interested in various research areas. One of them is the philosophy of artificial intelligence, and he's been teaching also courses on that. So I'm really, really happy to hand over to you, Matthieu, to continue the presentation of our research results. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sister Helen, for this first presentation, and I'm very happy to be a part of this conference. I would like to propose the point of view of ancient philosophy, ancient Greek wisdom, maybe to give some light to this question of human development in this digital age. So my presentation, the title of my presentation is Desire and Virtue in the Digital Age, a Socratic Approach. So as Sister Helen said, in his book, Stand Out of Our Light, James Williams offers us a rather anachronistic but very interesting comparison. Just as Emperor Alexander the Great had in Corinth in the 4th century BC, so as Emperor Alexander the Great had proposed to the philosopher Diogenes the Cynic to grant him any wish he desired, so the major digital firms of today maintain that they instantly fulfill all of our desires. Google satisfies our thirst for knowledge, Amazon steals our urge for possessions, and Facebook quenches our desire to communicate, not to mention sexual appetites, the lust for power, or our obsession with our outer appearance. Diogenes, however, that most unique thinker who resided in a barrel and whom Plato called a Socrates gone mad, refused Alexander's offer. Instead, he asked the emperor to stand out of his light. Like Diogenes, Williams calls on us to realize that by offering to fulfill our desires the new technological means of communication and information, or also, in a manner of speaking, standing in front of a light that is essential to our humanity, our attention. In the present age of information, our attention span has indeed become the most valuable asset that large firms can buy, profit from, and share. By usurping and monopolizing the light of our attention, and by transforming it into consumption, we have inadvertently become little more than mere being threatened, not by some invasive and coercive external power, but rather by our very own dependence on these digital solicitations. In order to reflect on this new form of enslavement, and in the hope of understanding what it says about us, I would like to pursue the anachronistic analogy just given and link up with another philosopher nearly contemporaneous with Diogenes, namely the great Socrates. Socrates opposed the sophists, who made their fortunes on the squares of Athens by selling their fictitious wisdom, Greek Sophia, to the city's youth. Faced with these dealers and presumed traders in wisdom, Socrates instead proposed a new type of insight, grounded in the pursuit of virtue for the good of our soul. Term orexis. So first point, the image of leaking jars. One of the most notorious sophists whom Socrates confronts is Gorgias of Leontini. In the dialogue that bears his name, written by Plato, we find a famous image used by Socrates, in which two men carry jars. One of them has a few jars filled with precious goods that were acquired, I quote, through much hard toil, while the other carries jars that, like unfulfilled desires, are always leaky and decayed. Socrates says, the soul of the soulsless is likened to a sieve, and being perforated, since it is unable to hold anything by reason of unbelief and forgetfulness. Now, I believe that this image can be duly applied to the capacity for some of our current technology to continually satisfy our desires without ever fulfilling them, all the while keeping us in a state of perpetual solicitation. To borrow the words of Hans Jonas, we could call these modern technologies restless phenomena. Modern technology, writes Jonas, unlike its traditional counterpart, is an enterprise and not a possession, a process and not a state, a dynamic thrust and not a set of implements and skills. Indeed, the more elaborate and efficient the technological tools are, the more they create new needs that they aim and claim to ease. This capacity to indefinite self-renewal is also representative of many tools of our times. The news, the stories, and the announcements on Facebook or Twitter that renew themselves with every reloading of a page. The endless suggestions for new videos on YouTube, the new people that may appear on Tinder, a new and potentially satisfying encounter always seems possible along with the next click. This infinite capacity to generate a need is based on what Ancionas calls the wholly unprecedented belief in virtual infinity. Accordingly, it is precisely this infinite sequence of solicitations and satisfactions that lead to a dependence never fully reached and plays the role of an addictive. It is precisely the virtual nature of technological experiences that hinders satisfaction and generates dependence, as can be observed, for instance, in addictiveness to pornography. And because of this desire for reality, the pleasure that is obtained virtually can never be truly satisfying. It is, as in our above analogy, similar to the leaking jars that can never be filled. Second point, a neoliberal and depressed society. We can give an account of another facet of this problem by considering what James Williams calls the persuasive design of technological tools. They are made to held captive the user by exploiting his compulsive and addictive use. But persuasion, says Williams, is now industrialized. Since this very persuasion is salable, the stakes are mostly economic, but they are also anthropological. Indeed, the economy that surrounds attention and its virtual infinity reveals an aspect of the modern mind. All that is valuable is reduced to a quantifiable data, numerical, measurable, and indeed purchasable. Yet, this is precisely one of the effects of neoliberal politics, whose main thesis is the primacy of the just and fair over the good. Indeed, its fundamental axiom is that the only way modern societies can live in peace is to make sure that only the mechanics of law and markets may intervene, even if it is to the detriment of the good and the true. In this neoliberal context, however, the individual is no longer called to virtue, to glory, or to any form of interior heroism. Every hero figure, someone who sacrifices himself for a greater good or for a profane or sacred ideal, is thereby destroyed and thrown out into the realm of heterogeneity, wondrousness, or absurdity. Take, for instance, Netflix superheroes, who are all superhuman, extraterrestrial, incompetent, or unlikely heroes. Called henceforth a consumer or a user, modern man is deprived of all intrinsic value and is reduced to a series of measurable and quantifiable qualities. To acquire market value, all of his interactions must now be quantifiable. The time he spends on internet, the number of his followers on Instagram, the like. All of these numbers are meant to describe an individual in the most precise way, so much so that his behavior might be understood, emulated, and even anticipated. By possessing all of his attention span, by holding captive his desire, deprived of his will and freedom, is now at the mercy of the technologies of power. This new slavery of desire, with its infinite capacity to satisfy, thus has the absence of ideal, of dream, and of transcendence as its inevitable corollary. In short, the desire for the infinite has been replaced by unending desire. Besides, as noted by the American sociologist Christopher Lasch, one of the features of postmodernity is that it does not offer the prospect of a wondrous world to come. It presents itself rather as being essentially infinite and unlimited. The world is not moving towards something better, but towards more technology, more information, and more exchanges. By captivating his own desire in order to make a profit, we might say that modern man has become anorexic without any desire and incapable even of desiring. Pornography has replaced love, Facebook has replaced real friendship, and Amazon has replaced concrete market displays. Our contemporary and liberal society is, in fact, Byung-Chul Han. Man becomes depressed because he suffers from his incapacity to achieve the imperatives of pleasure that are offered to him because they are infinite. This is so especially in a society where the desires that he is too feeble to satisfy are being constantly re-stimulated. Just as the sophists in the days of Socrates had reduced wisdom to a mere commodity, we could say that the modern orexists, or vendors of desire, have finally removed the very flavor that desire once possessed. Man, now a captive of technology, does not know any longer how to desire. Third point, the Socratic virtue as a unifying remedy for the soul. Another great sophist whom Socrates confronts is Protagoras. Like many of our contemporaries, Protagoras claimed that man is the measure of all things. In Plato's famous dialogue that bears Protagoras' name, we find many other enlightening elements for our present comparison. One in particular can be found Zeus, having been put in charge of handing out all kinds of attributes to the animals of the world, is at a loss when the turn comes to man. The poor human is left with neither feathers nor shells, neither velocity nor ferocity. However, in order that man may not fall helpless prey to other beings, Prometheus decides to make up for his brother's mistake, and so breaks into Athena's and Hephaestus' forge and steals the technological knowledge and the divine fire. He thereby gives to man the arts and skills of the gods. In the story of Protagoras, we see that men, now equipped with this divine gift, are nevertheless unable to live properly in a society. The technological powers seem to always set them one against the other. Seeing that humanity is about to destroy itself, Zeus intervenes and offers to it a remedy. This remedy are the divine virtues of respect, eidos, and justice, dike. The lessons found in this myth are clear. However sophisticated it may be, technology can only help society provided it is accompanied by individual virtues. Here, we arrive at the heart of a Socratic doctrine that, to my mind, could surely be applied to our technology-obsessed society. Only virtue, that is, a rational capacity to tame and control through reason the solicitations of our desires, only virtue will be able lastingly to ensure the kind of unity of the soul that is a prerequisite for individual happiness and social life. Whether they are infinitely multiplied or instantaneously satisfied, sensitive pleasures cannot, in and of themselves, make a person happy. On the contrary, what brings happiness, following Socrates, is the virtuous control of these by the spiritual soul. The body and its desires are the only cause of wars and factions and battles, says Socrates. For all wars arise for the sake of gaining money, and we are compelled to gain money for the sake of the body. We are slaves to its service. And so, because of all these things, we have no leisure for philosophy. End of quote. To a morality based on pleasure, Socrates then responds with a morality based on the good. Truly satisfied. He talks here of a form of purification, which can also be understood as a sort of unification, which requires a detachment from sensitive pleasures for the benefit of the life of the spirit. Indeed, it is the latter that points to the divine part freeing ourselves from the foolishness of the body and being pure, we shall, I think, be with the pure and shall now of ourselves all that is pure, and that is perhaps the truth. It was suggested by James Williams that we resist, as did Diogenes, the cynic, those who try to conquer our light. And it seems that there exists another path of struggle and resistance for our freedoms in front of the technological captivity, one which consists in personally adopting a Socratic attitude, that of the soul's virtue and the control of our desires. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Matthieu. So I will move straight on now to Gábor Ambrus, who is a third member of our team. We also have a biblical scholar, but unfortunately she couldn't make it for our panel today. But we have the three of the four of us here. Gábor is has a very, very from Hungarian universities, but he also has a PhD in theology from KU Leuven. He's been involved with projects at our university before. For instance, we ran one called Foundational Reflections on Theology and Technology that he was the lead researcher in. And he's also currently a member of the research group for theology and contemporary culture in the Faculty of Protestant Theology of Charles University. So he has various research interests, but right now his main focus here is using his knowledge in religion and contemporary culture with a focus on contemporary technology. So I'm very happy now to hand over to Gábor for his.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Sister, may I ask whether you can hear and see me? Then I suppose everybody can.
Yes, we can hear very well and see very well. Thank you.
Okay. So in this paper, I want to present this afternoon, I will attempt to present contemporary situation, technological situation in terms of technological totalitarianism. And I will also discuss why a certain focus on the individual is necessary if we want to face this technological totalitarianism we have in our time. At the end of the paper, finally, I will present the concept of nothingness as a possible response and a possible way to enter into a free relationship with the essence of contemporary technology and especially information technology, which is the most important branch of contemporary technology. This free relationship with technology, with the essence of technology, is of course a Heideggerian concept, but it's very important because in my presentation and in the ideas I am developing in this paper, because it indicates that I don't think there is any salvation in our time outside technology or in a kind of non-technological space. So what I want to emphasize with this free relationship with the essence of technology is that if we seek freedom in our time, we can only find it within technology, not outside technology. Only in a kind of dialogue or in a kind of relationship that I call free relationship with the essence of technology. So in our moment of world history characterized by an increasingly tight technological totality in the life of society and over that of the individual, we face an enormous challenge. One can justifiably ask how unique and unprecedented our situation is in the first decades of our century. It can certainly be argued that we have been living in a technological age since the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, and the challenges arising in the wake of this revolution were at least as unique and unprecedented as those we face now. The transition into an industrial society in the West in the 18th and 19th century, with its new economic and political reality, doubtless brought about something that may already be called a techno-economic totality in society, with far-reaching consequences for the individual. Nevertheless, it seems that despite the rise in the 19th century of Marxism as a revolutionary philosophy, declaring economic and technological change the very foundation of everything, it was possible for quite a while to think about various phenomena of human life authentically and truthfully without considering that change. It is also worth pointing out that for quite a while, up until the end of the 20th century, the economic and technological processes moved toward the creation of a mass society with its atomized individuals whose lives were defined by their very belonging to that mass. With the advent of the information age, with its pervasive digital technologies, modern technological society with its technological totality took a new turn. New technologies, with the internet at the forefront as a framework, came to be centered on the individual, which proved to be an individual as not in the totality of a network and not that of an undifferentiated mass. The new technologies of the individual and the self came to be tailored to each individual's needs, desires, and wishes by way of what came to be termed customization. Since the last decade of the 20th century, these technologies have pervaded everything that defines the life of the individual: work, entertainment, shopping, social life, all activities pertaining to society, economy, and culture. In the same vein, a new reality has dawned upon us. Thinking about technology and our reality as defined by technology has become unavoidable and inescapable, which means that no authentic and truthful theory of society and the individual is possible without a philosophy of, or at least a basic consideration about, that this totalitarianism has been in the making for centuries. So if this is so, the new technologies of the end of the 20th, end of the 21st century has brought a new emphasis into what totalitarianism means. Born and developed in the 20th century of the experience of ideological totalitarianisms like fascism and communism, this concept had two meanings. On the one hand, it meant the total organization of society, in which no segment or dimension of social life was spared the onslaught of politics and ideology. On the other hand, totalitarianism meant total domination over the individual, whose entire life proved to be determined by a political ideological movement and whose principal social bond in life was forced to be none other than the one to this movement. Now, despite the long cut in modernity of the individual and individualism in the West, if we consider techno-economic reality, for most of the history of modern industrial society, the mass was its foremost is still meaningful in our society. The old conceptual interplay between the individual and the mass, by the inclusion and even absorption of the former in the latter, was to give way to one between the individual and the network, by the former in the manner of an individual's not making up the latter. In a personalized, customized, truly individual fashion. These considerations might justify the way in which I try to provide a philosophical and theological evaluation of the possibility of freedom in our time, namely, with a focus on the individual and the individual's case with information technology, and without presenting any kind of explicitly social theory. What I wish to discuss is premised upon the concept of nothingness, which is a profoundly dialectical concept, implying both the nature of our unfreedom and our chance of freedom in an age defined by information technology and social media. Insofar as our late modern technological society is a nihilistic one, the reality of nothingness rules supreme. What do nihilism to equal a related Nietzschean term, the devaluation of all values in a post-Christian society? In a sense, there has still remained one value, a single and pervasive one, the value of individual prestige, social validation, and professional success that can be interpreted as, to employ another Nietzschean term, the will to power. The individual will to power seemingly unfolds in a heightened activity of freedom. But this curious kind of freedom is enthralled to hyperactivity, performance, and an insane drive of self-exploitation, something that, in truth, looks like unfreedom. Such a furious vita activa, driven by the will to power, renders self-exploiting individuals masters and slaves at once. This is an idea of Byung-Chul Han, a South Korean philosopher. Of course, in reflection on Hegel's theory of the master-slave dialectic. So this is an insight, this furious vita driven by the will to power. This insight can be taken as one into the essence of the world of social media. The fierce striving and competition of individuals for validation and prestige on websites like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter take shape in an utterly quantified, fact-ridden, and positive environment. So much suffused is this environment with facts, numbers, items, and sheer positivity by its very design, that an encounter with nothingness is indeed the last thing that we would expect from it. This positivity may in fact point towards something that we may single out as the principal feature, even the essence of information technology. Heidegger famously conceived of the essence of modern technology as enframing, that is Gestell in German, that is something like appositing within a frame. Accordingly, we may venture to say that the essence of information technology is itemization or diagrammatics. Informational items form a whole on the simple basis by means of the organic unity of a concept, but a technological system by way of a network, or, to put it visual terms, akin to the spirit of information technology, a diagram. The unity of such a network and diagram is simply correlational without any necessity, a superficial unity to which anything can simply be added at any time. Such a network or diagram certainly applies parts as units or items and the whole as a correlational conglomerate of them. But it is a conceptual hodgepodge, even if tightly knotted technologically, permeated with the nonsense and emptiness of the whole, indeed, constantly on the brink of falling apart and plunging into nothingness. At the same time, the very reality of itemizing, networking, and diagramming is the very fate of the self, of the striving and furiously active individual, who is totally enmeshed in the items and itemization of these networks and diagrams. Indeed, what emerges to this individual, closed up in his or her own self by technology, is an itemized or diagrammatic self, behind which nothingness never ceases to lurk. At this point, some elaboration on the concept of nothingness is in order. It entered Greek philosophy as a metaphysical concept quite early on, but where it had a truly significant career was Christian theology, in response to the early doctrine of God, creatio ex nihilo, creation out of nothingness, which eventually morphed with various mystical and heterodox thinkers into an understanding of nothingness as something like the deepest abyss of the Godhead itself. This deepest abyss as nothingness came to be interpreted as a condition, a possibility, but not a cause of evil in God's creation. Even if the concept of nothingness underwent a process of secularization in the thinking of philosophers like Heidegger and Sartre, it can undeniably be claimed that those who think about nothingness think theologically. Or the mysterious notion of the Godhead made a great contribution, first, by dissociating nothingness from the concept of evil, and second, by understanding it phenomenologically rather than metaphysically. In the wake of Heidegger and Sartre's thinking, and of the experience of our contemporary technology, it remains an essential task for 21st century thinkers to think about nothingness, which means, again, to think theologically, by building upon Heidegger and Sartre's approach to it. By and large, Heidegger and Sartre's phenomenological approach presented nothingness as experienced in the modern phenomenon of anxiety. At the same time, however, The experience of boredom was also given a significant role in this respect, especially by Heidegger. And it is the latter concept that will prove particularly revealing in the encounter with nothingness in contemporary information technology and social media. I have already referred to the contemporary individual's distorted via activa as a life of hyperactivity and self-exploitation. This life doubtless implies an experience of nothingness by way of the phenomena of exhaustion and burnout. But this can hardly be a way to freedom. I suggest turning our attention to a counterpart of the frenzy of a life of activity, vita activa, a similarly distorted kind of contemplative life, vita contemplativa, that is none other than online entertainment, the main platforms of which are perhaps less Facebook or Twitter, even though the latter also features some of its elements, than websites like YouTube and Netflix. The entertainment of the individual on these platforms operates under the constant threat of boredom, and indeed, it happens in the very same individual's endless flight from boredom that is an experience of nothingness. The distinctly modern phenomenon of boredom, intimately linked with modern technological society, takes here a particular shape, characteristic of information technology and social media, and deeply related to their essence. Boredom means being lost in the itemization featured by these websites and within the diagram of countless videos, which is always on the brink of falling apart and, in moments and hours of boredom, in fact falls apart into nothingness. In the distorted vita contemplativa of the individual on platforms of online entertainment, the possible endurance of boredom and thereby nothingness is nothing less than an act and source of freedom. In such an endurance, the individual enters into a free relationship with the essence of information technology, that is itemization and diagrammatics. In such an experience, the essence of information technology comes to be disclosed, an experience and disclosure which comes from freedom and enters into freedom. In its own distorted way of a contemplative life, but at the point of a possible beginning of true contemplation, this experience of boredom as an event of freedom, in which the sheer positivity of items and itemization, as it were, goes adrift, is a far cry from any concept like freedom of choice between positive and fact-like options, and any freedom of will as the individual's property. So in conclusion, let me add that if these considerations about totalitarianism, nothingness, and freedom in the experience of contemporary information technology and social media open any way toward theology and God, they can only do it in the manner of a theological minimalism, an utmost minimalism, which is in fact even less than any minimalism, the way of nothingness through contemporary technology. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gábor. So this is the end of our presentations, which took a bit longer than we hoped. I think we have just a few minutes left now. I don't know if anybody else on site, Uko, wants to give us a question. I've seen that there is a question in the chat on the Zoom, which we could look at briefly, unless there's something else that any of the organizers wants to bring up.
Dear Sister Helen, thank you very much for really insightful presentations and conversation. And I will even show you that during this time we already downloaded the book and the series of BBC lectures. Oh, we got so interested in that. And actually my colleague from the Analytical Center of Foucault, Ostap Krivdik, chair of Ukraine and the World program, found this information, and he does have a question. Ostape, I'll invite you to ask it personally.
Sister Helen, and there's this for the
really thoughtful presentations on the matter. I want to get back to a couple of the issues. My 8-year-old son very often says to me, "I'm bored." And it happens especially often after he has to give up his iPad, because there it is interesting. Outside of it, it's not as interesting as it might have been. And my question would be a bit provocative. Islamic State has two ways of working. One of the ways is, of course, digital. This is the way they conduct their propaganda. And another way is completely undigital. So when they have to conduct their operations, they go offline. So foreign intelligence cannot trace them. And they're quite efficient in that. And it's very hard to tackle their activity. Starting with that provocation, so say learning from the enemies, how do we maintain this balance between the digital, the destructive, the distracting, and the connecting and the simplifying, and the undigital, the space where we switch off the phones and listen to ourselves, to God, to others, where we really can listen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if one of my colleagues would like to reply to this. Otherwise, people widely shaking their hands. Okay, so, Gábor, you want to say? Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know that it's a very common distinction. There is a very common distinction between offline and online, and I don't want to say that this is irrelevant. If you take a look at our time we spend online and offline in an analytical way, of course you can always say no, a person is online, no, he or she is offline, and of course it's possible to take a look at our technological situation that way, to our being enmeshed in information technology. But we take a look at human life lived in the information age, in contemporary society, in a holistic way. It will be clear, even if you put it in the terms of Islamic State or Islamic terrorism or Islamic action and so on, it's obvious that there is the boundary between the two is quite blurred, because I mean, even in moments and hours and days you spend offline, the influence, the defining reality of online life is undeniable. You know, if you think of the whole of human life or the whole of society, it's just impossible to draw this line or clear line between the two. And of course, the so-called online life is also deeply influenced by what we call offline. Okay, this is just what I wanted to say.
Thanks very much, Gábor. If maybe I could just add a comment specifically in relation to the first thing you said about the child feeling bored when he comes off his iPad. I mean, I think that is what we would expect, given the incredible amount of effort using some of the best minds in the world that are put into creating the most effective entertainment techniques that to keep that kid on the iPad and for him to feel when he's not on it that life is boring. Yeah, that's exactly the result that these companies want to get. And a little child is especially susceptible to that because they haven't been able to develop some of the techniques, the development that also Matthieu was talking about, which is one of the possible responses, to develop in virtue, to be able to be using these resources more effectively. Williams would also say, but it's really not good enough for us just to say we need to be virtuous when there is a massive system all being set up to try to break down but we have to do better than that. It's not enough just to say that individuals need to be virtuous, even though we can't substitute for that. If we don't try to do that as well, any other change won't really have the desired effect. But I think the example you give of your son is a perfect example. It over a longer time, when you begin to see how your life isn't going anywhere, really, it's not, you're not able to achieve anything, really. That's where you start to see the real cost of it and the real sense of emptiness. I think we have probably come to the end of our session time. Is that right?
Unfortunately, this is actually the time where we need to finish this panel. Dear Sister Helen, thank you very much for wonderful moderation and deep insights. Dr. Raffray, Mr. Ambrus, thank you very much for your participation and sharing your ideas and thoughts. Thank you for this wonderful partnership within this conference. Thank you. With another students' contribution, students of the Ukrainian Catholic University, we'll be back in 3 minutes. I see we will be back in 3 minutes, actually. And the next discussion will be in Ukrainian. So in 3 minutes, we'll be back with another students panel. Thank you. So, dear participants, dear speakers, we're continuing with our conference. And since the next session will be in Ukrainian, then I'll switch to Ukrainian to present the moderator and actually the topic itself. Отже, шановні учасники, шановні спікери, ми продовжуємо роботу конференції, і мені особливо приємно представити наступну панель і участь студентів Українського католицького університету у нашій конференції. Адже минулого року я сама стала випускницею програми MPA Школи публічного управління і адміністрування УКУ. І пригадую з власного досвіду, що оксфордські дебати за чудової майстерної модерації пані Ірини Лапшиної був одним із найяскравіших досвідів впродовж навчання. Тому щиро вірю, що ви десь візьмете цю емоцію і цей досвід, який ми здобуваємо в процесі навчання, і отримаєте якісь знання, розуміння і про те, що, які навички розвиває можливість навчання на програмах школи публічного управління. Я радо надаю слово, запрошую до слова модераторку цієї програми, доктора Ірину Лапшину. Пані Ірино.
Велике дякую, пані Оксано, за такі теплі вступні слова. Ми дійсно думали з керівниками програми, як би нам зробити нашу участь у науковій конференції трохи нестандартною, оригінальною і цікавою для всіх учасників. І придумали подискутувати, зробити такий собі батл, і подивитися, наскільки наші команди, дві команди пропозиції, опозиції будуть переконливі і зможуть переконати нашу нейтральну аудиторію. І тема наших сьогоднішніх дебатів – це залучення в Україну трудових мігрантів з інших країн. За і проти. Команда пропозиції буде знаходити аргументи за і переконувати нейтральну аудиторію в цих аргументах. І команда опозиції намагається спростувати ці аргументи. І ми подивимось, на чий же бік все ж таки перейде наша аудиторія у кінці дебатів. Ну що ж, є дуже багато експертних оцінок, прогнозів щодо майбутнього українця. І от одна з таких собі оцінок або уявлень українця 2075 року – це те, що наші онуки у не такому ж собі далекому майбутньому будуть мати трохи темніший колір шкіри і будуть вони з розкосими очима. От наша задача сьогодні подивитися, чи дійсно аргументи команди, пропозиції, які будуть говорити про те, що так, Україна потребує трудових мігрантів з інших країн, чи вони будуть переконливими, або ми залишимось на стороні команди опозиції і скажемо, ні, країна не готова до прийняття трудових мігрантів з огляду на певні настрої, які є в суспільстві. І тут дійсно є дуже багато аргументів за і проти. І ви знаєте, що навіть оптимістичний прогноз для населення України, він передбачає депопуляцію. І враховуючи те, що кількість українців тане на очах, в той час, як наші мігранти рятують цілі галузі в інших країнах, я думаю, що ця тема є надзвичайно актуальною сьогодні. Отож, я пропоную розпочати наші оксфордські дебати, і слово надається нашому шановному голові Олексію.
Дякую. Сьогоднішня тема наших дебатів – політика активного залучення трудових мігрантів в Україну, мігрантів з інших країн. Команда пропозиції сьогодні представлена пані Олена Япчанка, пані Надія Павчак, пан Тарас Вишинський, пані Юлія Сорока. Команда опозиції у нас сьогодні представлена пані Мілена Комар, вона долучається до нас онлайн, пані Олена Бідованець, пані Турчиновська Анна та пані Вікторенкова Катерина. Перш ніж ми почнемо наші дебати, також хочу представити секретаря нашого, пані Мар'яну Іськів. Перш за все, перед початком дебатів ми проведемо голосування. Голосування буде проведено на по основній тезі сьогоднішніх дебатів, чи потрібні Україні трудові мігранти з інших країн. Я прошу тих, хто підтримує або не підтримує дану тезу, голосувати. Результати ми запишемо зараз на фліпчарті. Також те саме голосування ми проведемо після закінчення наших дебатів і порівняємо результати.
Поки пані секретар роздає карточки для голосування, я ще скористаюся нагодою і представлю нашого зовнішнього експерта. Шановна пані Оксана П'янковська, яка знайшла час і можливість прийти до нас і незалежними очима експерта подивитися на наші дебати. Пані Оксана представляє Львівську політехніку, Міжнародний інститут культури і розвитку і займається питаннями міграції та діаспори. І присвятила її кандидатську дисертацію міграційним питанням. Зараз я так бачу, що ми можемо вже розпочати голосування. Я попрошу тоді спочатку підняти карточки тим учасникам, які вважають, що так, нам потрібні в Україні зовнішні трудові мігранти. І, секретар, будь ласка, порахуйте. Спочатку потрібні тільки. Зелені поки що. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Тепер, будь ласка, проти. Вісім. 7 плюс 3. І четверо. Контра, ще раз контра, будь ласка. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 4 ми маємо проти. Отож, на початку старту ми маємо 8 проти 4.
Ну що ж, я запрошую до слова першого доповідача команди пропозицій, пані Олену Якщо.
Доброго дня, шановний голово, шановний секретар, шановна аудиторія. Єдине, я з вашого дозволу, попрошу вас не вмикати буквально 15 секунд ще таймер, тому що я хочу скористатись нагодою тим, що ми маємо такий захід. І, на жаль, маємо іншу недобру нагоду, яка сталася вчора, коли судочинство України вчергове проявило свою, краще би була бездіяльність, але насправді ми маємо те, що маємо, і це вже не перший випадок, коли українські суди діють як каральні органи, і я думаю, що ми всі тут небайдужі, а також люди, які є зараз з нами на віддаленому зв'язку, повинні однозначно пам'ятати про те, що ми не збудуємо цю державу без судової реформи. Тому Україні судову реформу, Стерненко і всім полоненим, українським політполоненим свободу. Дякую вам за цю можливість. І тепер я готова переходити до основної теми.
Прошу.
Отже, 3 вересня 2015 року біля берегів Туреччини потонуло щонайменше 12 сирійців, які намагались дістати з берегів Греції. Фотографія одного з них, маленького сирійського хлопчика, облетіла весь світ і обурила громадськості різних країн. 17 жовтня 2020 року всі передовиці основних ЗМІ облетіла ще одна жахлива новина. В околицях Парижа знайдено чоловіка з відрізаною головою. Вбивцею виявився вихідець з Росії, мусульманин, який таким чином помстився своєму викладачу зі школи за те, що він показував на уроках фотографії, карикатури на пророка Мухаммеда. Я думаю, що і ви, і я саме так часто сприймаємо тему переміщення людей в світі через призму ось таких новин. Ними часто маніпулюють і користуються політики різного штибу, дуже часто правого спрямування. Знаєте, саме через такі речі населення країн, які є призначеннями для мігрантів, сприймають їх, особливо в перший час після переселення, приймають їх складно. Тут виникають різні питання від втрати національної самобутності і аж до, власне, таких питань тероризму. Відповідні настрої, знову ж таки, активно експлуатуються, тому ми про них часто чуємо. Такі страхи є штучно створеними і дуже маніпулятивними. Адже міграція 21 століття, вона дуже суттєво відрізняється від міграції навіть 20 століття. Тому що великий прогрес в транспортних засобах, в засобах зв'язку дали нам можливість говорити про тимчасову міграцію, коли люди приїжджають з однієї країни в іншу на нетривалий час, працюють в цій країні, але зберігають сім'ї, родину і контакти в своїй рідній державі. Далі мої колеги багато говоритимуть про цифри, про статистику. Я скажу коротко. Кількість працездатного населення України невпинно скорочується і за рахунок низької народжуваності, і за рахунок того, що в нас середній статистично тривалість життя є нижчою, аніж в країнах Заходу. Окрім того, в Україні є висока міграція, тобто ми багато мігруємо в інші держави. В нас залишається перед нами з таким зменшуваним населенням ті самі ризики, які і були. Тобто нам потрібно захищати таку саму територію від зовнішнього агресора, якою є Російська Федерація. І ви, я думаю, розумієте, що підстав вважати, що ця країна зменшить свої апетити по відношенню до України, немає зараз. Ми повинні забезпечувати ту саму інфраструктуру за відсутності, за зменшенням кількості працездатних людей в країні. Залучення трудових мігрантів з інших країн однозначно повинно бути контрольованим і виваженим, безперечно. Я хочу зупинитись також на тому, про що рідше говорять в ЗМІ. В країнах, які мають багаторічний досвід прийому та інтеграції мігрантів, формується так званий капітал різмаїтості. Тобто ці країни відкриті, вони легше інкорпорують і приймають людей різного штибу, не тільки мігрантів. Я хочу звернути вашу увагу, і можливо ми про це деколи забуваємо, але ми живемо в дуже відкритому світі зараз. І якщо з'їдена летюча миша за багато тисяч кілометрів від нас вже через 2 місяці вбиває громадян нашої країни, то це означає, що світ став дуже маленьким. Що нам дасть міграція? Ми можемо реально допомогти нашому соціально-культурному обміну з іншими державами. В нас з'явиться шанс краще толерувати населення інших держав, а також люди, які приїжджатимуть в Україну, вестимуть звідси нашу культуру, нашу віру. Так, дякую за увагу.
Наступним ми запрошуємо промовця від команди опозиції, пані Мілену Комар. Нас чутно, пані Мілена?
Дякую, пане голово. Якщо мене чути, я б рада теж подякувати за позицію колегам, які сьогодні зібралися, і ми солідарні з тим, що висловила Оленка. Якщо можна, ми теж перейдемо, власне, до теми дебатів. Шановний голово, секретар, любі колеги з команди пропозиції, аудиторія. Дякуємо за можливість, власне, представити позицію трішки протилежну до озвученої теми. Ми вважаємо, що залучення трудових мігрантів з інших країн до України є ненадійною і мало прогнозованою пропозицією як для української держави, як інституційного суб'єкта, так і для українського суспільства, як носія певних усталених норм і практик. Ми дякуємо пропозиції за можливість піддати прицільній оцінці таку ідею, тому що спершу, направду, ми самі були готові повірити у те, що трудові мігранти стануть рушієм економічного, соціального, культурного поступу для України. Проте холодний розум змушує нас розглянути такі об'єктивні факти, як, по-перше, мені здається, якби я попросила молодих батьків у цій аудиторії підрахувати, скільки вони витрачають на маленьку дитину, напевно, для декого б ця цифра стала навіть лякаючою. Оленко Ябчанка з команди пропозиції, ви самі є мамою і можете підтвердити мої слова. У чистому вигляді оплата навчання, медичного обслуговування, оформлення документів тощо є нічим іншим, аніж витратами на інтеграцію дитини до суспільства. Такі самі витрати несе держава, яка залучає трудових мігрантів та намагається їх інтегрувати до суспільства. Іншими словами, Україна має виділити гроші на впровадження та підтримку міграційних політик. Вивчивши стратегічний план, немає і не передбачається. По-друге, інтеграція у суспільство потребує фундаментальної роботи із упередженнями українців і комунікаційної кампанії для зменшення мови ненависті, яка часто використовується щодо мігрантів в Україні, а також викорінення образливих, а місцями дискримінаційних стигм та практик в українському суспільстві. До того ж, запуск та імплементація таких соціальних змін у суспільстві вимагає десятиліття. На жаль, такий горизонт планування в нашій традиції уявити складно. По-третє, для України, яка все ж є молодою демократією на роздоріжжі між європейським курсом і східним сусідом, який намагається повернути нас до середньовіччя, питання стійкості державності – це питання існування інституційної суб'єктності загалом. Ми дивимося на питання цілісно і особи мігрантів як людей мусимо констатувати, що вони є носіями певних політичних настроїв, які можуть бути деструктивними для України. Ну і по-четверте, було б наївним вважати, що Україна є так званим final destination для тих, хто вирішив шукати кращої долі, життя і роботи. Нам хотілося б вірити у те, що приваблення трудових мігрантів не закінчиться тим, що Україна стане транзитною зоною для них до країн ЄС. Завершуючи, ми загострюємо увагу колег з пропозиції, що самі трудові мігранти як явище направду є цікавим компонентом для посилення спроможності української економіки. Ба більше ми щиро віримо та поділяємо ті позитивні характеристики, якими ви їх наділяєте, але якщо соціальні виміри даної ідеї в Україні, то фінансове навантаження на Україну, також соціальні виміри у вигляді незрілості нашої політичної системи, разом із нестійкою державністю та ризиками стати транзитною зоною, ми рекомендуємо розглядати цю ідею як таку, що, напевно, варто відкинути наразі. Дякую.
Дякуємо, пані Мілено. Запрошуємо наступну промовцю від команди пропозиції, пані Надію Корчак.
Вітаю, шановний пане голово, пані секретарю, колеги, команда опозиції, а також шановна аудиторія. Я хотіла з вами
поговорити дещо про цифри. Як нам відомо, з 1991 року в Україні відбулося катастрофічне скорочення народжуваності. Наше суспільство перейшло на нову репродуктивну модель, яка характеризується зміщенням календаря народжуваності у більш старші вікові групи, а також зменшення кількості дітей, які в нас народжуються. Скоро ми дійдемо до того, що на одного народженого буде 2 померлих. Якщо взяти кілька минулих років, то в нас 10 жінок народжують 13 дітей. Для того, щоб стабілізувати народжуваність, нам слід, щоб народжувалося 21-22 дитини. Також наша нація в цілому старіє. Зараз в нас є 24% населення віком від 60 років, а до 15 років тільки 15%. Ця диспропорція, вона викликає багато економічних та соціальних проблем, з якими нам слід боротися. Якщо розглянути демографічний прогноз, то приблизно у 2050 році у нас буде 32-35 мільйонів населення, це разом з Кримом та Донбасом. Ситуація, направду, є доволі загрозливою. Експерти впевнені, що Україна може швидко зіткнутися з такими проблемами, як проблема браку робочих рук. Але нічого дивного в цьому немає, адже, як ми знаємо, вся європейська спільнота пройшла через таку проблему. Наприклад, Польща у 2004-2005 роках вона прийняла рішення залучати трудових мігрантів, і для цього вони обрали тільки 6 країн. Зокрема, це були Україна, Білорусь, Молдова, Вірменія, Грузія та Росія. Європейські країни, вони відкривають свої ринки праці для українців, а також громадян інших країн для того, щоб громадяни там просто залишалися. Одна із категорій, яку вони залучають активно, це є студенти. Тобто молоді люди, які мають шанс знайти хорошу роботу, а також це є люди репродуктивного віку, які вплинуть на рівень народжуваності в даних країнах. Також трудові мігранти, вони покриють дефіцит фахівців рідкісних професій та кваліфікацій. Вони спонукатимуть до продуктивнішої діяльності працівників за рахунок конкуренції. Незважаючи на той факт, що багато українців хочуть працювати за кордоном, іноземці також не проти працювати в Україні. В кадровому порталі HeadHunter Україна опубліковано інформацію про те, що є кандидати готові для того, щоб працювати в Україні, наприклад, з Білорусі, Казахстану, Киргизстану та Узбекистану. Як показав аналіз бази резюме HHUI, більш активну позицію в питанні пошуку роботи з релокацією в Україні виявляють кандидати з більш значним досвідом роботи, а також більше згідні на переїзд кандидати-чоловіки. Що стосується галузей, найцікавішими є сфери IT, маркетингу, виробництва та продаж. Україні слід приймати досвід залучення трудових мігрантів, але слід це робити з розумом, щоб сюди не пішла навала людей. Тобто має бути селективна міграційна політика. Нам слід сформувати певні пропозиції про зміни в законодавстві, зокрема використання бальної системи, щоб оцінювати досвід, освіту, вік та володіння мовою потенційних мігрантів. Я б хотіла поділитися ще одним кейсом. Іммігрантки з Молдови, жінки 35 років, яка приїхала в Україну в 20 років. Наразі вона офіційно працевлаштована молодшою медичною сестрою в медичному закладі. Вона працює на мінімальній зарплаті та отримує щомісяця премію. Виховує 4 прекрасних діток, які прекрасно володіють українською мовою, і в них абсолютно не виникло жодних проблем з інтеграцією в українське суспільство.
Пані Надія, дякую вам. Запрошуємо наступного промовця від команди опозиції, пані Олену Бідовниць.
Вельмишановний пане голово, шановна пропозиція і також шановні учасники наших дебатів. Ми щиро вдячні вам за ваші аргументи і, власне, хотіли б що сказати наступне. У нашої держави з року в рік зростають видатки, які, власне, перевищують доходи. Додаємо до цієї ситуації ще війну, яка триває вже 8-й рік. Ну і, власне, очевидно, не збирається зупинятися. І ми бачимо, звісно, що розвиваються імміграційні політики. Так, утім, стратегія є до 2025 року, а плану дій немає. Тобто декларативно все існує, утім на ділі насправді нічого немає. І питання, де взяти кошти на це. Нагадаю вам також про наш пілотний проект внутрішньо переміщених осіб, який триває вже 8-й рік. Наскільки успішно ми його виконуємо? Яка кількість людей із цих, яких є 1,5 мільйону, забезпечені помешканням, робочими місцями? Наскільки вони себе відчувають дійсно такою частиною, про яку дбає Україна? Це про гроші. Власне, це десь те, що є дуже наземним і сущним. Друге, подумаємо про самих іммігрантів. Кілька днів тому я була в Києві ще по роботі і в одному кіоску купувала печиво, яке називається «Очі негра». На моє запитання, чи ви не вважаєте це дискримінаційно, а вони сказали, напевно, це негра. Так, що означає просто чорний. Утім, все ж таки наголос, який ставиться молодою особою в столиці країни, все ж таки свідчить про певні настрої. Історія індійця, який замерз в автобусі, так, через те, що він приїхав сюди працювати і він не знайшов відповідних умов. Історія суїциду студентки з Нігерії, яка торік закінчила життя через, власне, також вважається і несприйняття в суспільстві. Чи різноманітні інші маніпуляції, скажімо, журналістів, які зображали темношкірих студентів як мавп. Чи наше суспільство готове до цього? Вважається, що потрібне десятиліття, щоб замінити певний стереотип іншим, власне, тим, який допоможе сприймати інших людей. Третє. Державність. 8-й рік війна. І ми не можемо сказати, що ті люди, які приїжджають сюди і на яких наша держава дивиться так з півока, чи вони не є агентами, шпигунами, і відповідно для того, щоб навіть це пропильнувати, потрібні фахівці також в СБУ. Чи в нас є кошти на це? Знову ж, невідомо. Власне, нам відомо, просто ми, напевно, не хочемо дуже про це говорити. І останнє. Вже, як сказала моя колега Мілена, Україна є цією так званою транзитною зоною між Європейським Союзом та Російською Федерацією. Зараз ми знаємо, що одна з найбільших проблем, яка існує в Україні, разом із судовою системою, це корупція. І купити громадянство, власне, не є настільки складно, ми пізніше, власне, також і почуємо кейси про це. Відповідно, купуючи громадянство, стаючи повноправним громадянином України, також має мігрант змогу отримати і закордонний паспорт, і таким чином і перейти далі. І, власне, Україна є як вхідними воротами в Європейський Союз. Отже, знову ж, ми не є такою небезпечною зоною для Європейського Союзу. Тому ми також маємо пам'ятати, що окрім того, що приїжджають мігранти, так як вже було сказано, вони дуже легко піддаються дезінформації, що також є легко їх віє, і вони можуть робити не дуже правильні вибори. Думайте. Дякую.
Дякую вам, пані Олено. Запрошуємо до слова наступного промовця від команди пропозицій, пана Тараса Вишинського.
Всім доброго дня, вельмишановний голово, вельмишановний секретар, шановні експерти наші, дорога аудиторія. Прозвучало декілька таких тез, які мене дивують, тому що це, якщо на мою думку, можете з цим не погоджуватися, звичайно, але це є чистої води ксенофобія, якийсь такий шовінізм. Мілена говорила такі, що через десятиліття нам це не потрібно зараз розглядати, це питання віддалених якихось процесів, але це є неминуче, тому що вони все одно до нас будуть їхати, ці мігранти. Хочу вам нагадати таку річ, через яку, в принципі, в Україні почалася війна, яку тут також багато згадували, через те, що наш колишній президент Янукович не підписав угоду з Європейським Союзом. Відповідно, яку ми вже потім підписали, і в цій угоді є зміни до законодавства України, і трудове міграційне законодавство там є не виключенням. І наші міграційні норми мусять бути підтягнуті під норми Європейського Союзу. Це є неминуче, тому ми мусимо приймати трудових мігрантів. Враховуючи, який вони роблять економічний скачок, нам зроблять, тому що нам наших мігрантів буде дуже важко повернути найближчим часом, тому що економіка не виросте в нас ні за рік, ні за два, це так само 5-10 років, а цю прогалину, яка є в робочих руках, мусить хтось заповнити. І трудові мігранти з інших країн, які готові сюди їхати і працювати, це є прекрасний варіант виходу з ситуації. Так само, знову згадуючи війну, на яку тут тему багато говорять, хочу вам нагадати, хто був першими героями Небесної Сотні. Це були люди не українці, це був вірмянин і громадянин Білорусі. В армії є цілі батальйони не українців, які воюють на нашій стороні, які тут жили, приїхали сюди відповідно працювати, і вони вже тут живуть. Так само, згадуючи слова Мілени про інтеграцію дітей, які до нас приїжджають, що там моя колега Оленка згадувала, несе якісь витрати, потім перейшли чомусь на державу, я не зрозумів того скачка, звичайно. Але потрібно згадати, що інтеграція самих вже готових до нас спеціалістів, ми не тратимо грошей на їхню освіту, але найбільшим плюсом, на мою думку, в цій всій ситуації є, що вони не будуть нести навантаження на пенсійний фонд нашої держави. Тобто держава Україна їм не повинна буде виплачувати пенсії, якщо вони, звичайно, не отримують згодом громадянство, на що вони, в принципі, мають право. Оленка згадувала там переміщених осіб, але переміщені особи – це в Україні, тобто це українці, перед якими держава має певні зобов'язання. Мова йде зараз за трудову міграцію, які йдуть до нас ззовні, в принципі, це є добровільний приїзд їх сюди. Так само вам хочу, напевно, тут є багато людей зі Львова, які орієнтуються, в принципі, в наших справах місцевих. В нас є такий прекрасний, не концерн, скажімо так, декілька ресторанів, власником якого є, називається ресторан, власником якого є громадянин Вірменії. І він же давно сюди приїхав, і він створив, там декілька закладів, це більше, ніж 100 робочих місць, відповідно, які додальше генерують доходи наших громадян. І ще дуже важливим моментом є в цій всій ситуації, що нам потрібно не тільки піднімати економіку, щоб наші громадяни не виїжджали, а залишалися тут. Нам потрібно проводити роз'яснювальну роботу серед населення, тому що, звичайно, що побутує така думка, що в нас все погано і потрібно їхати, і ти цих людей не переконаєш аж ніяк, що в нас тут все добре. Навіть якщо у нас тут буде все добре, є категорія людей, яка буде все рівно розказувати, що в нас все погано. Тому це дуже важливо провести таку роз'яснювальну роботу, що все-таки ми маємо бути господарями і пробувати жити тут. Але це нам не повинно мішати залучати трудових мігрантів з інших країн.
Я дякую вам, пане Тарасе. Запрошуємо наступного промовця з команди опозиції, пані Анну Турчиновську.
Дякую, колеги, дякую, пане голово, дякую команду пропозиції за всі ваші аргументи і вітаю вас, шановні гості і учасники нашої конференції. Я дозволю собі на початок пожартувати трошки, мабуть, всі помічають, що щось не так та з моєю рукою, як є в доброму жарті, йшов, впав, прокинувся гіпс, я йшла, думала про мігрантів, потрібні вони в Україні чи не потрібні, впала, не будемо уточнювати як, і такий гіпс. Перепрошую, власне, за мої жарти. Зараз я хочу перейти до конкретних аргументів. Я дякую ще раз команді пропозиції за їхні аргументи і хочу почати з того, що не можу не погодитись, до прикладу, з вашим аргументом про те, що мігрантів і процес залучення мігрантів в Україну потрібно обов'язково контролювати. Але не все тут так просто і хочу, власне, зараз звернутися до таких ваших найважливіших тез. Ви називали їх достатньо багато, але на деякі з них ми маємо свою відповідь і хочемо сказати, чому не варто, власне, так робити. Ви говорили про те, що у нас скорочення населення і у нас немає працездатного віку. У той час у нас дуже велике безробіття. І за час пандемії це безробіття ще більше зростає. Зараз, за даними, ми маємо 1,7 мільйонів безробітних людей, які є працездатного віку і можуть працювати. Наступна моя цифра – це про те, що Кабмін має план, як залучати робочі місця, людей, власне, де створювати ці робочі місця. І насправді, за їхніми даними, найбільші сфери, у які вони хочуть залучати, власне, і створювати там робочі місця – це будівництво доріг та транспортної інфраструктури, сфера благоустрою, розвиток сільського господарства і так далі. Чи не здається вам, колеги, що це ті сфери, власне, на які найчастіше до нас приїжджають трудові мігранти, власне, можливо, через яких ми не можемо запропонувати нашим ж українцям певну роботу. Тут моя колега вже згадувала про внутрішньо переміщених осіб, які, власне, мають дуже низький рівень життя і не можуть, власне, знайти собі правильної роботи. Наступна ваша теза була про те, що у нас скорочується демографія. І справді так, я як соціолог можу це точно підтвердити, що у нас скорочується населення, але хочу тут зауважити, що здебільшого люди, які сюди приїжджають, вони можуть не приїжджати зі своїми сім'ями. Вони навпаки можуть спонсорувати і фінансувати свої сім'ї, які живуть за кордоном. Тим більше ви згадували, що здебільшого чоловіки готові приїжджати до нас на заробітки. І у нас, на жаль, немає в Україні цифр про те, скільки грошей ми віддаємо в інші країни за рахунок тих, що тут працюють трудові мігранти, але в Україні ця цифра становить 8,5% до нашого ВВП. Наші трудові мігранти повертають в Україну. Тобто ми можемо припустити, що цифри будуть здебільшого, власне, схожими. На ваш аргумент про те, що ми як українці багато мігруємо і переїжджаємо в інші країни, у нас справді велика кількість, майже 5,5 мільйонів трудових мігрантів в інших країнах. Я дозволю собі тут не відповідати і залишу цю відповідь своїй колезі, яка буде підсумовувати, власне, усі наші аргументи. Тому я пропоную задуматись над цим, чи готові, власне, ми настільки відкривати двері і чи це на часі зараз для нас. Наостанок скажу, що ви згадували також про те, що європейські країни відкривають свої двері для мігрантів. Чи можемо, власне, ми дозволити собі робити те, що роблять зараз розвинені європейські країни, які мають стійку державну позицію, якої, на жаль, у нас, як в українців, поки що достатньо немає. Дякую дуже.
Я вам дякую, пані Анно. Запрошуємо останнього промовця від команди пропозиції, пані Юлію Сороку.
Шановний пане голово, шановні колеги з опозиції, шановні учасники конференції. Мені випала нагода сьогодні закривати дебати зі сторони пропозиції. Ви мали нагоду почути дві такі різні точки зору на цю проблему, а мені після потужних аргументів колег по команді залишається лише підсумувати сьогоднішні дебати. Як колеги вже говорили, Україна переживає відчутний відтік своїх жителів за кордон, які виїжджають туди працювати в пошуках кращого життя. При цьому вони забирають з собою інтелект, знання, вміння і досвід. Ми втрачаємо кращих і при цьому не маємо ким їх замінити. І трудова імміграція може стати виходом у цьому випадку, адже залучаючи зовнішніх спеціалістів у ті галузі, які цього потребують, ми будемо, по-перше, стимулювати економіку і, по-друге, конкуренцію в робочому середовищі. Звісно, ми маємо дбати про українське працездатне населення в першу чергу, і це дійсно має бути наш пріоритет, однак це довгий процес, не на день, два чи навіть місяць. Ті спеціалісти, які приїжджатимуть до України, вони вже мають необхідну кваліфікацію і хоч завтра готові приступити до роботи. Тому тут переваги насправді очевидні, адже ми ще й економимо на підготовці спеціалістів. Крім того, колеги згадували, що українська нація старіє через певні історичні події і демографічну політику. Населення пенсійного віку лише збільшується і навантаження на пенсійний фонд відповідно. І трудові іммігранти могли б вирішити одразу дві проблеми. По-перше, якщо ми будемо запрошувати молодих висококваліфікованих спеціалістів, ми можемо очікувати, що вони залишаться в Україні, будуть створювати тут свої сім'ї, відповідно покращувати демографічну ситуацію. При цьому, по-друге, ми не будемо зобов'язані виплачувати їм пенсії, таким чином будемо економити на цих витратах і не допустимо колапсу пенсійної системи через брак коштів. Звісно, що імміграційна політика має бути виваженою, аби запобігти негативним впливам. Однак досвід зарубіжних країн показує, що можна виставити абсолютно чіткі критерії для залучення зовнішніх спеціалістів, регулювати їх кількість і галузі, куди вони залучаються, і вибрати, наприклад, сфери, де є найбільша потреба у спеціалістах, і залучати їх на ті місця, які не може зайняти місцеве населення. Тобто ні про які відбирання робочих місць взагалі не йде мова, оскільки ці робочі місця не заповнені з самого початку. Тому Україна може скористатися такою практикою, тим більше опитування показують, що громадяни в першу чергу країн пострадянського простору, наприклад, Білорусі, готові вирішити до нас працювати, а маючи спільну історію, культуру і традиції, їм буде набагато легше адаптуватися, і процес інтеграції буде простішим. І таким чином все веде до того, що нам потрібні зовнішні трудові іммігранти. Якщо ми хочемо бути успішними, якщо ми хочемо бути процвітаючою державою, і якщо ми хочемо бути економічно сильними, ми повинні лобіювати такі зміни на найвищому рівні. Тому ще раз дякую і сподіваюся, що ми таки змогли вас переконати.
Я вам дякую, пані Юлія. Запрошуємо до слова останнього промовця від команди опозиції, пані Катерину Вікторенкову.
Пане голово, шановне товариство, щиро дякую вам за дійсно цікаву дискусію. Ваші аргументи цілком відповідають сучасним трендам міграційних політик, і з ними дуже складно не погодитися. Але, перше, з одного боку, ми живемо в країні, яка не має фінансової стабільності і в якої досі триває війна за незалежність. З іншого боку, ми маємо мігрантів, для яких не існує потужних міграційних програм, для яких Україна не самоціль, а транзитна зона, у яких не вимагається знання мови та розуміння політичного контексту при отриманні громадянства. Чи не здається вам, шановне товариство, що така ситуація і така безвідповідальна міграційна політика нашої держави – це бомба уповільненої дії, яку ми самі собі підкладаємо під і так несталу нашу державність? Друге. Нагадаю слова президента України після інаугураційної промови про повернення своїх громадян. Нас 65 мільйонів.
Запрошувати зовнішніх мігрантів будемо. Але перш за все, ми мусимо створювати такі державні політики і такі державні програми, які направлені на те, щоб не виїжджали громадяни України і поверталися громадяни України. Поки що ми з вами маємо вибір, хто приїде на наші території. Але скоро ми такого вибору мати не будемо. Тож давайте не гаяти часу і мобілізувати всі наші ресурси, людські і фінансові, для того, щоб створювати програми, для того, щоб не виїжджали свої і поверталися свої. Дякую.
Я дякую вам, пані Катерино. Зараз у обох команд буде можливість задати запитання своїм колегам. Ми попросимо команди на протязі 1 хвилини підготувати питання. Я попрошу шановного секретаря засікти час. Також, поки наші команди готують запитання, я нагадаю нам, що згідно нашого регламенту, на запитання у команди буде 1 хвилина, на відповідь у колег буде 2 хвилини. Після цього ми проведемо повторне голосування і порівняємо наші результати з початком дебатів. Якщо нам дозволить час по регламенту, ми заслухаємо питання з аудиторії, якщо такі будуть, а також нашого шановного експерта, якщо нам дозволить час.
Пане голово, а ми хотіли запитання.
Шановні колеги, час вичерпано. 1 хвилина. Команда пропозиції, я прошу ваше питання озвучити.
Шановна команда опозиції, ми вам дуже дякуємо. Ви боролись. Хочу задати вам запитання, бо у вас справді було багато аргументів проти приїзду. Дуже часто звучало просто мігрантів, хоча насправді ми говорили про трудових мігрантів. Озвучте, будь ласка, 3 реальних проекти або ідеї, як нам відновити баланс не до тої кількості працездатного населення, якого нам зараз бракує. І тим більше ми з вами, як колеги по групі, були в пана Глібовицького на парі, де він нам показував наш демографічний прогноз, що з нами буде відбуватись через 15 років. Ці діти вже ніколи не народяться, бо ми не маємо машини часу. Як ми будемо діяти далі? Дякую.
Дякую вам. Команда опозиції, будь ласка, відповідайте.
Шановна пані Оленко і ваша команда, яку ви представляєте. Отже, перш за все, хотілося б сказати дуже дякую, що ви пригадали пана Євгена Глібовицького, тому що ми також опирались на його дослідження. Перш за все, ми хочемо сказати, власне, таку, ну, скажімо, як епіграф. Можуть діти народжуватися. Утім, чи це не буде загрозою, як, наприклад, в Німеччині, коли народжуються діти турків і, відповідно, роблять, інкапсулюються, і вони не інтегруються в суспільство. Відповідно, чи це не є загрозою для України, коли будуть народжуватися діти трудових мігрантів, я висловлюся вже правильно, і вони не будуть інтегровані в наше суспільство. Отже, те, що ми можемо практично запропонувати, звісно, те, що пропонується для інтеграції, так? Створення робочих місць, відповідно, створення відповідної зарплати, відповідного конкурентного ринку, щоб наші спеціалісти, наші інтелектуали не виїжджали. Бо якщо поїдуть медики, також більшість за кордон, де їм запропонують кращі місця, тоді хто залишиться тут, і відповідно, кого ми будемо лікувати, і ким ми будемо лікувати. Другий момент, звісно, це створювати відповідний фон і плавно створювати ці правильні стереотипи, щоб суспільство було готове прийняти трудових мігрантів, оскільки ми хочемо сказати, що ми не проти їх, ми говоримо просто, що це є не на часі. І третій основний проект все ж таки це перемогти. І тоді, коли ми переможемо і в нас буде наша дійсно така стабільна державність, тоді вже буде легше говорити про тих, хто буде до нас приїжджати. Дякую.
Я дякую команді пропозиції за питання, команді опозиції за відповідь. Будь ласка, команда опозиції, ваше запитання до колег.
Дякую, колеги, за ваше запитання. Ми хочемо поставити також вам питання. Ви згадували у своїх промовах про те, що ми називаємо, це певні ксенофобські настрої, та у нас, тобто всі ці історії, про які ми говоримо, це суцільна ксенофобія. Але я знову повернусь до того, що я соціолог, і я можу вам зараз сказати цифрами, і, власне, хочу вас про це спитати. Чи знаєте ви, які справді у нас рівень ксенофобії серед українців до інших меншин, зокрема до тих, які найчастіше до нас приїжджають як трудові мігранти? Якщо ні, я можу вам розказати, а якщо ви знаєте, то віддайте, будь ласка, відповідь на питання, як ви плануєте боротися з цією ксенофобією, зменшувати рівень, власне, такого ставлення нашого суспільства до трудових мігрантів, щоб трудовим мігрантам в цей момент зараз вже в Україні жилося добре, відповідно, як і українському населенню також. Дякую.
Дякую за запитання. Команда пропозиції, я прошу відповідати. Я нагадаю, що у команди мають можливість відхилити запитання, якщо вважають, що не можуть на них відповісти. Команда пропозиції вирішила відповідати на запитання. Будь ласка,
дякую. Ми маємо цю відповідь, точніше як, ми маємо проект дій, тому що дякую, Гануся, за це питання. І я пам'ятаю, нам Мілена показувала дослідження по ксенофобії. Звісно, я цифр не пам'ятаю, але там не все в порядку. Ви знаєте, я повернусь до судів, якщо ви мені дозволите. З ними теж не все в порядку, і ми можемо з цим змиритися і так залишити. І ще багато людей сяде на 7, і 8, і 12 років. І так само залишити питання ксенофобії. Ми можемо просто прийняти факт, що ми досить ксенофобське суспільство, нехай так і буде. І давайте ми закриємось від інших національностей і будемо в своїй ксенофобії жити. Це не шлях. Я вже згадувала в своїй промові, коли ми тільки починали, про цю diversity. Країни, які давно відкрили свої кордони для мігрантів, трудових і не тільки. Вони навчились жити і співіснувати з цими людьми. Так, те, що ви говорите про дітей, які народжуються в сім'ях з іншими національностями, це знов те, про що я згадувала. Це вершина айсбергу. Ми про це багато чуємо. Цією інформацією багато маніпулюють, що ці діти не інтегровані. Я думаю, кожен з вас був в якійсь з країн Заходу і бачив, як на одному дитячому майданчику бавляться діти з різним кольором шкіри, кучерями на голові або, не знаю, там ще іншими ознаками різних націй. Ми тільки на цьому шляху, якщо ми будемо закритою державою, в яку не будуть приїжджати і люди інших національностей, то в нас далі будуть... Я не хочу називати те, як ми називаємо людей з інших національностей, не хочу опускатись до рівня нашого східного сусіда. Тому так, це шлях. Ми повинні його почати для того, щоб через умовних 20 rokів мій син, якому зараз 2, нормально сприймав свого умовного майбутнього 22-річного там одногрупника, який має, не знаю, коріння киргизстанське, нехай. Дякую.
Я дякую вам. Зараз ми проведемо повторне голосування, яке буде визначити аргументованість позиції наших команд, позиції команди пропозиції або опозиції. Я прошу підняти картки про.
Прошу підняти зелені картки. 2, 3, 4, 5. Дякую.
Я прошу підняти червоні картки. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Хтось один утримався чи вийшов? українців, міграція навіть відбулася під час дебатів нашого.
Що ж, ми всі бачимо результат на фліпчарті. Тепер ми пропонуємо заслухати експерта нашого запрошеного. Я прошу.
Вітаю шановних колег, вітаю учасників сьогоднішніх дебатів. Насправді мені було дуже цікаво. Я визнаю, я вперше на події такого типу, тобто доводилось брати участь в різних масштабних заходах, але якраз на таких от дебатах я вперше, мені дуже сподобалося. Позитивно вражена. Я так розумію, всі хвилюються, так само, як і я. Що я хочу сказати? Я тут записувала буквально всі ваші тези, я записувала всі ваші за і проти. І, знаєте, я готова перейти це по кожному. І зараз, знаєте, я себе відчувала на такому місці, коли були аргументи проти, я собі думала зразу в голові, як можна сказати, що можна відповісти на це. Коли були аргументи за, я теж собі в голові думала, що можна відповісти на це. І так сиділа, просто підстрибувала на тому кріслі. Я розумію, що часу є обмаль, так. Що я первинно зразу скажу свою думку, з якою я прийшла сюди. Моя позиція є така, що залучення трудових ресурсів зовні, тобто імміграція робочої сили на сьогоднішній день, тобто в тих умовах, в яких ми сьогодні знаходимося, особливо в тій ситуації, в якій є в нас ринок праці в умовах ковід, коли в нас повертаються частково трудові мігранти з Європи, і коли в нас скорочуються робочі місця у зв'язку в певних секторах економіки, сьогодні говорити про залучення додаткових трудових ресурсів – це є насправді велике навантаження на наш ринок праці. Ну, про це не говорила, але я хотіла би про це сказати. Так? Справді аргументи про те, що важливий демографічний є вплив, про те, що до 2050 року в Україні залишиться лише 35 мільйонів населення, це є потужний аргумент. Його зараз наводить дуже часто Організація Об'єднаних Націй, проводячи всі міграційні форуми. Але й водночас є дуже інший важливий аргумент, про який сказали ви, я дуже вам дякую. Насправді тут трохи сміялися з цієї позиції, коли сказав президент, що ми повернемо українців. Але політика повернення українців, українських мігрантів, української діаспори до України насправді розглядається як один із альтернативних заходів чи засобів для того, щоб збільшувати кількість населення і, власне, щоб ця імміграція для нас вона була корисною. Тому що коли ми залучаємо трудові ресурси зовні, тут знову ж таки я мушу погодитися з вашими аргументами, коли ви говорили про ксенофобію. Теж хороший аргумент, що ми не можемо скласти руки, сісти і сказати, ксенофобія, вона, з нею треба боротися, так роблять інші. Так, але скажіть мені, будь ласка, чи сьогодні впоралася Європа з ксенофобськими настроями? Що сталося з політикою мультикультуралізму, наприклад, в Європі? Наскільки вона виявилася ефективною? Що відбувалося в Сполучених Штатах Америки? Наприклад, чому таку велику підтримку... Тобто, я зараз не буду в деталі входити. Тобто, тут є дуже складне питання ксенофобії. Звісно, до ксенофобії треба до цього питання треба підходити, його треба змінювати риторику суспільства. Але це, знову ж таки, я погоджуюся з вашою позицією, це може не відбутися так швидко, воно відбувається повільно. Якщо ми, наприклад, подивимося сьогодні на динаміку індексу Боградуса, який показує якраз ксенофобські настрої, то після революції, після Майдану, воно знову пішло вверх. Тут важливі нам не скільки показники, скільки нам важлива динаміка. До Майдану в нас десь в кінці 90-х, на початку 2000-х цей індекс спадав. Тобто в нас починалося взаєморозуміння мультикультурне в українському суспільстві. І якраз після Майдану він знову почав зростати. Тобто тут треба бути дуже обережними з такими кроками. Далі. Мігранти, хочу сказати ті аргументи, які мені дуже сподобалися. Витрати на інтеграцію. Так, справді, було б добре, якби ще були наведені цифри, тобто Європа сьогодні докладає великих зусиль і фінансових коштів на витрати йдуть на інтеграцію. Так само щодо того, що мігранти є носії політичних настроїв. Це теж мені сподобався дуже аргумент. Сподобався мені аргумент про те, що Україна є транзитною зоною до Європейського Союзу. Насправді воно зараз так є. Ми бачимо це, скажімо, аналізуючи іноземних студентів, які приїжджають до нас на навчання, і потім, закінчуючи тут вищі навчальні заклади, вони в'їдуть до Європи. Це ми говоримо про кваліфіковані трудові ресурси, які б нам в Україні були б дуже актуальні. На жаль, є ось така реальність. Знову ж таки, чому ми будемо транзитною зоною? Тому що ми не можемо виграти цю боротьбу за трудові ресурси, тому що у нас рівень заробітної плати є в рази нижчий, ніж в дуже близькій сусідній Європі. Тому навіть якщо ми будемо залучати зовні трудові ресурси, вони будуть до нас приїжджати, і потім з часом вони будуть виїжджати геть. Тобто, якщо ми не доведемо рівень економіки до такого стану, щоб різниця у рівнях заробітних плат між Україною і сусідніми з нами держави, я маю на увазі той самий Євросоюз, вона буде незначною, тоді ми можемо говорити про якісь такі довготриваліші речі. Видатки на перевищення. Де взяти... Зараз, хвильку, я ще хочу подивитися. Які ще аргументи мені дуже-дуже сподобалися. Тут був аргумент... 2 хвилини. Отже, знаєте, я за браком часу я не встигаю всього сказати, але насправді, підводячи риску, мені сподобалося, ви молодці. І я думаю, що після завершення заходу я ще зможу з вами в такій неформальній обстановці поговорити про ваші аргументи. Дякую дуже.
На завершення хочемо привітати команду опозиції з перемогою, тому що у нас є результати. Подякувати обом командам і пропозиції, і опозиції за ці чудові дебати, які у нас сьогодні відбулись. Дякую вам, колеги.
Ну, а я в свою чергу хочу подякувати за цей однозначно найбільш інтерактивний і енергетичний такий момент у всій програмі цієї 4-денної конференції. Я направду хочу щиро подякувати за підготовку студентів, учасників дебатів. Ту частину, яку я бачила, я насправді насолоджувалася і енергією, яка від вас йшла, і глибиною аргументації ваших позицій, тому отримала сама велике задоволення. І хочу щиро подякувати пані Ірині за підготовку і за чудову модерацію цих дебатів, цієї дискусії. Насправді, це ще раз той момент, який довів, наскільки міжособистісне спілкування є важливим у процесі рефлексії, здобуття розуміння якихось речей і особистісного росту. Тому що другий день поспіль ми зазвичай спілкуємося з вічком камери, і оце відчуття браку обміну енергією, поглядом відбувається на якомусь просто фізичному рівні. Тому направду щиро дякую за те, що ви додали цього життя нашій сьогоднішній конференції. Щиро дякую. Thank you very much, dear participants. So now we have about 10 minutes break, and we will be back at 7 p.m. Kyiv time, 6 p.m. Rome time, and 12 o'clock sharp Washington time to continue with the interview by Anatolii Babynskyi that will provide a path to a better future by Pope Francis that Austen Ivereigh had an experience to gain in a conversation with Pope Francis. So I invite everybody to stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes And thank you for being with us at this part of the most interactive, actually, session during our conference. I wish that you all had this feeling of liveness, vividness of the discussion, and really lived energy that we all had in our audience. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Дякую.
Welcome to the Ukrainian Catholic University, aka UKU. As a student here, you'll be able to be in a room such as this one, and where there's plenty of natural light, there are plenty of storage places, there's a refrigerator, and probably the best feature of all is the bathroom with a shower. This is the elevator, which is very convenient. So now we're heading to the cafeteria, which is located in the academic building right here. This is our beautiful cafeteria right here. And so here you can eat as little as you want to as much as you want. So many options to choose from. Always a great variety. The staff here they're very friendly, and again, you will never be hungry at this place. And after you're done eating, if you're still hungry, you can go to one of our 2 cafes here on campus. So you can go there if you want some coffee or tea, or if you want some sweets. When the weather's nice outside, you can go and eat outside in this seating area, which is absolutely wonderful. Just relaxing. It's wonderful staying here. The campus is really, really beautiful, and it's very, very modern. And the people are very friendly here. It's a very inviting atmosphere. And the other thing is that almost everyone has like an intermediate level of the English language. So if you don't understand something, you can always ask one of the people walking by you, which is really, really wonderful. And the next place that we'll go to is the Metropolitan Andriy Sheptytsky Center, which is, as I like to say, the masterpiece, the most beautiful building on campus. And this is where you will likely have your Ukrainian language classes. And additionally, there are 2 terraces here and plenty of study areas. And as you walk on the inside, on the right side, we have the second cafe, and to the right of that, we have the college store. And as you can see, this is a nice, wonderful, open, inviting area. And this window wall right in front of us, it overlooks the Strejski Park, which is one of the largest and most beautiful parks here in Lviv. And so here on the left is the library. It's located on numerous floors. And we're gonna go right now to the classroom. And this is the classroom where all of the learning happens. And we will interrupt them, and we will say hi to the wonderful Ukrainian language teachers right here. And the great Pani Mariana. And this room is wonderful. Look at it, it's very large and very spacious. And these wonderful lecturers right here are working on the textbooks, which is absolutely wonderful. From which I am working, in fact. And so yes, this is our wonderful, wonderful classroom. we'll go up to the 4th floor, which is a popular study area. Colors, like everything's open. It kind of like creates a desire inside of you to study. And to the left right here, there's a nice little comfortable seating area. As you can see, the students look very comfortable. All right, having an awesome time. Now we'll go out to the beautiful terrace right here. And look at it. When the weather is nice outside right here, you can grab a book, do your homework, just sit right here and enjoy the wonderful view. And to the left here is the Strejski Park. Right in front of us is the Collegium where you will be living. In front, directly in front, to the right of the Collegium is the wonderful church here on campus. As you can see, it's just very relaxing out here and you can just sit here for hours, enjoying your book or whatever it may be. It is relaxing here, isn't it? It's just so nice up here. Now we will go to the 2nd floor where there's another terrace, another beautiful terrace. And again, just look at this wonderful modern area right here. It's the 2nd floor of the library, and right there are more classrooms. And we'll go out here to the wonderful terrace. As you can see, to the right there are students discussing life, pondering life, or discussing their studies, their future. And right here, as you can see again, it's another magnificent view right here. And there are plenty of seating areas right here. And the beautiful colors that they chose, a nice white color and a nice, like a light green color. It's absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, just look at the architecture of this building. It's just like mind-boggling how someone could come up with such a beautiful building. So additionally, here,
Dear speakers, dear participants, we are continuing with our conference. And we have a very enlightening panel ahead of us, which is an interview with Mr. Austen Ivereigh, Catholic writer, journalist, and commentator, that will be conducted by our colleague, Anatolii Babynskyi, research fellow at the Institute of Church History of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Pane Anatolii, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to be a moderator of this panel. Today we have a presentation of the book, but also an interview. The book is very fascinating. I read it in two evenings. This is a very personal book because Pope shares with us with his own experiences and his stories from his life, which most of us never heard before. But this book, at the same time, is very practical. He not only shares with us his vision of the better future, but also gives us several practical proposals how we can reach out this better future. And it is a great honor to have here Austen Ivereigh, who was like a co-author of this book, because book was written in conversation with Austen Ivereigh. And Austen Ivereigh is a well-known journalist and a commentator. And he is also a fellow in the contemporary church history at the Campion Hall, which was founded by the Society of Jesus at Oxford University. His doctoral thesis has a title, Catholicism and Politics in Argentina, an interpretation with special reference to the period 1930 and 1960. That's why when Cardinal Jorge Maria Bergoglio was elected as a pope, Austen Ivereigh was one of the few experts who could explain what happened and who is this Archbishop from Buenos Aires. Naturally, he became a biographer of Pope Francis and has written already 2 biographies of the Pope. The first one is the Great Reformer, Francis and the Making of a Radical Pope. And the second one is Wounded Shepherd, Pope Francis and his struggle to convert the Catholic Church. This book, Let Us Dream, was launched not so long ago, like 3 months ago in December, and it was launched simultaneously in 3 languages, in Spanish, English, and in a few days in German. So let's start our conversation. My first question is more personal, maybe, because in the postscript to the book, you describe the circumstances in which the idea to write a book emerged, namely the unscheduled Urbi et Orbi message of the Pope delivered on March 27, 2020. We will probably remember for a lifetime that lonely figure in St. Peter's Square. Did the Pope share with you his thoughts and feelings of this moment? How had he personally experienced it? And what about you?
Thanks, Anatolii. It's very good to be with you all. I'm sorry that Ukrainian isn't one of my languages. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you about this remarkable book. Thanks for that first great question. The book came about because, in many ways, of that Urbi et Orbi address, which led me to ask him a series of questions for an interview, which was then published at Easter. And it just seemed to me obvious that he was living the crisis, the pandemic, at a very deep level, that he was a bit like Moses guiding, the people of God through the dark night, showing them the horizon and understanding the forces that were at play in the crisis. And it seemed to me really that no leader, even though every leader in the world has been saying this crisis will change us, and most people have an idea that the world after the COVID crisis should be a better one, it seemed to me that Francis was really the only leader of the world who would help understand the process of change, why it is, in other words, that we change in response to a crisis, and why sometimes we don't. In other words, to put this in theological language, Francis could help us to receive the grace that is on offer to us, from a merciful God at this time. So I was very aware that he was living this at a very deep level. I didn't ask him specifically about his feelings in the Urbi et Orbi. I know that in the days leading up to it, he was struggling a lot with bronchitis. He also, I think, had a sense of being overwhelmed, like most of us were. This was March, and we were, really beginning that lockdown process in Europe. And I think there was a kind of a breakthrough. March the 27th was the moment, in a way, where he sees through the dark night. He sees through to the horizon beyond. And I think when I proposed to him the book, which was after Easter, it was actually about May, I felt by then he was really beginning to have a very strong vision of where we were going. And so I think I asked him if he would consider doing this book with me just at the right moment.
Thank you, Austen. So let's dig a little bit into that theme of crisis, because this is the main theme of the book. Pope Francis has spoken about the crisis on different occasions now, including the meeting with the Curia representatives on the New Year's Eve. Surely it is not the only Pope who speaks about the crisis. The newly elected President of the United States, in his inaugural speech, has also spoken of the crisis of our era. I dare to say that the whole world is now talking about the crisis, including Ukraine. But does everyone mean the same thing as Pope Francis? The Pope speaks of the crisis as of the opportunity. It may surprise many people today. What crisis does Pope mean?
Well, I think a crisis has a general meaning available to everybody. which is when, if you like, the old mechanisms that we used to rely on no longer work. So there is, the Jesuits talk about the grace of interruption. So it's when our life's course is interrupted. Be triggered by, in our own lives, it can be triggered by, for example, a terrible illness or a death in the family, or we're made unemployed, or there is something which knocks us off course. And the grace of the interruption is that precisely because we can no longer rely on what we were relying on, there is the potential that we become more open to other ways of thinking and acting. And this is why in the religious life, in the spiritual life, people will often turn to the church, turn to priests, turn to spiritual directors in moments of personal crisis. And there is a chance for them to reevaluate their lives. And I use the word reevaluate in its proper meaning to say, to reassess the values around which we had organized our life. And what is a value? A value is the thing that we believe that is important, the thing that we believe is worth working for. It is the thing we give priority to. So we often find in a crisis that we're able to review our life and look at our values and see that what we have valued isn't often the thing that really has value. So in that sense, there is a grace, there is an opportunity in a crisis. And I think, Francis and Let Us Dream has many, many thoughts about politics and economics and society, but it is above all offering spiritual leadership. Francis is a spiritual leader. He sees this crisis in spiritual terms. And what he means by the crisis that reveals other crises is that it is a moment of unveiling. It's a moment of apocalypse, to use a very biblical word, where things are revealed that we have not wanted to see. So he says at the beginning of the book that a crisis sifts us, it tests us. It's a bit like in the refiner's fire. We are tested. And when we are tested, it reveals where our heart is. Yeah. And he says, in a crisis, you can't pretend. In normal life, you can put on a smile, you can, put on a face and act, and you can survive. But in a crisis, you have to choose. And so that's what why crises are useful, even though they're very painful, even though there is a lot of suffering involved. They are useful because they allow us to reassess the values on which we had relied. So a lot of the book is helping us to discern through this crisis how we have organized our society and how the Lord, how the Holy Spirit is speaking to us through what this crisis has revealed. And in learning to understand where God is and where God is not, we are then better able to construct a different and better future.
Thank you. And one more general question about the book, because in the first chapter, the Pope gives an exhaustive picture of the modern world. His vision is a view from the satellite, while many of us see a more cropped picture than Pope sees. We have a saying in Ukrainian, every soldier sees the war from his trench. The Pope's horizon is vast, but at the same time, he doesn't slip into abstractions, being at one of the world's most influential positions. At the same time, he is able to look at the world through the eyes of the homeless person. I was very impressed by the story of Cartoneros. I guess he has had more opportunities to be close to the marginalized in Argentina, but how is it possible now? How does he manage to see a balanced situation as one of the global leaders and as a man living on society's margins?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the questions I put to him, and just to explain, by the way, that this book was put together mostly by me sending him questions, and he would record his thoughts, and I was sent an audio file. So he was responding to my questions, although also a large part of the book comes from documents and articles that he shared with me. So, but fundamentally, particularly in that first part, I was asking him, what is it that he is seeing? He He is the Pope. He has a unique position. He has a unique experience. What at the moment is he seeing? So the first part, the book is constructed on a well-known dynamic of what's called see, judge, act. It's a well-known dynamic in Latin America. It's the process really of how we discern God in history in a particular moment. And you begin by looking, and how you look is important. You look with the eyes of the disciple. You look with the eyes of the good shepherd. In other words, you try and look as if God is looking at the earth. And what is God seeing? Where does Jesus go? He goes, as you know from the gospel, he avoids the big cities. He doesn't go to the center of power. He stays around the villages and the towns of Galilee, and he's drawn to the margins, to places of pain and of suffering. Now, Francis is convinced, and this is at the heart of his thinking, that the periphery, the margins, the periphery is the place from which you see more clearly. So it is a privileged position. You have a broader perspective from the periphery, as you were just saying, partly because the center, the dynamic here is the center versus the periphery. Every center creates a periphery, and it is in the nature of the center to want to close in on itself and to wish to preserve. And so there is a kind of a blindness that comes from being in the center. You end up in a kind of a bubble. So Francis is teaching us in this first part to go to the periphery. And he talks about the refugee camps. He talks about the abandoned elderly. He talks about persecuted peoples. He goes to various places and he says, look at what this crisis is revealing about the homeless, about how we have organized things. Because he's convinced that it's from the periphery that change comes, that the dynamism of history is when the center opens up to the periphery, often because it's forced to or it has to. So it's about resisting the temptation to close in on ourselves, which is a natural reaction in any situation of crisis, of suffering, of pain. And partly, you look out on the world at the moment and you look at this pandemic, and it's easy to be overwhelmed. It's easy to say, what can I do? And so the temptation is to close in on ourselves, to say, I can't do anything. I'll just watch another Netflix film or something. Francis is saying that's a temptation we must avoid, because the grace of this is that if we open our hearts and minds and we look and we allow this pain and this suffering to speak to us, to affect us, to move us, then it opens our hearts and minds, and we naturally are more likely to turn to God. We're more likely to say, how do we respond to this? And somehow in asking that question, you throw yourself, if you like, on God. In asking that question, we create the space for new answers, for new possibilities. The book is called Let Us Dream, and the dream language of the Bible is not dream as in a fantasy, but the place where God, the Holy Spirit, the angel, is able to speak to you, whether it's the prophet or whether it's Joseph, whether it's a warning or an invitation. But it's the place where God can speak to us, where, as it were, our defenses are down and we have a new openness to new possibilities. So that's where I think he's asking us to go to the margins. And how does he do it? Well, because he has that focus. I mean, he just is that way. He is very, very attentive to the peripheries, and he tells lots of stories in the first part. I mean, his contacts are phenomenal, but also, he's on the phone, he receives information from bishops, from people, his connections are extraordinary, and he knows probably better than anybody else at this moment how the poorest are living this crisis, and it's that is informing his own prayer, his own discernment, and his own insights in Let Us Dream.
Thank you. Fratelli tutti. Pope Francis speaks of brotherhood, also mentioning equality and freedom. Of course, he is not the first to use these words, but he is probably the first pope to use this tripartite motto of French Revolution so clearly. It is known from history that many popes were quite cautious about this. Could you put this in a broader historical context and also explain the Pope's understanding of this concept and why he turned so directly to this slogan?
Well, I'm not sure that I agree that he's the first pope to talk about the three slogans of the French Revolution. I mean, most popes, at least modern popes, understand that modernity is to a large extent defined or has been shaped by the French revolutionary aspiration to those three things: liberty, equality, and fraternity. And it's Francis's thesis, but he's not the only one to have said it. Previous popes have said it. I think John Paul said it, and certainly it's been said by Catholic leaders, that modernity is lopsided, that there has been a tremendous emphasis on both liberty and equality. But the third element of fraternity has been lost. So in other words, liberty and equality have been at the expense of fraternity. And the problem with if you take away fraternity from liberty and equality, then you end up with a freedom which can become oppressive because it becomes all about individual sovereignty. Or you get an equality which ignores diversity and culture and wants to reduce everybody to the same. So for Francis, this is about the rebalancing of modernity. So that's why he wanted in Fratelli Tutti to speak about fraternity. In many ways, even though Fratelli Tutti is the second social encyclical, I believe Fratelli Tutti is really the third part of a triptych of teachings. You remember back in 2013, Evangelii Gaudium, which was about our relationship ultimately with our Creator and the Church, but it was about our relationship with the Creator. Laudato Si in 2015 was about our relationship with creation. And now Fratelli Tutti is about our relationship with our fellow creatures. So these are the three vital relationships which he has sought as Pope to regenerate, if I can use that word, to revitalize. And so I think Fratelli Tutti forms part also of that kind of triptych. But I think to address modernity in the way he has, I don't think that's unique. I think the Second Vatican Council sought to look at modernity and to sift out, to discern what was good, what was bad, what was of God, what was not of God. And of course, in every quest for liberty and equality and indeed fraternity, there is an expression of human dignity. So in that sense, these are good aspirations. But of course, they can go wrong, if they are not properly channeled or checked. And so I think his concern has been to assist the modern world and to say, and that really is the big thesis of Let Us Dream, particularly in part 3, to say that actually, rather than organizing our society around the myth of the sovereign autonomous individual, we should be trying to reorganize life according to the principle of fraternity. And fraternity stems from the recognition of a shared dignity, which we all have by virtue of being children of God. There is also a shared vulnerability. We are here in relationship, we serve each other, and that no society can be happy when there is a large part of that society which is excluded from the goods of the earth, which lacks dignity. So the call in Fratelli Tutti, and Let Us Dream is in many ways a personal commentary on Fratelli Tutti, is a call to put fraternity at the heart of our thinking.
Thank you. I mentioned that maybe the Pope Francis was first who used that motto because when I followed the discussion after the Pope launched the encyclical Fratelli Tutti, and there was a discussion in Lumen Christi Institute in the USA, and as far as I remember, Russell Hittinger, who is a well-known historian of social doctrine of the Church, I think he mentioned first that maybe Pope Francis is the first one who used that motto so clearly. Maybe I'm not right. So thank you for your answer. The first part of the book is about vision, what we see and how we see. Sometimes it seems that the Pope gives Ignatian spiritual exercises to the world, namely the first principle and foundations, when one has to rethink what are the most and less important matters in life. Sometimes he speaks as a spiritual ophthalmologist and makes a diagnosis for modern society, existential myopia or short-sightedness. It seems to me that we can understand this myopia as educational, cultural, and spiritual poverty. Can you go deeper into this and explain to us what medicine does he propose for our healing?
I think that's a very, I like your metaphor very much of a spiritual ophthalmologist helping to correct our sight or correct our vision, because it is, to use a theological language, there is a hermeneutical question. I mean, when you look out at the world, when you look at television or newspapers, or what do you see? What do you focus on? What do we choose to look at is the hermeneutical question. So to go back to what I said earlier, the invitation of Francis, the invitation indeed of the spiritual exercises, is to look at the world with the eyes of, however you want to put it, the heart of the good shepherd, the eyes of the missionary disciple, but the follower of Christ, the one who has chosen to look at the world with that kind of love and that kind of compassion. So that's the invitation way. But I really like what you say also about Francis being a kind of spiritual director, and it's an analogy that I've used in the past myself, that it's almost as if he's leading humanity on a kind of Ignatian retreat. And it's important here to understand his role, because, a spiritual director doesn't bring about the change in the person, right? It's God, it's the Holy Spirit, it's the contact that we have with the Lord that changes us. The spiritual director is there to facilitate that process, to enable it, to create the space. The spiritual director has the wisdom to be able to warn us against, false paths or temptations or obstacles which close us off to the operation of grace. So in that sense, Francis is in this book, in a way, being an old-fashioned spiritual director. And so what is the invitation, and what is the medicine, to use the language of your question? Well, the medicine is, or the question is, how do we enable God to enter our story, to enter history, to enter this moment, this crisis? So it's the challenge that I articulated earlier. How do we take advantage of what is the opportunity of this crisis to open ourselves in a new way to what God is trying to tell us? And, Francis says at the beginning, in a very, I think, very powerful way, he says, we are invited to be co-creators of the world. God doesn't create the world and hand it to us and say, look, there you are, get on with it. We are invited by him. That is the great nobility, the thrilling adventure, if you like, of being human, is that we are, to some extent, of course, in a very humble way, but we are participants in the act of creation. And to some extent, creation has this process always of destruction and recreation. I mean, we can see that in nature, death, life, things pass, things change. And we have great calamities. And he talks in the beginning of the book about Genesis. He talks about the flood, and that in the flood, there is a Noah's Ark. There is a Noah's Ark waiting to take us to a different kind of a future in which things look different. The world after Noah's Ark was differently organized from the world before the flood society. That there is a learning there. And so the invitation, Francis is making is, if you like, for us to get on that ark, to use that metaphor, and to be open to this new possibility, to be open to this new future, and to help to build it, to become therefore collaborators in God's project. So that's really the invitation. Is at an individual level, when we go on a retreat, we are asking, how can I better let God direct my life? How can I hear what God is asking of me at this time? And that's really what Francis is doing at the level of humanity in this book. And this is the first book, by the way, ever written by a pope in response to a particular crisis in humanity. So it's a rather special, unique moment, actually, where he's and the way we constructed it, the way it's written, I don't appear in the book, except at the end to explain why. There is no question and answer. It's Francis speaking in the book very, very directly to the reader. And it's as if he's sitting down next to you. It's as if he's by your side, and almost inviting you, come on, let us dream, let us enter this moment and listen to what God is asking of us. And, I'm here to help you do that. And that's why I think makes it a very special book, because it opens us to the medicine that God himself is seeking to offer us.
Thank you. Let's turn to judge. Almost the entire second chapter of the book is devoted to methodology of finding answers to difficult questions humanity and the church are facing. I mean discernment concept. The Pope also touched hot button topic of the internal tension within the Catholic Church on different issues. The first question is whether the Pope considers this tension normal, is it an opportunity, or is it rather destructive? The problem is that we are living in a digital world, and thanks to social media, these tensions are spreading around the globe without any barriers. And the second question is about the ability of the Pope's methodology to solve complex issues. On the one hand, some believe that everything is already discerned. All we need to do is to open the right page in the right book, and that's it. On the other hand, some believe that discernment is an endless process. The Pope says that the approach of those who are allergic to uncertainty and want to reduce everything to black and white cannot create a better future. On the other hand, the process of discernment must end up with a result, and here the other group will not be very happy. How do you understand this?
Yeah, so the invitation in part 2, as you say, is to discern. And discernment in the Ignatian tradition in which Francis is using it means to try to understand what is of God and what is seeking to counteract the action of God. So wherever we have the action of the Spirit, we have this countervailing attempt to undermine it. Saint Ignatius said that there are three. When we're in the life of the Spirit, there are three. Some, of course, are just simply us and our rational mind. But then what comes in from the outside can be of God, or it can be the opposite. So Francis is teaching us in part 2 to learn to discern. And he teaches us to recognize the signs of the Spirit. The Spirit gives hope. The Spirit encourages. The Spirit opens us up. Whereas the bad spirit will often want to close us down, make us more rigid, will want to make us fearful and anxious. So he sees very much at the moment this testing going on, and he's giving many examples of how we can use discernment, particularly discerning the signs of the times, to look at what's happening around us in this crisis and say, well, where is the Spirit speaking to us? Where is God inviting us? And what is the opposite doing? What is seeking to dehumanize us versus what is seeking to humanize us? So this is discernment. Now he enters into, and I invited him in part 2 to enter into the whole question of how we live with and resolve conflict and tension. Now, this is a very big theme for Francis. It's a big theme for all of us in the contemporary world for the reasons, Anatolii, that you said, that we live in a post-truth era, an era of identity politics, an era of tribalism, of post-truth, where, our communications environment is incredibly fractious, is very tense, is very conflict-ridden. And in Fratelli Tutti, Francis talks about the loss of civility, the loss of, if you like, a kind of common language by which we can learn to speak with each other and disagree with each other. So a large part of part 2 is about how, and this is where I think Francis has a great genius, because he's dedicated much of his life to this, intellectually and in practice, to the whole question of holding together conflicts and disagreements and tensions in such a way that we create space for the Holy Spirit to open up to us a new way of thinking which transcends, which goes beyond the polarities of our thinking. Now, this involves being able to live to some extent with conflict, to be able to live in tension, which is the capacity of all great leaders. The capacity of all leaders, in a way, is to be able to endure that tension, not to be frightened by it, not to run away from it. So there are two temptations in this. One is to fuel the polarization so that you enter into a cycle of polarization where you say your view and my view are incompatible, and we engage in a kind of a struggle of power to see who will win out. So that's, if you like, the way of polarization. That's how the bad spirit is acting. But the good spirit is asking us to say, yes, fine, we have disagreements. We look at things differently, but we can walk together in our disagreement, understanding each other, opening ourselves to the other. And in doing so, we don't change our view, and we're not trying to impose our view or convince anybody else, but we understand and we respect those differences. And holding those in tension, we then allow the Holy Spirit to create something new. So this is, and he uses the metaphor of overflow, desborde in Spanish, that the signs of the action of the Holy Spirit, often in situations of conflict and tension, is this kind of overflow or breakthrough, we could also say, where it's almost like the waters break out of the boundaries of that were confining our thinking. So it's not like A or B is right, but there is a C which somehow subsumes and carries forward the best of both of those views. So his conviction is that this is how the Holy Spirit acts. This is the sign of the action of the Holy Spirit. And in the last part of the book, in the last part of the second part of the book, I invited him to reflect on the synods in Rome as a practical or institutional expression of this dynamic of group discernment, holding together disagreements. And it's very, very interesting. I mean, some of the most important and interesting pages of Let Us Dream are him reflecting on the synods. And, the thing that I suppose really strikes you when you read those pages is that the Pope, in a way, one thinks of the Pope as being a very sort of powerful person who's a sort of absolute monarch, but really the Pope it's the Holy Spirit that's in charge of the church, and the Pope has to be obedient to the Spirit. So when he sees there is this overflow, that the Spirit is leading us in this particular direction, then, Francis will move very decisively in that direction, will take the church in that direction. But conversely, where there isn't that overflow, where positions become more polarized and embedded, then he will say, well, the Holy Spirit is not inviting us to make that change, so we're not going to make that change. And he explains this in relationship to the synods, Family Synod and to the Amazonian Synod. So I think what we have in part two is the Pope, the world's preeminent spiritual leader, teaching us how in all of our institutions, whether we're the church or a university or a family, how we can enable or allow disagreements to become not the source of conflict and polarization, but rather fertile, in other words, fruitful, how they can enable us but for that, there is a certain amount of faith that is needed. And that's why he says the enemy of this, what prevents it, is rigidity, is ideology, is black and white thinking. Because as soon as we retreat into our own rigid ways of thinking, we are closing ourselves off from the action of the Spirit.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the third part. We see how important the principle of integrity is for the Pope. He proposes integrity instead of selective morality of ideology. The Pope notes that abortion or euthanasia are as immoral as polluted rivers, because in a broader context, pollution is the cause of death and suffering of millions of people. He puts the poor, the unborn, and migrants, in short, all those who have no voice in this world, on the same level. And I totally agree, because the 3-year-old Syrian boy lying dead on a Turkish shores and unborn child are both children. This allows us to better understand his way of thinking, and at the same time, that approach makes the Pope a target to all those who disagree with such an integral vision. Here again, there is a tension. Many people in the church and outside the church believe that, for example, abortion and migration belong to different spheres and have other priorities. How does he address this? And how can we put together our fractured picture of reality, where economy, education, culture, and religion are separated, and thus create an integral vision of human development?
Wow, that's a very big question. So I think I'm not sure that he's doing a calculation which says that, you know, a certain amount of deaths result from both of these things, therefore they're both bad. What he's saying is that in the Christian vision, in the gospel understanding, we cannot talk about, you know, preeminent issues. We cannot say that, you know, this is more important than you know, preeminent values, because they're all preeminent. In other words, whatever reflects human dignity or tramples on human dignity is a moral issue. And now, of course, people can decide for pragmatic political purposes, you know, to focus on one issue rather than another, to prioritize, you know, the environment over abortion, or the other way around, or more likely abortion over the environment. But when they're doing that, they're applying ideological or cultural political criteria, which, as I say, is legitimate, you know, in a kind of political campaign or something. But what Francis is saying is that we cannot simply reduce the gospel to saying, you know, this is important, well, this is much less important. And he has this rather startling analogy, you're right, between, on the one hand, you know, abortion, and on the other hand, the destruction of the rainforest. Why are those two things both a moral question? Because they both reflect a lack of respect for what is a gift of God, right? So in other words, creation and we are all gifts of God, and that we have to impose limits on our behavior in order to respect what is of God. So if you treat the environment in a particular way, if you don't care, you know, that there is deforestation and environmental destruction, then you have the same instrumental kind of attitude that says, well, actually, you know, the unborn life is less important than people's adult lives. You're creating hierarchies which simply contradict the gospel. So that's his point on that. And I think it's very important. You know, he does get criticized a lot by particularly the right wing in America, who have been very much caught up in a Republican Party family values, pro-life. That's been their focus. And, you know, the Pope has come along and said, no, you know, you have to care about migrants, you have to care about the environment, you have to care about the death penalty. You know, these things are equally matters of the gospel. And the reaction from many of them has often been furious. It reminds me, and it's interesting that some of the accusations, because Francis reminds us of the importance of these other moral issues, which are part of the same moral framework, he's accused then of caring less about the other issue, you know. So, you know, Francis says we need to care about the environment, and they say, well, you don't care about abortion. But of course he cares about abortion. It reminds me a little bit of the mother, the fond mother who buys her son 2 ties, you know, for his birthday. And the next time he sees her, he's wearing one of the ties. And she says, so you don't like the other tie? You know, it's a zero-sum thinking. No, we have to have an integral understanding of our faith. That's what people find compelling and captivating. People are not attracted to an ideologically reduced version of our faith, which sadly many ideologues offer. And I think there's an important lesson there for us in how we communicate our faith to the world. But the second part of your question is, how can we have a kind of integral faith? Well, of course, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to care about, you know, so many things at the same time. And yet, if you look at the great sort of saints, you look at holy people, you find that they do have this, ability to care on many, many different levels about many, many different things, because it's who they are. And once we enter into, the mindset of the mind of Christ, the outlook of the Good Shepherd, then all these things become important, and they have to be.
Thank you. I like the phrase of Neil Gooch from his blog on the Catholic Herald, that John Paul II reminded us what we believe, Benedict told us why, and Francis insists that we put it into action. The third part of the book is about action, and it relates with one of our big questions of our conference, what we owe each other ethically. Pope Francis focuses a lot on the questions of politics and economy. He is critical both to neoliberal and populist approaches, and invites us to think about 3 big L's: land, lodgings, and labor, which should be put at the center of our actions in economy and politics to adapt these spheres to the needs of people and creation. He gives us ethical guidance and principles which can help us promote integral human development. Most people would agree with him, but would say that his vision is utopian. What does he think about such discouragement?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure that I agree that it's possible to reduce the 3 popes in the way that Niall Gooch does, because I think Francis, John Paul II and Benedict both called for action, and Francis is a wonderful teacher of the faith. And so I think we can't sort of separate these things. But it is true that Francis is somebody who profoundly believes that who we are and what we do must reflect our faith. Saint Ignatius said that love is known more in actions than in words, and that is true. Jesus says, does he not, to his disciples, listen to what the Pharisees say, don't do as they do. What we do is the thing that most reveals where our heart is. Francis certainly believes that we have the opportunity in this crisis to rethink so much of our priorities, particularly on the economy. So just to be very brief about it, what the economy we now need, and I think this crisis has helped us to see that, is an economy that gives everybody access to the goods of the earth, which is part of Catholic social teaching, that we all have a right to those basic goods. And above all, work. Work is become a huge problem because of the technological developments and the way that our labor market has changed in the last few years. So the question of access to work. So how do we have an economy which gives people access to work, which at the same time is not obsessed with growth to the point where we damage the planet? Now, that's the kind of thinking which many economists actually at the moment have been talking about, and he talks in the book about the thinking of some of these economists. So I don't think in that sense Francis is utopian, because he's part of a movement of thought which is calling for us to reevaluate our economic organization. Now, to have that kind of economy, or to bring about that kind of economy, we need a different kind of politics. And hence Francis's rejection of, if you like, the 2 basic choices on offer in the West, which is a kind of liberal individualist technocratic approach, or on the other hand, a nationalist populist approach, neither of which actually creates space for themselves to be part of the change that they are calling for. So Francis's concern is how we have a politics that gives people agency, that allows people access to the goods, and he uses these 3 words, land, labor, and lodging, as a way of focusing our minds on the concrete kind of needs of ordinary people. We all need dignified housing, we need decent work, we need a share in property, if not actual agricultural land, then property, to be able to improve our lot. those should be the priorities of the economy, not simply growth. So I think, you say it's utopian. I think Francis has probably, I would say he's not very optimistic about politics and the current leadership. But I think he has great hope in what he sees as stirring from below, which is a movement of the people, which, as it were, is asking for these things. And in the book, he gives a number of examples of these movements, which are movements of the people awakening to their own dignity. And this is the heart of Francis's understanding of justice and political action, is that, behind, as it were, that movement of people, there is the memory or their dignity from the encounter they had that from the encounter with God, from the experience of the mercy of God. It is that which confers that dignity. And Francis speaks very beautifully, in the end of the book about in Buenos Aires being with
Sorry, there are some technical problems. We can try to reconnect Austen Ivereigh. Can we reconnect him? Okay, we'll wait a little bit. So. Can someone make him a call, or?
We apologize for this breakup. We are waiting for Mr. Ivereigh to reconnect, and we'll continue as soon as he will be able to do so. Just a minute. Thank you.
So unfortunately, he disconnected from our conversation. Maybe he has some problems with internet connection at home. One minute.
Sorry about that. I dropped out. I do apologize. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I'll quickly finish. So I was explaining that this was the heart of Francis's political vision, in a way, is giving a voice or allowing the popular movements to have that agency, because that is an expression of their dignity. And I think he has hope that that is happening in these movements from below.
Thank you. I don't know if we have some questions from the chat. No? Okay. I have another question. There are 3 personal stories of the Pope. One from his student period, another from his studies abroad, and the third one from 1990s when he spent 2 years in Cordoba. Pope Francis called these challenging moments his personal COVIDs. At the same time, these stories are about the role of history in our lives. How can we as humans and as societies learn from our past experience? The Pope gives an example how to reflect on our past to build a better future. It is also very Ignatian. In recent times, we saw two radical types of dealing with the past: glorification and refusal. What is the Pope's approach to history?
Well, he actually has quite a lot to say about that in the book, because one of the questions that came up when we were doing the book was, if you remember, the Black Lives Matter protests in the United States following the killing of George Floyd by police. And part of that Black Lives Matter protest, which Francis saw as a movement of, obviously, of dignity, but he didn't like the pulling down of statues, which the more extreme members of that movement engaged in. And the reason he doesn't like it is that he said, actually, we have to own our past. We can't cancel the past. We have to own the past in all its shame. And, you know, the problem with pulling down statues is that we try to erase the past. We try to create a different kind of a past. So Francis is very conscious of history and the lessons of history. And that is true in all of our lives, that we need to own our lives. We need to take ownership of the shame and our failure, and the poverty and the humility, if you like, of our lives. In all of our lives, there is that, and that we need to take it all up, and God loves us for all of those things, rather than some idealized version of ourselves. And that is true of countries. He doesn't say this, obviously, but I mean, one of the terrible things about the Trump slogan, "Make America Great Again," is that it completely ignores the shame of America's past. Of course, America has a great past, but there is also shame there, just as in Britain, just as in Ukraine. So owning in humility, owning up our lights and our shadows is very important. And the personal COVIDs that he relates follow on from, in the book, the stories that he tells from the Bible of what he calls biblical COVIDs, which are moments where, whether it's St. Paul or King David, where they are dethroned, where they are made powerless, where they have in periods of intense suffering, which leads them to realize their dependence on God, that their true life belongs, in God, rather than around the idols that they had sought to construct. So all these crises ultimately help to teach us, if we are open to them, to depend more on the grace of God and less on the myth of our own power and our own strength. And in accepting our own vulnerability and dependence, we are better able to turn out to other people to serve them rather than to use them.
Thank you. We have a few minutes, and I have the last question, maybe not related to the book, but it's a very interesting question, I think, because Pope Francis is very critical of church institutions and pomp. It is well known that when he was an archbishop in Buenos Aires, he didn't like to visit Rome. It was like a penance for him, as far as I remember. But now he is at the top of the church structure. How does he deal with this turn?
Yeah, I mean, Francis is very much a son of the church, and in many ways a very traditional Catholic, and who loves the institution. I think where he's very critical is of clericalism, a sense of superiority and entitlement that some clergy adopt, which is a corruption of the priesthood. And I think you're right, he dislikes the accoutrement of empire, the imperial monarchic papacy, which is, after all, the fruit of a particular period in history. But there are Catholics who love who are in love with that, with the power aspect of the institutional church, which for Francis is very anti-gospel. For him, the church is a place of service, and the washing of the feet that we do every Easter, Maundy, Thursday is the symbol of how the church serves humanity in love, and that is how the gospel is spread, not through imposition and not through seeking to own or dominate law and culture. And I think therefore he's very much the product of a post-conciliar church, a Latin American church which has always identified with ordinary people. And one of his, I think, great achievements as Pope has been to overcome the distance which the legacy of the imperial papacy has caused between, if you like, the people and the church. So, he's brought the church back into the heart of the people. And there's a kind of, if you like, iconoclasm there. And that has involved tension. It's involved him saying no to things. I think he likes Rome. On the other hand, he sees Rome with all its faults. The Vatican is a very peculiar institution, and it has its shadow side of gossip and rivalry and careerism. And I think he takes all that in his stride, and he seeks to change the culture of the Vatican, to turn it from an institution which tries to dominate into an institution which is facilitating the Pope's mission, which is to serve humanity. And I think he's been very successful in that, because the church that I know, when I go to Rome, the culture now feels very different from how it felt 7 or 8 years ago. And a lot of people comment on this. Culture shift has happened in the church under Francis.
Thank you. We are out of time, and it was a great pleasure to have you with us in our university. Thank you for being with us. And I encourage all of you who watched this session to read the book. And I hope in the near future we will have a Ukrainian translation. So thank you again. Thank you again for being with us.
Anatolii, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pana Anatolii, for such a structured interview. We learned a lot about the book, and I'm sure that we kind of inspired people to know more about this concept and this book by the Pope Francis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to Mr. Ivereigh, but we lost the connection again, but we will have the opportunity to do that. Dear speakers, dear participants, we had quite an extensive day today, but it's not the end of our program. There is still very interesting meeting that is awaiting for us, which is a nightcap organized by our excellent partner, Lviv Lab. Well, the nightcap, for those who are watching us in the countries closer to Eastern European zone, of course, and I'm sure it will be interesting and enriching conversation for those who are watching us from the United States. This is going to be a conversation that will join representatives of business from different countries who will discuss the issue of how the structure of societies influence us human beings. So I highly encourage everybody to visit this nightcap conversation by Lviv Lab that will take place at 9 p.m. Kyiv time, 8 p.m. Rome time, and 2 p.m. Washington time. And thank you very much for being with us today, and we will see you at the nightcap. Thank you.
Та, знаєте, в мене є мрія.
Я мрію, щоб мої однолітки мали бажання залишатись жити і працювати в Україні.
Моєю мрією є стати міжнародним волонтером ООН.
Хочу подібний університет, щоб це був як Український католицький університет, а тільки Український кримсько-татарський університет.
Тихою, невтомною працею любити нашу країну.
Мене звати Нєря Шевкієва, я студентка магістерської програми з медіакомунікацій УКУ. Я не українка, я кримська татарка. Зростала в мусульманській сім'ї. Мабуть, завдяки цим людям, тому що тут твориться така атмосфера, я чула себе більш відкритою світові. Мені дуже-дуже сильно хотілося так само ділитися тим, що є в мені.
Ми надіємося, що кожен, який проживе, провчиться, попрацює у цій обстановці, буде виносити саме цей дух довіри.
Творення отого середовища, в якому панує поряд зі свободою, відповідальність, заклик служити, заклик свідчити. От це поєднання є для мене фантастичним.
Історія цього університету – це велика мрія, яка зростає і реалізується сьогодні. Такий університет хотів започаткувати ще митрополит Андрей Шептицький.
Митрополит Андрей Шептицький домагався цього університету. Свої 2 виступи в австрійському парламенті, 2 рази він туди навідався, і кожного разу він говорив про університет.
Після 18 років ув'язнення та вимушеної еміграції патріарх Йосиф Сліпий засновує Український католицький університет у Римі. Саме у ньому зросли лідери, які після легалізації Української греко-католицької церкви започаткували УКУ в Україні.
Від самого початку університет постав з ідеєю відродження в Україні богослов'я. Разом з цим дуже сильним акцентом, який від початків був, це була історія, осмислення минулого. А далі університет реагував на потреби.
Український католицький університет пропонує вступникам 10 бакалаврських, 17 магістерських і 2 докторських програми. Філософсько-богословський факультет, гуманітарний факультет, факультет наук про здоров'я, факультет суспільних наук, факультет прикладних наук, Львівська бізнес-школа.
Мене звати Анастасія, я студентка першого курсу програми культурології УКУ. Мені дуже подобається камерність університету. Те, що УКУ – це така ще маленька спільнота, яка ще тільки розвивається, але вже досягає дуже великих успіхів.
Університету довіряють. Щораз та частіше він стає майданчиком для співпраці.
Тут у людей зростає почуття гідності і поваги до інших.
Молодь опікується дітьми зі шкіл-інтернатів, налагоджує співпрацю Сходу і Заходу України, їздить до військових та цивільних у зону війни, організовує гуманітарну допомогу для потерпілих, розвиває життя церкви, проводить спортивні змагання, організовує пізнавальні подорожі.
Мене звати Богдан, я навчаюсь на 2-му курсі комп'ютерних наук. Цього року я час від часу допомагав пані Марії з Вадіком, і вони для мене відкрили свого роду новий світ. Тому що раніше до таких людей я ставився з якимось незрозумілим мені страхом і упередженням, але зараз я розумію, що то є така сама людина, як я, яка може багато чого донести і відкрити для мене нового.
Дуже важливі досвіди для молодих людей відбуваються поза аудиторією. Фактично, університет стає тим середовищем, яке постійно молоду людину мобілізує, спонукає, заохочує, відкриває перед нею двері.
Ми розглядаємо студента в центрі як клієнта цього університету, так? І оцей підхід клієнтоцентричний до студента дуже нас підштовхує до того, щоб надавати найкращу якість.
УКУ вже переступив рамки Львова і Галичини. Ми маємо донбаську діаспору майже, маємо Харкова, маємо з Одеси, з різних регіонів. Але дуже важливо, що УКУ збираючи, це знаєте, як магніт цих всіх людей, і одночасно відкриває можливості на цей зовнішній світ.
УКУ розміщений у 3 локаціях Львова: навчальний корпус по вулиці Свінціцького, будинок над озером на вулиці Хуторівка та університетське містечко поблизу Стрийського парку. УКУ також відкриває нові навчальні програми у Київському центрі.
Наш головний стиль – це мислити глобально, а діяти локально.
Доброго дня! Як справа?
Віталій Коваль, випускник Львівської бізнес-школи, засновник аграрної компанії «Толока».
Атмосфера сама в УКУ, вона постійно дає поштовх до того, що ти маєш ділитись. Якщо в тебе щось вільне звільнилося з техніки, дай оголошення, почни обробляти поля інших. Дуже важливо використовувати цей ефект синергії. Якраз ця ідея була покладена в тему моєї дипломної роботи.
Ми, не побоюсь цього слова, багато в чому є агентами змін. Люди беруть приклад з успішних, а успішні – це ті, хто йде органічно по своєму розвитку.
Сотні гостей з цілого світу долучились до святкувань під час подячного тижня. Богослужіння, пізнавальні лекції, дискусії, виставки та презентації витворили простір вдячності і призадуми. Головною подією тижня стало відкриття центру митрополита Андрея Шептицького.
Тут були 2 роки тому, як почали будувати храм. Аж сьогодні мені стерчить волосся на шиї. Побачити, що здійснило таке чудо, я би сказав.
І відчуваю по дусі, що я є свідком того чуда, того заповіту Андрея Шептицького і сліпого. І я на такому піднесенні не вмію словами того сказати.
Одне, що ми казали архітекторам, знаєте, наша естетика є делікатна, філігранова. У нас яєчка помальовані, ми у вишивках. І ви подивіться на цей фасад. Це є відповідь Стефана Беніша на наш дух.
Architectural style, of course, the church is traditional and the center is not, but they form a very nice group together.
Ми бачимо, що простір вільний, тобто люди інтуїтивно читають технологію цієї споруди. Люди відчувають зв'язок між ландшафтом і інтер'єром. Тут є маса терас, несподіваних ракурсів для людей, тобто маса кутків, де людині може бути по-різному, скажімо, формувати різний настрій до навчання. Для української архітектури це є просто непересічна подія.
Our standards, what we would expect, this is a very good quality, very good craftsmanship, and it's better than I expected.
Люди приходять сюди, щоб діти були в гарному середовищі, щоб діти бачили, як має жити спільнота. Це таке місце, насправді, в якому об'єднується навіть те, що часом здається, що воно не має можливості об'єднатися.
Студенти, що мені подобається, дуже позитивні, дуже дбають про Україну. Воно не є тільки прийти і навчитися, і йти створити свою кар'єру.
Складається враження, що навчання – це круто, і це дуже правильний посил. Якраз в Україні цього дуже не вистачає. І мені здається, це будівля номер 1 в Україні свого плану.
Я хочу запросити сюди на сцену пана Константина Джима Темертея, який став головним жертводавцем цього будинку.
People come to me and congratulate me and thank me, but what can be bigger than to know that my name and my wife's name, my family's name, is associated forever with that great Ukrainian saintly man and hero, Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky.
Січень 2020 року. 100 випускників 6 магістерських програм востаннє входять до університету в якості його студентів.
Є вузька галузь, яка мене цікавить, це соціологія з використанням великих даних. Я хотів би присвятити своє життя, хоча б його частинку, саме дослідженню людської поведінки і покращенню деяких процесів соціальних, які зараз відбуваються.
Університет мені насправді дав багато вміння мислити. Вміння бачити в людях добро і вміння зберегти християнські цінності.
Я знаю, як реагувати на людський біль, як допомагати, але при цьому і піклуватись про себе. Це називається фахова соціальна робота.
Я завжди відчував бажання рухатись в академічній траєкторії, але після Майдану, після окупації Криму мене якось викинуло за межі академії. Я брав участь у війні, у революційних подіях. І коли нарешті зміг трохи адаптуватись, вже знайти роботу і стати трохи на ноги, я зрозумів, що тут є університет, який мені видається найкращим в Україні.
Середній бал ЗНО вступників до університету постійно зростає. Це стосується як вже сталих, так і щойно започаткованих програм.
Попереду у нас багато різних наборів бакалаврів справа, але ви завжди залишитеся унікальними, тому що історія, як правило, пам'ятає тільки перших.
50 молодих осіб з 8 регіонів України стали першими студентами бакалаврської програми «Справа».
Через те, що в мене з самого дитинства така загострене почуття справедливості.
У мене тато правник, і я ним дуже пишаюся, я хотіла би бути як він.
Абсолютна більшість цих молодих людей мали можливість навчатися за кошт держави. Але обрали вони приватний університет. Чому?
Це рейтинги, це найвищий рейтинг в Україні.
Тому що УКУ – це є європейські стандарти з християнськими цінностями і етичністю.
Ну і колектив, тобто вчитись з розумними набагато цікавіше.
Адже це досвід, за яким люди їдуть зі всієї країни сюди.
Чи є можлива в Україні правнича освіта європейського зразка? Пошук відповіді на це питання триває.
Зміни в українському суспільстві, які творяться завдяки університету, завдяки студентам, викладачам, випускникам університету, вони є неможливі без зміни правової системи. А змінити правову систему можна лише змінивши юридичну освіту.
Близько половини студентів університету отримують знижки в оплаті за навчання. Тарас Курилко отримує соціальну стипендію.
Така ситуація. Все так не буде. Надіюсь, що буде краще, що вернеться і буде тут.
Батько Тараса на заробітках у Польщі. Мама живе у селі Хватів і працює у ветеринарній аптеці.
В 2014 році тато Тарасів добровольцем пішов на війну. Ну, то для мене був шок, бо я не сподівалася і не думала, він же ж не молодий. Ну, 50 років, то вже, знаєте, але йому було шкода тих молодих хлопців.
Тарас є організатором найбільшої студентської акції «Ніч в УКУ».
Загалом нам вдалося на кожній такій події зібрати близько 150 студентів. І, як на мене, такий досвід такого проєкту показує на те, наскільки активне студентське самоврядування в УКУ, наскільки воно є багатогранним, обширним. І то нам вдалося побачити, що все ж таки скільки багато проєктів існує в університеті і як можуть вони співдіяти разом. І це був дійсно унікальний досвід.
Що це вона за університет, в якому храм займає центральне місце?
Десь, якщо якийсь є важливий екзамен чи якесь практичне заняття, перед яким трохи хвилююся, то це таким стає якимось прибіжищем. Трохи втамувався, приземлився, подякував за ті якісь знання, чи навпаки там поділився переживаннями з Богом, і тоді стає якось легше, стає якось розуміння того, що ти йдеш вже назад за руку з Богом на той екзамен чи на те практичне заняття.
У храмі відбувається постійний процес створення нового. Цього року група митців завершила оздоблення мозаїчного купола церкви Святої Софії Премудрості Божої. Також і в час карантину храм залишається місцем, де зустріч спільноти,
де молитва завжди триває. Карантин ускладнив життя університету, але ненадовго.
І до речі, тобто, як в нас четвер сказали, що карантин, а вже в п'ятницю у нас почалися зум-лекції.
Опитування показало, що 90% навчання в онлайн перевели без втрат.
Почати дистанційне навчання для мене якихось таких технічних моментів у мене не було зовсім проблем. Викладачі на нашій програмі досить швидко відповідають, і з ними можна комунікувати без жодних проблем.
Але насправді дуже багато речей почав набагато краще робити, друкувати англійською. Це дуже круто, тому що приходили на англійську, ми здебільшого говорили, а тут треба дуже багато ще писати домашні завдання.
Абсолютна більшість студентів та викладачів переконані, що навантаження зросло.
Ми хочемо бачити молоду людину, яка буде приходити в 25-му році на свою роботу чи в 30-му році на свою роботу і буде абсолютно готова і професійно, і морально, і етично, і психологічно, і навичково діяти і взаємодіяти в цьому невідомому новому світі. І це є один комплекс задач, перед яким нам вже раніше постав, і лише криза зараз пов'язана з пандемією і з економічною кризою, тільки пришвидшила це думання.
Ще задовго до карантину УКУ інвестував у розвиток онлайн-освіти. Основною базою стала система CMS УКУ. Ще до карантину у ній було 134 онлайн-курси.
Цього року ми запроваджуємо практику навчання на свіжому повітрі. Для цього ми встановили тент, в якому зможе одночасно навчатися до 20 студентів.
Для безпеки студентів та викладачів всі приміщення в університеті переобладнані для того, щоб дотримуватись норм фізичної дистанції. Випускні урочистості бакалаврських програм цього року відбулись онлайн.
Привіт! Радий вітати нас усіх на цьому випускному.
В УКУ я почала думати, не просто транслювати щось почути раніше.
Я провела неймовірну кількість часу в центрі Шептицького, в аудиторії, трапезній.
Випускний у нас виявиться нестандартний. Але кожне нестандартне завдання – також і нестандартний досвід.
1, 2, 3. Звершилося.
Пам'ятаємо, що зараз ковід, так? Правильно. Обнімань немає, є лише легкі жести.
УКУ виправдав і перевершив всі мої очікування. Я коли вступала, я дуже сумнівалася. Мене мама казала, що ти робиш? Ти йдеш з державного університету, де тобі дадуть точно класний диплом, крутий. Я казала, мама, я знаю, що я роблю. Тому що я йшла за класною атмосферою, враженнями, новими цікавими людьми і знайомствами і крутою системою освіти. Взагалі складно визначити найбільш цікавий предмет, але те, що він був найбільш викликаючий, це публічні комунікації. Це про те, як треба говорити, як треба сказати, про те, як треба постійно вчитися і працювати над собою. Це було дуже цікаво випробувати себе в різних ситуаціях. Найкорисніший предмет для мене це стало юридичне письмо, про те, як писати коротко, зрозуміло, чітко і ясно, думати про того, кому ти пишеш. І я зараз, напевно, найбільше ним користуюся в роботі. В майбутньому точно допоможе, тому що нам давали не тільки хард-скіли про те, що таке право, про різні галузі права, про ЮСПЛ. Ми дізнавалися, розширювали свій світогляд і вчилися софт-скілів, зокрема про те, як говорити і писати, а це взагалі просто потрібно. На своїй програмі, можливо, єдине, що було таким невеликою проблемою для нас під час навчання, це те, що у нас завжди мінялися пари, в нас був дуже гнучкий графік, і під нього треба було дуже гнучко підлаштовуватися. А взагалі мені все подобається, насправді. Така тема, яку я писала, це просто вона приводила в шок всіх, коли я говорила. Я писала про штучний інтелект. про правову регламентацію штучного інтелекту і ніколи б, напевно, навіть не знала, що це таке, якби не потрапила в УКУ. Мій курс і уявлення про право взагалі кардинально змінилися і розвернулися з ніг на голову. Це було викликом для мене таку тему обрати для мого наукового керівника і, напевно, для всіх, хто слухав мене на захисті. У нас є юридична клініка в школі права, і завдяки пані Христині Ковсон, її менеджерці, юристи створили гру, комп'ютерну гру про фінансову грамотність і настільну гру, і нам завжди будь-які наші ідеї дозволяли і допомагали реалізувати. Нас 7 аж поїхало в Нідерланди навчатися в Роттердам по програмі Erasmus+. Ми цілий семестр там були, вивчали предмети, які ми самі обирали, і писали паралельно магістерську роботу, і нам дуже-дуже сподобалось. Напевно, я побажала і майбутнім студентам, і викладачам, які тут, продовжувати надихати один одного, мотивувати один одного, працювати, відкривати якісь нові можливості, рухатися в тому ж напрямку, якому насправді тут всі рухаються. Але єдине таке найбільше побажання – не забувати відпочивати. Тому що за дедлайнами ми іноді це забуваємо.
Протягом 4 років ми набираємо найкращих студентів в Україні. Кожного року наші студенти мають найвищий середній бал зі всіх предметів серед всіх вступників по комп'ютерних науках в Україні.
Талановита дослідниця Соломія Леню мала можливість обирати свою майбутню альма-матер з-поміж кількох найкращих університетів світу.
В першу чергу, як мені допомагає університет, то це саме дає цю базу математики, базу програмування.
Разом з командою студентів факультету прикладних наук Соломія здобула 2-е місце на міжнародних змаганнях Microsoft у Варшаві.
Якщо в УКУ займатися тільки академічною діяльністю, то тоді може стати трішки скучно. Нас не перенавантажують тут непотрібними знаннями, і, відповідно, це залишає в нас місце в голові і в часі, в нашому розпорядку для того, щоб вивчати щось інше.
Наш диригент, пані Олена, вона завжди каже, що ми, тобто співці, ми є проповідники, ми цим маємо доносити Слово Боже до людей.
Студентський хор став окрасою святкувань у Філадельфії, де церква піднесла владику Бориса до митрополичого служіння. – 433 випускники бакалаврських та магістерських програм склали свій останній іспит. Участь в урочистостях взяв митрополит Філадельфійський Борис Гудзяк.
До університету я буду, очевидно, далі приїжджати, але він стоїть, він стабільний, він розвивається і, я можу просто сказати, він переростає мене і моє.
Раніше нагороду університету Нотр-Дам одержували президент США Джиммі Картер, свята мати Тереза з Калькутти, засновник спільноти Ларш Ковчег Жан Ваньє. Цього року нагороди удостоєний президент УКУ Борис Гудзяк.
In the face of innumerable challenges, genocide and political oppression, he and his colleagues have made Ukrainian Catholic University a center for cultural thought, Christian witness, and the education of a generation who can bring healing and hope to Ukraine.
Осередком багатьох студентських ініціатив є студентський уряд.
Уряд студентів нашого університету виявив ініціативу, яка була підтримана 9 іншими університетами з різних куточків нашої країни щодо програми студентського обміну.
У нас трохи інше самоврядування, ніж в інших університетів. У нас воно таке більш креативне, бо в нас такі базові потреби забезпечені повністю. Нам нема потреби ходити і бігати, там домовлятися за пралки чи за, я не знаю, там аудиторії, щоб були чисті. І для того, щоб бути активними, ми придумаємо щось інше.
За останні 5 років кількість студентських організацій зросла вдвічі. Сьогодні їх 16.
Ми маємо на меті активізувати, власне, музичне життя спільноти УКУ.
Збір коштів для онкохворих людей через соціальні ініціативи.
Ми допомагаємо бабусям і дідусям, які мешкають в будинках престарілих.
Кожного разу ми складаємо нові оригінальні питання, беремо інформацію з різних книг, з фільмів.
Розвиваємо спортивну культуру університету.
Також займаємося з малозабезпеченими дітьми у світлиці.
До університету вступають щораз то більше студентів зі Сходу та Півдня України. Будівництво нового колегіуму є відповіддю на зростаючу потребу житла для студентів.
Сподіваємося, що новий корпус колегіуму імені Патріарха Йосипа слугуватиме багатьом поколінням українців як місце здобування знання і мудрості та буде пам'яткою нашої церкви на славу Божу та добра Христової церкви українського народу.
Вже у вересні 2020 року в новому колегіумі житимуть близько 300 студентів з різних куточків країни.
Я дуже люблю наше крило через те, що у нас дуже душевно якось завжди виходить.
Найцікавіше – це дивитися на людей, які зі Сходу, і вони знають літературну українську мову, яку вони вивчали в школі. І тут вони приїжджають до нас і чують такі слова, як бульба, і вони такі, якою мовою ви розмовляєте.
Починається дружба, починається таке будування нації.
Для Олега Рязанова УКУ став 4-тим університетом. Вади слуху не дозволили йому надовше затриматися у попередніх.
Можна дуже багато разів переконувати людину з інвалідністю, що вона нічим не відрізняється від решти, але треба бути свідомим ось того, що я можу все, але дещо я роблю інакше.
Я запросив його на каву, піти поговорити. Ми говорили, як він вступив. Звичайне знайомство з першокурсником. Вже допиваючи каву, він мене просить, каже: Михайле, говори голосніше. Я просто на одне вухо не чую.
Друзі, одногрупники організували цілу кампанію зі збору коштів на новий слуховий апарат для Олега.
Я був дуже вражений. Напевно, це дуже важливий момент, коли цінності в певному середовищі спрацьовують у такий спосіб.
3 фундації УКУ діють в Америці, Канаді та Великій Британії. І ще 21 комітет у 6 країнах світу. Ця мережа підтримки Українського католицького університету постійно зростає. Цього року вперше бенкет на підтримку університету відбувся в Австралії.
Дай Боже, щоб ми мали ту сильну громаду. Ми її маємо тут. Тому good luck, thank you.
УКУ – це глобальний університет. Свого часу патріарх Йосиф Сліпий створив велику мережу філій університету у 6 країнах світу. Український інститут у Лондоні є однією з цих філій.
Ukrainian Institute London is a window into Ukraine in the UK. It consolidates the community, but it goes well beyond that and forges partnerships with leading British institutions. It serves as a platform for debate and engages most influential speakers.
And it's very clear to me that it can be very hard for Ukraine to find a voice for itself in the world, to overcome existing stereotypes and develop its own narrative. And that's why the work of the Ukrainian Institute London is so important.
Випускниця магістерської програми з прав людини Христина Деркач залишає свою працю в успішній юридичній агенції і йде працювати у зону війни. Тут вона допомагає людям без документів повернути свої громадянські права.
Для людини відсутність документів означає те, що її життєвий шлях ламається. Ламається навіть частково не через неї, а через конфлікт, який стався. Крім того, що ти юрист, ти і психолог, і мама, і хто тільки хочеш для цієї людини. Тобто ти насправді остання надія цієї людини для того, щоб їй допомогти.
Маркіян Прохасько мріяв написати книжку про Антарктиду. І ось мрія стає реальністю.
В УКУ у нас була ця постійна практика, і воно дуже допомагає в житті будь-де. І це теж допомогло мені здійснити цю мрію, тому що мати ідею, вміти її висловити, обґрунтувати, пояснити. І це начебто не випливає з історичної освіти, але це випливає з історичної освіти в УКУ.
Випускник програми «Історія» Павло Бакунець у 2015 році став мером Яворова на Львівщині, а вже через 3 роки краяни довірили йому представляти їхні інтереси у Верховній Раді України.
Одне з основних правил життя в УКУ для студента було: ти повинен зробити все сам, не можна домовитись і не можна давати хабарів. Це мені допомогло як міському голові Яворова. Люди повірили в це і побачили, як це працює на практиці.
Депутатами Верховної Ради України 9-го скликання стали ще 6 випускників Українського католицького університету.
Добро – це безкорисливо ділитися тим, чим ти можеш поділитися. Добро – це розуміти, тримати руку на пульсі і не зупинятися, як би важко тобі не було. У нас є певний перелік магазинів, які складають такий умовний маршрут. Кожного дня відповідальна особа з того чи іншого магазину відписує про готовність передати нам їжу. У випадку того, коли магазин готовий нам передати їжу, так, він відписує в чатику. Відповідно, наш координатор бачить, що в такій локації такий магазин може передати їжу. Наприклад, до 13:00 ми збираємо повний перелік всіх магазинів, які згідні нам передати їжу. Після того формується маршрут, і вже волонтер, який виходить на маршрут, він знає конкретно, в якій локації йому треба заїхати, щоб зібрати продукти. В Україні є дуже багато різноманітних проблем. Значна частина нашого населення проживає за межею бідності. З другого боку, українці входять в десятку країн, які викидують або продукують найбільше сміття в світі. Значну частину того сміття, власне, складає органічна продукція. Так? І значну частину тої органічної продукції складають продукти харчування, які би можна було врятувати. Власне, тарілка є таким універсальним інструментом, який одночасно мінімізує таких дві проблеми. Тобто ми, рятуючи продукти від потрапляння на смітник в межах терміну придатності, передаємо їх малозабезпеченим особам.
Добрий день. Ми від тарілки по продуктах. Добре.
Ви до нас, як ми вас чекали. Да. Ми є унікальним таким проєктом, тому що ми виконуємо одночасно і еко, і соціальну функцію. І, власне, от в такому ідеальному симбіозі, так, от тарілка продовжує функціонувати станом на зараз. Практика продовольчих банків, вона є загальносвітовою, і в різних країнах Європи і Америки такий інструмент, як продовольчий банк, він є дуже дієвий і активно впроваджується. Ідея створення продовольчого банку в Україні, вона належить Ростиславу Косюрі. Це львів'янин, він народився тут у нас у Львові, до 6 років він проживав тут в нас. Пізніше разом з батьками він був вимушений переїхати в Німеччину. Там проживав близько 20 років, і, власне, Німеччина є тою країною, в якій культура продовольчих банків дуже розвинута. І, власне, він після
певного часу вирішив повернутися назад до Львова, побачив, що є проблема, так, яку можуть вирішити продовольчі банки, і чому б не спробувати. Так, ми стараємося зробити культуру продовольчого банку загальнонаціональною. Тому що уявіть собі, якщо б декілька тарілок було у Львові, якщо б в кожному обласному центрі була своя власна тарілка чи декілька тарілок, скільки їжі ми б могли врятувати і скільки людей, які перебувають потреби, ми б змогли нагодувати. Тому дуже важливо, власне, бачення і розуміння тарілки як такого дуже, дуже хорошого інструменту, який може зробити дуже-дуже багато добра. Аня, можна я попрошу тебе, щоб ти забрала продукцію, а я просто тут буду з машиною, раптом би хтось виїжджав. М'ясне туди. От ковбаски. А там є якісь овочі, фрукти? Немає нічого такого. Червона рибка. Добре.
Я почула це від своєї знайомої з пласту, і це мав бути як мій пластовий додатковий проект для того, щоб перейти на інший ступінь в пласті. Але так сталося, що ступінь став мені неважливим, а організація вийшла на перше місце. І я вже давним-давно забула, що я хотіла робити тут, а зараз займаюся всім, чим тільки можна. В моїй сім'ї якесь вийшло інше ставлення до продуктів. Я тепер завжди всіх контролюю, щоб вони часом чогось зайвого не купили. І всі якісь мої родичі і друзі також часто запитують про проекти. Так що в цьому залучена, можна сказати, що не тільки я, і все моє оточення.
В нас була дуже важка початкова комунікація з нашими сусідами, тобто за браком інформації, за браком розуміння діяльності продовольчого банку. Вони практично всі виступили проти відкриття тарілки саме тут. Нам довелося провести таку зустріч знайомства з ними. Так? Ми запросили всіх таких активістів, так? Розказали їм про проект. Відповідно, були запрошені представники міської влади, які пояснили, що тарілка на цілком законних засадах користується тим приміщенням. Так? Також ми залучили представників духовенства, які могли більш з релігійної точки зору пояснити так, що тарілка – це про добро. І, як мінімум, так, релігія будь-яка вчить так добром ділитися. І нічого поганого немає, що якісь молоді люди тут організовують, власне, таке маленьке добро. І за результатами зустрічі ми отримали дуже позитивний фідбек. Тобто люди, які прийшли нас насварити, чим ви тут займаєтесь, що ви хочете тут зробити, в результаті стали нашими прихильниками. Є молоді сім'ї, власне, конкретно з того приміщення, які тут нам приходять, допомагають по ремонту, систематично передають якісь кошти. Тобто нам вдалося, власне, переламати такий стереотип тарілки тут на місці. Так? І я сподіваюся, що зовсім скоро весь мікрорайончик, де ми знаходимося, буде теж нашими або волонтерами, і швидше за все нашими відвідувачами. Так, ми сьогодні об'їхали 7 магазинів, зібрали дуже багато класних паштетів, я бачу, є сосиски дуже класні, є багато молочної продукції, є фактично цілий кошик овочів. Маємо навіть тут імбир, якщо бачите, є баклажани, огірки, помідори. Частинка є хліба, різних паніні. І є різні солоності, картопля, тобто, в принципі, досить непоганий такий продуктовий кошик, якщо можна так сказати. Привіт, як справи? Файно.
Добрий день. Аня.
Відкривай багажник, будемо тебе запаковувати. Кожного дня ми маємо іншого партнера-благодійника, який займається харчуванням малозабезпечених осіб, кому ми передаємо нашу їжу. І, відповідно, обирається якась така точка зустрічі, де наш волонтер передає їжу представнику тої чи іншої організації. Вівторок друзі твої приїжджають.
Чудово,
Так.
не дзвонили.
Ти будеш теж на зустрічі чи ні?
Та думаю, що так.
Мгм.
Якщо треба, можу бути присутнім. Бо горять вони, я думаю, що вони зроблять класну
Добре.
роботу в Києві. Потрібно буде їх вести, підтримувати словесно і координувати дії.
Ну, ми залучили, там близько 7-8 місць зараз є на зв'язку, що хочуть розвивати.
Ну окей.
Добре,
що ми?
все, щасливо.
На зв'язку тоді.
Є люди навіть, які кажуть, ми от живемо в Києві, але ми хочемо приїхати до вас, щоб зсередини подивитися, як воно виглядає. Я думаю, ми ближчим часом знову ж таки будемо мати таку зустріч, і я думаю, після того, як людина вийде з нами на маршрут, побачить, власне, от загориться тою ідеєю, то точно можна говорити про те, що ближчим часом в Києві буде теж своя тарілка.
Зараз ми йдемо до багатодітної сім'ї такої, яка живе в досить таких складних умовах, і веземо їм продукти, оскільки вони зверталися і просили про допомогу. Завдяки такому проєкту, як «Тарілка», супермаркету ми маємо змогу допомогти таким сім'ям. І це є класно, це є добре. Це є надія навіть в мене, коли до мене дзвонять люди. Хтось дзвонить, треба цукор, хтось дзвонить, треба там ще щось. Я допомагаю людям, які вже 15 років не виходять з хати. Дай Боже здоров'ячка.
І вам теж.
Я не сам, я з друзями. Привіт.
Заходьте.
Що, уроки прямо тут робимо, так? Швидше. Я ще зайнятий, передзвоню. Ви просто будете приїжджати і в один день забирати кульочки. Домовились?
Домовились.
І все.
Це авокадо, напевне.
Це буряк.
Або буряк.
Авокадо. Я буду йти вже з друзями. Я радий був вас бачити. Будемо допомагати частіше.
От там лампочка така.
Яка?
Демна.
Така.
Яка?
От там, наверху.
Ну, і що?
І там... Там світло є.
Є світло. Люблю тебе дуже. Добре, ми тоді вже будемо йти потрішки, не будемо вам цей.
Тоді велике дякую, що ви зайшли, що мені допомогли.
На здоров'я. Це завдяки зусиллям багатьох людей ми можемо так якось робити щось на краще.
Ясно, добре.
Все, до побачення.
Дякую, до побачення.
Все, щасливо.
До побачення, щасливо вам.
Щасливо.
Функціонування тарілки, воно теж є і показником, можливо, не зовсім зрілості, так, але хоча б формування такого громадянського суспільства і показником того, що вже почало все рухатися в нас якось правильному напрямку. Важливо зрозуміти, що не всі ми потрапляємо з народження в рівні умови. Дуже часто люди потрапляють в ту чи іншу життєву ситуацію через різні обставини. Так? Не всім щось в житті вдається, так? Але потрібно завжди залишатися людиною. Це зовсім не важко, якщо в тебе є можливість комусь допомогти, поділитися своїм часом, маленькими ресурсами і зробити добро. Людина, якій ти допоможеш, візьме з тебе приклад і почне допомагати іншим. І таким чином ми створимо таку, знову ж таки, піраміду добра, яка зможе допомогти великій кількості людей.
Welcome to the Ukrainian Catholic University, aka UKU. As a student here, you'll be able to be in a room such as this one, and where there's plenty of natural light. There are plenty of storage places, there's a refrigerator, and probably the best feature of all is the bathroom with a shower. This is the elevator, which is very convenient. So now we're heading to the cafeteria, which is located in the academic building right here. This is our beautiful cafeteria right here. And so here you can eat as little as you want to as much as you want. So many options to choose from. Always a great variety. The staff here they're very friendly, and again, you will never be hungry at this place. And after you're done eating, if you're still hungry, you can go to one of our 2 cafes here on campus. So you can go there if you want some coffee or tea, or if you want some sweets. When the weather's nice outside, you can go and eat outside in this seating area, which is absolutely wonderful. Just relaxing. It's wonderful staying here. The campus is really, really beautiful, and it's very, very modern. And the people are very friendly here. It's a very inviting atmosphere. And the other thing is that almost everyone has like an intermediate level of the English language. So if you don't understand something, you can always ask one of the people walking by you, which is really, really wonderful. And the next place that we'll go to is the Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky Center, which is, as I like to say, the masterpiece, the most beautiful building on campus. And this is where you will likely have your Ukrainian language classes. And additionally, there are 2 terraces here and plenty of study areas. And as you walk on the inside, on the right side, we have the second cafe, and to the right of that, we have the college store. And as you can see, this is a nice, wonderful, open, inviting area. And this window wall right in front of us, it overlooks the Strejski Park, which is one of the largest and most beautiful parks here in Lviv. And so here on the left is the library. It's located on numerous floors. And we're gonna go right now to the classroom. And this is the classroom where all of the learning happens. And we will interrupt them, and we will say hi to the wonderful Ukrainian language teachers right here. And the great Pani Mariana. And this room is wonderful. Look at it, it's very large and very spacious. And these wonderful lecturers right here are working on the textbooks, which is absolutely wonderful. From which I am working, in fact. And so yes, this is our wonderful, wonderful classroom. We will go up to the 4th floor, which is a popular study area. Colors, like everything's open. It kind of like creates a desire inside of you to study. To the left right here, there's a nice little comfortable seating area. As you can see, the students look very comfortable. We're having an awesome time. Now we'll go out to the beautiful terrace right here. And look at it. When the weather is nice outside right here, you can grab a book, do your homework, just sit right here and enjoy the wonderful view. And to the left here is the Strejski Park. Right in front of us is the Collegium where you will be living. In front, directly in front, to the right of the Collegium, is the wonderful church here on campus. As you can see, it's just very relaxing out here, and you can just sit here for hours, enjoying your book or whatever it may be. It is relaxing here, isn't it? It's just so nice up here. Now we will go to the 2nd floor where there's another terrace, another beautiful terrace. And again, just look at this wonderful modern area right here. It's the 2nd floor of the library, and right there are more classrooms. And we'll go out here to the wonderful terrace. As you can see, to the right there are students discussing life, pondering life, or discussing their studies, their future. And right here, as you can see again, it's another magnificent view right here. And there are plenty of seating areas right here. And the beautiful colors that they chose, a nice white color and a nice, like a light green color. It's absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, just look at the architecture of this building. It's just like mind-boggling how someone could come up with such a beautiful building. So additionally, here on campus, you have excellent Wi-Fi. You have free Wi-Fi, and it's absolutely wonderful. You don't have to pay anything for it. And especially like in the rooms too. In the Collegium, you have free Wi-Fi. Everywhere on campus, you have free Wi-Fi. And it works very, very well. It's very, very well, very fast. And now we're gonna go down to the basement where there's another wonderful little study area. So you can see there's some students studying down here on the first floor. There are some books here to the right, and we'll go up these stairs to another comfortable study area. It's like a small little like unique area, and the green carpet, the nice inviting colors, and the little study areas. As you can see, some students are relaxing or sleeping. Some students are talking and doing homework, and it's just like a wonderful inviting area. So this is a nice little area you can study at, yes. And again, just look at this nice little, I don't know if it's called a flower garden, like all of these different plants. You can just sit here and it's like as if you're outside and it's inside. And it's just really nice and relaxing. And again, it creates like a basically an environment that you're outside. So this is the University Church of God's Holy Wisdom. And in fact, on this ground was where the Communist Party's cultural center was supposed to be in Western Ukraine. But now, ironically, it's a church. How the times have changed. So now we are heading back to the Collegium, which is where you will be living. And the beautiful thing here is that everything is located very close. So for instance, the Collegium is right here, and to get to the Captivity Center, it'll take you 25 seconds tops. And as a student here, it's very secure. So you need a special chip to gain access into the building. And now we scan the little chip, and now we can get into the building. So strangers are not going to be able to get in here. 5 flights of stairs. And if you didn't get much exercise in a day, it's a great workout. Now we'll walk to where the office of the School of Ukrainian Language and Culture is located. It's conveniently located at the end of the 5th floor. Here are pictures of previous programs. There are summer programs from previous years. The School of Ukrainian Language and Program offers many different programs and courses. They have the summer Ukrainian program, a spring and fall Ukrainian program. They have individual Ukrainian courses. They have online Ukrainian courses. They have Skype sessions. They have short-term study courses. And basically anything your heart desires, they'll most likely come up with a program for you. And now we're going to the office of the School of Ukrainian Language and Culture. And as you can see, there is one individual here right now, 2 individuals, and they're very, very friendly and very helpful. We welcome you to study at the School of Ukrainian Language and Culture, which is located at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, the cultural capital of Ukraine.
Дуже класно, що викладачі ставлять ті завдання для нас, які відповідні ринку. Ці проекти були іспитами, ці проекти були заліками, ці проекти були просто якимись проміжними завданнями, за які ми отримали оцінки. Найбільш цікавим це був предмет пані Софії Опацької «Підприємницьке мислення» або «Entrepreneurial Mindset» англійською мовою, тому що я люблю вивчати бізнес, мені цікаві бізнес-кейси, і треба було дуже багато аналітично думати. Найкорисніший однозначно був піар та зв'язки з громадськістю. Для мене багато практичних кейсів, які давала пані Світлана Кісельова, вона просто відмінний викладач, мені дуже було корисно. Те, що я протягом 1,5 роки навчання тут отримала, більшість, така велика впевнена, більшість я точно буду застосовувати на практиці. Тут не лише про професійні якості, хоча це велика частина цього, але й про якісь певні такі ціннісні якості, які, як на мене, мають відмінно просто адаптовуватися з професійними якостями. Діпфейки – це був для мене такий дуже цікавий науковий, в першу чергу, виклик, тому що це така доволі інтердисциплінарна робота. Я тренувала власну нейронну мережу, зробила діпфейк-ролик. Цей інструмент дуже швидко зростає, і про нього не просто треба знати, потрібно розуміти весь контекст його адаптації в медійне середовище. Тому я і, власне, за це взялася. Нехай ті студенти, які вже ставатимуть випускниками, будуть в хороших професійних таких відносинах і будуть повертатись і сказати: «Гей, ваші кейси були мені корисні в роботі». Я думаю, для викладача це найвища цінність. Однозначно ставити перед собою великі виклики і шукати найбільш сприятливе середовище їх реалізації – це раз. А по-друге, не боятися долати ці виклики і, як на мене, завжди пам'ятати про якісь базові цінності, крізь які ти ніколи не переступиш.
Це рівень постакадемічний.
Ну, це унікальний досвід.
Це такий якийсь новий проєкт.
It's a fantastic initiative.
Pleased with the quality of the participants.
В одній аудиторії під керівництвом провідних науковців, викладачів зі Стенфорда ми усі маємо можливість виробляти нові напрями для розвитку приватно-публічного партнерства і вирішення основних проблем, які існують в нашій країні.
Коли я дізнався, що на кейсі суспільного мовника буде збудовано цілий такий курс на лідершип, і після цього я дізнався, що там буде Френсіс Фукуяма. Все, щелепа відпала, я не міг нічого казати дуже довго. Це просто справжня історія.
Це фантастична можливість поспілкуватися зі стейкхолдерами і в першу чергу, звичайно, з таким гуру, як професор Фукуяма.
People sit here, they browse over the ideas, they have the advice from professors, and with that they come with refreshed minds, and they can really better apply the ideas in real world.
Дуже сподобалися заняття з кейсами, що стосувалося України. Крім теоретичних знань, також і дає практичні навики. Ти вже просто, коли підходиш до тієї чи іншої проблеми, то ти шукаєш самостійно шляхи вирішення.
Big advantage of having case studies as opposed to lectures is that you do get more engagement and involvement from the students.
Особливо цікаве те, що ви намагаєтеся, наприклад, в одному курсі поєднувати різні компоненти з різних наук, з різних галузей, що дає більш широке розуміння у сучасному глобальному контексті.
Hey, good evening all. We are just going to wait for Sean Clifford, our co-host, to join us. Just be a couple minutes. Thank you.
Strategies within government and within other civil society organizations to appreciate and implement private sector perspectives in the reform agenda.
Кожен дійсно учасник може бути спікером, може дуже багато чого розказати.
Учасники програми допізна обмінюються ідеями, які стосуються розвивання різних секторів і державного управління, і економіки, і фінансів, і багато чого іншого.
Поштовх, думаю, що дасть не стільки програма, скільки люди, які на ній зараз навчаються, сприятливому, інтелектуальному.
All right, everyone, good evening. Still making sure we have everyone, but if I could first ask the panelists, if you guys wouldn't mind, if you do have a recording device next to your laptop, to turn that on so we can put this into a nice podcast and preserve the best bits of this conversation. Who is Judge? Okay, there, we got Judge, and then Sean Clifford, are you here? Are you the mysterious laptop name?
Hello?
Judge, welcome, man. Good to see you. Good to meet.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are just looking for Sean Clifford. 1 second. Hey, Judge, while we wait for Sean here, maybe we, as a sort of pre-intro, as the idea of this panel was looking at people moving to Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, last week, you guys got hit with that terrible weather, and Texas sort of failed you, it seemed, in many ways, and the power grid failed in many ways, and people didn't have water, and in fact, two of our other panelists had to drop out because their lives were so upended. So maybe you can just tell us what it's like in Austin right now.
Well, it's improved. I actually have to be honest and say I got near, my family got near the worst of it. We were power out for 3 days, no water for 2. When everything got restored temporarily, Austin Energy, our power provider, came in, saw there was a tree on the power lines, snipped the power lines as a fire hazard, and said, "Good luck finding an electrician," and then ran out the door. So we had it out for another 2.5 days again. Not the most, ideal welcome to Texas. So it goes. I have a lot of things, if anyone is curious, to say about the power crisis. I've written a little bit about it before. I will not step away from my statement in general. The Texas power system is pretty good. It's still about half the price of the California system per kilowatt hour. And frankly, it still beats them in terms of blackouts and outages in general. This circumstance, they did not perform up to task, but in general, they're still a pretty decent system, and we're going to find out a lot more about what went wrong probably in the next few months. So we'll see.
Well, good. I'm glad you guys have emerged, and the snow has melted there. And we will get a little bit more into that during the talk here. I think Sean is here, right? SJC. Sean, do we have you? Okay, I'm going to go ahead because I think he's there and he should be joining us. But anyway, so welcome to the final panel of today's conference. For those of you who have not been participating in the other events, this is quite a big virtual undertaking between universities in Rome, the Angelicum, Georgetown in DC, Notre Dame, my alma mater, and Catholic University, Ukrainian Catholic University here in Lviv. These closing sessions of every day are produced by the Lviv Lab for the Activation of Democracy, which was a startup project. I got stuck here in quarantine. I came for this conference a year ago to Ukraine, and I'm still here, and now I'm part of it in a new way. We, with a number of students and journalists, we created the Lviv Lab to push for new ideas in media and to improve how we talk with each other. And we've been working with the university to create these sessions. Last night we had a bit of an unorthodox thing, a jazz show produced with our friends at Tvoy Misto and live jazz from Lviv. And tonight we're going to talk about how we can build great cities and societies. Sean, 1 second. Sean is coming on. He's having a little bit of trouble. I'm sorry, I'll pause there. Okay, he'll be there shortly. And we, the genesis for tonight's discussion was a couple articles in the Wall Street Journal I saw over the past few months. One of them was by one of our panelists, by his business partner, Joe Lonsdale. And it was called Why, basically California, Love It and Leave It, and why he was moving his family and his from San Francisco to Austin, Texas. Many people have done this, including Elon Musk, many big names, and many other people. And so we wanted to explore what was it that they were fleeing in California, but what are they hoping to build, and what are they hoping to find in Austin? And where Lviv comes into this, Lviv is also, it's a great tech city with much promise and potential, with many connections to Austin, Texas. SoftServe, for example, was founded in Lviv and is now co-headquartered in Austin. Austin was the world capital of live music, and so it was a city of great culture, and Lviv likewise. And so we want to explore what are things that people are looking for in cities, and how can we build cities so they don't sort of get dominated and destroyed by whatever industry comes into town, especially tech. And So that's sort of our mandate for discussion tonight. And I'm going to introduce all of our guests, and then Sean will lead us in the conversation. First, we have Judge, who you just heard from, and Judge is director of the senior policy advisor at the Cicero Institute, which until recently was based in San Francisco in a beautiful spot on the bay, and now is in Austin, Texas. The mission of the Institute is to find entrepreneurial solutions to public problems, and it is connected with. And Judge, correct me if I get any of these details wrong, but founded by and connected with Joe Lonsdale, a great investor and Silicon Valley entrepreneur, founder of Palantir and other ventures. So looking forward to hearing from Judge Glock. And Judge, thank you for joining us on late notice here very much. And we also have Anatolii Veremeva. She is the CEO, the director of Tech Ukraine, which is a great operation I've become familiar with these past 12 months. They're relatively new. I think they've only been around for a year and a half. But their mission is to tell the story of Ukraine as a vibrant place with a great tech ecosystem, with a talented workforce, and to forge these connections around the world. Natalie really believes in the promise and potential of Ukraine and its people.
Right.
Then we also have my friend Konstantin Chizik. He is former director of the President's Investment Council under both, he was deputy director under Poroshenko and then briefly director under President Zelensky. He is also former deputy minister of ecology and energy. So he's worked at the high levels of the government here, but he began his career in government as advisor to the Minister of Finance, Natalie Yaresko, who was an American citizen of Ukrainian heritage, who came here to help her homeland in the years after the revolution. And Kostya is currently outside of government and has a lot of experience in telling the story of Ukraine, whether it's at Davos or in Washington, where he's also spent some time on a State Department fellowship. And is also a big believer in the American dream. So I'm looking forward to hearing his perspectives. And we have Dr. Maria Sofia Aguirre. She's an Argentine economist. Currently, she's a professor of economics at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. She's long been a friend and a friend of my family's as well. And she is founder of the Integral Economic Development Program at CUA, which even in its name and in its ethos has many connections to the program that Dean Vladimir has created here, the sponsor of this conference, which is called Integral Human Development in the Digital Age. And Dr. Aguirre is she's advised many governments and the Vatican and the United Nations, and her focus, which of course she will articulate better than I, but is bringing rigorous data and metrics into arguments on how we can build better societies, especially looking at culture and building strong families. And she pretty much strictly deals in numbers and her data-driven research. And then we have, and then I'll stop talking. We have my friend Sean Clifford, originally from the state of New Mexico, and which I'm sure you'll do some advertisement for that fine state during this talk. Sean worked in Washington as a political consultant and strategist for some time, and then he was in Philadelphia studying at the Wharton School, and then moved to Austin, Texas. I actually helped while your family flew. It was a long journey across the country, moving your household to Texas. And in Austin, he is the CEO or the founding CEO of Canopy, which is a company that helps us, and something that I think would have been appreciated in the conversation today from the Angelicum, but helps us use technology smartly. It's a filter for families and anyone who wants to use the internet without sort of letting it harm your soul, but without limiting your access. And Canopy is a company based in Austin and Tel Aviv. And because I had two reasons why I wanted Sean to lead this. One, he's in Austen, and that's three reasons, I guess. He's in Austen, but he's also a very conscientious thinker about community and how to build community and the steps we need to take. But three, I think he's an excellent conversationalist and interlocutor. So with that, Sean, I'll give it to you, and I'll jump into wherever we need to, direct the flow of the conversation.
Fantastic. Well, Joe, thanks very much. And just a little bit of context, Joe was trapped in a car for me for 40 hours. So the fact that he still is willing to put me in a position to speak and have others listen is nothing short of miraculous. So really appreciate you convening this, Joe. And I think it's a fascinating conversation. Look, there's been a lot of migration of peoples, especially in the last 20 years, has been increasing steadily, but something changed with COVID. And I have to believe that the shift towards remote work is really going to unlock a lot of different possibilities. And people are now asking with a renewed vigor, where should I live? And what is it that I'm actually seeking in the world? And so to kickstart this, there's a lot of different threads we can pull on here. But the one that I wanted to ask is to kind of paraphrase Churchill. After the bombing of the British Parliament in World War II, there was a question, how should they rebuild it? And so Churchill uttered the great quote, "We shape our buildings. Thereafter, our buildings shape us." And so for the other panelists, the question I would love to pose is, where you are right now, how is the place that you are living shaping people and shaping you? So if we were to think of how New York might shape you or Hollywood might shape you, we each are in communities that leave their own fingerprints on us and point us in not just in a certain direction, whether it's emphasizing what we should love or how we should structure our days or whatever it may be. So with hopes of just kind of kicking off the conversation, I'd love to go to the panel and better understand of your current community where you're currently living. How is that actually shaping the people that pass through?
Which order would you like the answers to be?
Dr. Again, if we could begin with you, that would be great.
Okay, well, I live in Washington, D.C., and needless to say, it has been interesting months that we have gone through. But if we take a little bit of a more broader than the last 3 months, I think that in Washington, D.C., the pandemic has generated opportunities, not only shortcomings. And one of them is it has forced us all to stop or gave us the opportunity to stop and reevaluate what are our priorities and the importance of relations. Even the very understanding of work. I have to say, I do want to pick up because I think it's connected to the flight from California. And that is, when the pandemic started, I had an interview and somebody asked me, what do you think is going to do? And I said, I think that it has a lot of great opportunities. One, it will help us be more together as a family and understand relations, perhaps a little bit more, or work out what we need to work out, right? Two, I think that it's going to help us ponder again what is work and the value of work in the context of community and family. And in fact, I can say that if there's one area where I see this taking place, is in this one. I think that we had forgotten to some extent the link between family and work, community and work. And this pandemic has provided the opportunity, even though we have been separated physically, in the household, this has taken place, right? And so dad works and the children see, and the kids are in the computer and the parents see also the shortcomings and the advantages of this type of education. And the same with the mother. So I think that is a very interesting exercise that we all have gone through. You see it through media. What is the meaning of work, the value of work, and the relational dimension that this work has? And the same goes for work in general, in terms of not only in the household, but with colleagues. So I would say, if I want to point out two things, I would say those are important things, the way it's shaping people and shape us. Right?
Very nice. Constantine?
First of all, thanks for this great opportunity to actually wear a shirt. Well, that's a good actually change from the sportswear during the pandemics. So to the question on how the buildings are shaping us and what's the current situation here in Kiev. Well, most of the Kiev was built the way we see it today after the Second World War, when it mostly was destroyed. So the very style was pretty much Soviet. It was brutalism. And it's pure. So the buildings are big, they're gray, they're like huge. And the very idea of them is to show the size of institutions, which were the Soviet institutions at the time, and small size of the person compared to them. Well, in that sort of circumstances, of course, the creativity or innovation are not exactly, well, the things that are first coming in mind. While if you compare them to New York that Sean, you've mentioned, it's pretty much different. And even though a lot of people hate the place, some may say that it's greasy, it's too crowded, there are a lot of things that shape the minds of New Yorkers, in my humble opinion, in a much better and more productive way than it is in Kiev, for example. While it, of course, depends on the borough that you're in. But if you're in South Manhattan, if you're in the financial district, you could actually follow the very history of the latest of the latest financial system, how it was developed in the world, and you can see that heritage of the American financial imperialism there in the buildings and the details and in the very city planning, which is very geometrical, which is in comparison not the case in Kiev or in most of the European cities, which are usually, well, much more tangled. So again, comparing to other American cities like, I don't know, LA or San Francisco, the atmosphere is not as welcoming here back in Kiev. Yet at the same time, it encourages people to develop other qualities, which are probably, well, more required at this particular point here. And these are not exactly the trust qualities that are predominating, I would say, back in the Valley. And I would say that especially during the pandemics, the trust-related qualities are the most important ones. And as Miss Aguiar, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your second.
You guys ordered one of these things for me, and they just sent me a text and said it's here. What's the name? Last name's Lindsley. Yeah, do you need anything else in there?
And as Miss Aguiar mentioned, also the ties between people, their work, their families, and the community is much better felt in the U.S. And I might be kind of running a little bit ahead of myself to the next parts of the discussion, but quick thing that I want to mention here at this point is that the way the very communities are built in the Valley, as far as I've seen, are pretty much pro individualism and ideas development, which encourage those things in people. And as far as I could judge, this is the best part of the U.S., how it was built. And the very idea of bringing the best people around the globe from different countries, different cultures in one place, exactly to create this kind of melting point for different cultures and different ideas, and the courage that the people would bring to develop and then implement those ideas. So I think that this is pretty much the spirit that I could feel in the U.S. Cities compared to Kiev. I don't know, maybe, well, Natalie or other people from Kiev would disagree. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, on that, Natalie, would love to go to you, and we'll wrap up with Joe. With Judge, excuse me.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Hi, everyone. And yes, I feel like Konstantin said a lot of like one side of the whole situation. I would like to point out the other one, and I would really like to advocate for Kiev because I really love the city and I like my time spent here. And I actually see also the other side, and the other side is like nature and the raw energy that we're having here. And here, like when I was visiting Silicon Valley, I was also studying the history, and the history of it was that some time ago it was a hippie place, a place with a lot of opportunities and a lot of really untapped potential that was further structured. And actually this melting point of ideas and of like chaotic energies that were unstructured actually inspired all this creativity and all this events that were happening afterwards, because all these believers and all these hippie people or all these people with great ideas that wanted to explore something new actually came to this new territory, and that ended into this great and wonderful opportunities that Silicon Valley created for the whole world. And actually I have the same feeling a little bit here in Kiev right now, because we really do have a lot of things that are not structured or not like really put in order, or also some background from the past that we're really like facing and just living also together with. But at the same time, actually, I really liked the thoughts of a Dutchman, like my former husband, that first came to Ukraine, and he said that, wow, there is a lot of wild energy over here. And that actually means the same, like we're in the same very spot right now that maybe Silicon Valley and San Francisco used to be 40, 50 years ago, because indeed we have a lot of things that are not structured, and we have some chaos, but also we have creative energy, like natural energy, and also the creativity of people that actually is waiting for those believers, those great doers, and those visionaries that could help to shape it and to structure it in the right way. So I actually feel a lot of opportunities over here, and I also feel free over here, because I read a lot of information about how things are going in the rest of the world, where we have this, how do you say it, when you can't go out after a certain period of time, curfew, right? Is it like the right word? And then also a lot of things closed. And of course, we also have here certain restrictions, but I think that people are feeling a little bit more free over here. And that also helps to overcome this challenges of the pandemic that the current period is actually posing over the whole world. So, and actually also in this sense, I remember the words of the CEO of Unit City, Dominic Piotr, who moved from Silicon Valley to Ukraine, to Kiev, to manage this biggest innovation park over here. And he said, I'm blessed to be in Ukraine in this time. So actually, and I know a lot of foreigners that are really enjoying their times over here, because of course there are business opportunities over here. The Kiev is very not expensive place to live, but at the same time quite clever people, very clever people, I would say. Like, of course, like not maybe like, I can't compare it to other locations, but our people, I really like the potential that they're showing. And so, and apart from that, different cafes and different types of going out that is still available, that actually helps to somehow maintain good living while doing business in Ukraine, in Kiev in particular.
Great. Well, we will jump now to Judge, and you have to let the audience know from New Jersey to West Virginia to San Francisco to Austin. You've got a few to choose from, and so eager to hear how these have shaped.
I also had some stop-offs in Philadelphia, New York City, Richmond, Virginia, and a few other places, and about a year in Shanghai, China. So I've been all over, mainly in the United States, but I'll say that San Francisco holds the candle and will keep holding the candle as the most beautiful city in America. And I think anyone who's been there would find it tough to disagree with it. The tragedy is it's just there's a lot of problems with the city, but the fundamental facts, it's no longer affordable for most people. Even for someone like me who was doing fairly well at a think tank, I had to rent a tiny little apartment and cram with my 4-member family in that. We had a lovely neighborhood and a lovely place and a lovely hill in San Francisco. But the basic fact of the matter is someone moving from San Francisco to Austin, Texas, or another part of Texas, gets a 50% boost in salary almost immediately. That is the everything from the cost of housing to the cost of electricity, which is, again, not on in both places all the time, but is significantly lower in Texas, to, of course, things like taxes and things like gasoline and groceries. It's simply not, there's not a lot of reasons for people to sit paying about, again, 50% of their salary to live in a place, especially in a pandemic where you don't have a lot of opportunities to go out, most especially in San Francisco, which has been more or less under lockdown nonstop for a year. And yet, you still saw California have pretty close to the middle range in terms of deaths from COVID. So what Austen offered was what San Francisco offered, and what both, I think, Natalie and Constantine were talking about, they admire in a city, is a sense of openness and a sense of freedom that Silicon Valley lost. And now what happened in Silicon Valley is that you had, as I often describe, it was kind of like sitting on a gold mine. It had this gold mine of these immense number of very intelligent, very driven people who are able to create great things. But the problem is, if you're sitting on a gold mine, there's something called maybe the government or the landlords or something who can say, hey, look, we can pick off as much of that as we want, and the gold mine's still going to be here. The gold mine's not going anywhere. And so therefore you could drive the cost of housing up to basically 3 times the level of the rest of the country. As I often said, the average house in San Francisco costs about $1.6 million. The rest of the country is about $300,000. This is absolutely insane. And that's because they made it so very, very hard to build there, because they knew some people would still be willing to pay $1.6 million to live next to that gold mine that was Silicon Valley. What you saw during the pandemic, of course, is a lot of things like what we're doing right here. Is a lot of that work opportunity could be taken place online, and you didn't need to be right next to the gold mine that is San Francisco and pay through the nose to be able to do it. You could interact with a lot of people and work with a lot of people online. Now, the important qualification is that I clearly did not choose to move, say, back to West Virginia or to Montana, which would have been significantly cheaper. One of the things I used to tell my students when I was teaching at West Virginia University, cities are basically machines that allow people to interact with each other. Now, there's things like this, we can interact with each other online. One of the big factors in cities is interact with each other to work. There's a lot of things that you can now do online you don't need to interact with each other to work with. But the other thing you can do in new cities, and their cities are useful for, is to interact with each other for entertainment. You can't just go to a live music show online all the time. It's not the same. You can't just get great Polish or Ukrainian food in Montana. You can get these sort of things in Austin or in San Francisco. So people are still willing to pay a premium to live in these dynamic cities, because mainly that latter part, or the thing we often don't think of cities. People think of cities as a labor market, basically, a way for people to interact and go to their place of work. That's still going to be essential. There's still lots of things that you want to interact with very dynamic people like. But one of the things you want is that sort of that opportunity to interact directly with humans, and frankly, in an amenities or playful way. The music, the drinks, the restaurants, and all the rest of that. And I don't think anyone would deny that Austin probably takes the candle in that, in terms of being one of the most fun and open cities in America in that regard. So, when you take the combination of a low cost of living, a lot of opportunities, still obviously a dynamic work environment, and a lot of opportunities and amenities for people to live, it seems like a pretty straightforward answer in terms of where to go. And on the whole, you've seen this. Over the past decade, California has lost about 1.5 million people, and about 500,000 of those people have driven right over to Texas. And for all the reasons I mentioned, it's cheap, it's open, it's fun. And it's a lot of things that California always used to be, but it's lost, unfortunately, some of that shimmer in the past 20, 30 years. So cost of living is going to be very predominant in the future in cities, but the amenities and openness are going to be very essential too. And whatever can facilitate those is going to be essential in determining what's successful. And Austin, as the fastest growing metropolitan region in the country for the past 5 or 6 years, shows how you can do that successfully.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Judge. And Joe, if you can conclude us on this question, we'll jump to the next one.
Great. And going back to that, the Churchill quote, I think, for example, today, quite a busy day, and I was at my desk. I didn't even leave my little Quasimodo-like apartment in the 17th century hotel monastery I've been living in since the pandemic started. And then I stepped outside, and I'm on a hill overlooking one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. And in the same way that, being in nature, it can lift up the soul. But if I went to the extreme edge of the city, sort of in a Soviet bloc, I would have, if I walked out into that, my day would have gotten worse. And all the problems I had would still continue. But just being in a scenic place, the way the architecture could lift me up. But more than that was just something I noticed today. But more than that, and from all my travels around the world, I've been, a nomad for a while until this pandemic started. A place where, and I love this idea that's emerging here, where of connection, like that second point you made, not just entertainment, but I think Sophia would explain and appreciate this well. But how neighborliness and how we can connect with each other. Lviv is a city with perhaps a very high per capita concentration of cafes and small little mom and pop owned meeting places. And you see people I used to live in New Orleans and in Philadelphia, where there was a front porch culture. And in Philly, people toss cheesesteaks from porch to porch. And like it sounds like a caricature, but they really do. And that makes the structure of life richer and better than, say, the American suburb model, or I think than the New York model. So that's what I'm thinking now, and I found, that's why I found the combination of being in a historic city and a city that's free. I mean, I think this region of Ukraine, Western Ukraine, Galicia, is sort of the Texas of Europe, and it has a very free mentality, and so there's a lot to explore there. But those are my early thoughts.
Wonderful. Well, thanks very much. Well, speaking of freedom, which is something that a number of you mentioned, I want to read a little bit of a quote and then weave this into our discussion. Yuval Levin is an American political scientist, public thinker, and had a piece recently which had the following quote: "The ironic truth at the heart of America's social crisis is this: we have become disillusioned and alienated from our institutions, not because they are too demanding, but because they are not demanding enough. We want to be called to acts of devotion, not just affirmed in acts of expression." So how are institutions, what a church or any other type of organization may ask of us, obviously it's very different from what a city asks of us. And yet at the same time, I think that there is something about being bound in a place where you feel connected to a community with obligations and duties to it, which seems to be somewhat absent from the consideration of where people move. The places where those connections are strongest seem to be losing population. And Austen, for example, is a free place where I would venture to say that the majority of the population here now is not from Austen or potentially even Texas. And so one question that I would love to kind of pose to the group is, as people are making these life choices about where they end up, there's questions of economic opportunity, of entertainment, of the natural beauty, but there doesn't seem to be this focus on planting in a community where you will be bound with the obligations. And so curious to know how you think this metric for the decisions we make, where to go, what we want, if that's ultimately something that leads to human flourishing and does seem to be correlated with that, how should that be factored into the equation? So if we can actually start in reverse order this time, Joe, if we could go to you, then Judge, and on the line.
Thanks, Sean, I knew you were going to do that, but I should have been ready. Because when I hear metrics, I look forward to seeing what Sophia has to say on that in particular. But I mean, I haven't thought about sort of the metrics, but more of sort of an emotional or spiritual calculus of where, you can build a good place. And I think it's been, in so many conversations among our group of friends in Austen, for example, there's so many people have gone there and would sort of conscientiously work to build a community, which is difficult there. I mean, it's you're always in your car. You got your friend. Everyone lives far away, but you guys make a great effort to get the families together for picnics and go to music and you're right. We don't necessarily think about those things. It's sort of incidental. You go to a city because it's the big opportunity, and maybe this is an opportunity to shift a time we can shift that focus and perspective. And maybe I could be more conscientious about it. I mean, I love being here, but I'm also here because I happen to get stuck here when the borders close. Were not for that, I was traveling around, every few weeks, every few months, going to a new place, which helps me see what places I like and what places I think are good for human flourishing. And maybe I do need to sit down and analyze what makes those conditions. But there is something, and if we can find a way to measure it, is it proximity to like being able to walk down the street and see your neighbors and friends and family? I think that is part of it. Not always, having to drive somewhere where you can have more spontaneous connections. I think being in a walkable place is maybe pretty essential, or in a place with good public transportation where you can run into people. Yeah, I don't know. I think I have more anecdotal stories to tell, but that would be my overview.
I think the question gets to a lot of the sort of the fundamental issues that bedevil America since its founding. Not to get too deep in it, Americans have always been an extremely mobile people. One of the numbers I often cite is that today the average American moves about 11 times in his lifetime, relative to about 3 or 4 for the average European. We're very mobile, and ever since our founding, we've been concerned that this has led to a certain lack of community in America relative to, say, a small manor-based village in Galicia or in, what used to be Ruthenia or wherever, that had been there for time out of mind, centuries, if not millennia. But one of the things that Americans always long had a genius for was voluntary associations. Alexis de Tocqueville, coming from a very traditionalist French culture, was amazed. His eyes were literally bugging out when he came to America and said, if any particular problem arose, Americans found an association to combat it. And so one of our geniuses, even with our very mobile culture, is that we are still able to find these voluntary societies. Everything from our churches to... frankly, originally our school districts were largely voluntary. And we continue to have a lot of these mutual aid groups that you see that have sprung up during the pandemic to facilitate more cooperation. I think America, in those who Ukraine I would love to hear your opinion on this. There had been a long time goal, of course, in a lot of the more socialist and social democratic societies to force a communitarian identity. And we had this with the Khrushchevas, the high up, barracks-like houses in much of the Soviet bloc, and we had this in the communal houses they attempt to find. And what we found in reality was that actually separated people. People needed a sense of privacy to feel a sense also that they could gather together again voluntarily, and they wanted that sort of connection. The ultimate irony today with America is that we're both seeing a continual decline in movement. Americans are about half as mobile as they used to be, even though we're still, again, much more mobile than Europeans. But the number of Americans who point to having a very close friend, who point to talking to friends regularly outside of work on a week, continues to go down. The connections with the immediate family go down. So I think there's a way, and America has shown a past where we can have both mobility and voluntary association in the community that those people need so well. The problem is that there's a lot of things working today that actually inhibits community, and we can get into everything from that to simply the difficulties that the government puts in the way to organizing sort of voluntary groups, to the high cost of doing so. But in many ways, you see a sense of community that's often in America that it's still often lacking in those things thought to be much more communitarian. And again, from the ex-Soviet bloc, one of the things we learned is that the one thing that was most devastated during communism was trust. People lost trust in their neighbors, and one of the most is people like Benjamin Friedman from Harvard, of course. Trust is shown to be the number one cultural trait in explaining economic dynamism. And Soviet things and top-down solutions destroyed that trust. So the important thing that we need to do in America is find out what's inhibiting that trust in those voluntary communities that we used to be so good at, and allow those to flourish again. There's still problems the government and other people are putting in the way of those sort of groups that we want to have. Everything from allowing faith-based groups doing to sort of the flood of money that's flowing into from government into the usual voluntary nonprofits, and therefore turning them basically into bureaucratic conduits instead of the sort of mutual help, mutual aid situations that America once relied on. There's a lot of things we can do that aren't just based on the cities, and America can show that you can still have that mobility along with that voluntary assistance in that community that we want so much.
Thank you, Judge. Natalie?
Thank you, Steve. Yes, I think that in Ukraine, the situation is a little bit complicated because we have several trends. So on the surface, we have this state system, and of course, like we do have these institutions. But my feeling is that they are a little bit bureaucratized, and still we have some heritage from the Soviet past. Maybe some systems are just too much. They are like need to have some reorganization in terms of efficiency. But the paradoxical thing is that we have the layer of the state, and then we have the layer of the people, and some. And I would say that the Ukrainian society has the tendency to anarchy a little bit because some people are feeling independent of the state, and sometimes they are just saying, "Please leave us alone, and we will do our thing." So this is on the one hand. On the other hand, since Maidan and also before, but the tendency after Maidan really became more powerful, is that people tend to organize themselves in some kind of communities, and these communities are not state, and they are not fixed institutions, but rather like these flexible communities of people that are united by some aim and objective. And I see the same thing in tech, for example. Here we also do have a number of different communities that are doing this or that types of things. And we at Tech Ukraine, for example, even took the challenge just to help unite these communities into some bigger meta community. So I would say that it's just difficult to make any fixed statement about what is the relations of Ukrainian society to the institutions, because it's really still being shaped. The old system is reorganized, and I hope that it will be more up to date right now. But I have the feeling that people are still have not so big connection to this institution. So I even have the feeling that state is just running in one layer of in one universe, and then people's lives is just happening in the other one, and they are not that much interconnected. I would say that generally it is nice to have strong institutions that are really efficient, but in some, if you remember, there is like this life cycle of an organization, and at some point they are becoming too bureaucratized. And then it can be like either you need to reform that, or they will be slowly die. And I think that this is the point where we are at right now. So this reorganization is really needed, and at the same time, something new is emerging. So that's my feeling.
John, thank you. I actually think that this is a great question, and I really appreciate the interventions of all the previous speakers. In my humble opinion, I think that the answer to that lies in answering a different question, which is, what we want to build at the end? Because institutions, at the end of the day, is nothing more than the resemblance of the people in those institutions, and the people who created those institutions, and the people for whom these institutions are operating and working, on one hand. On the other hand, some even American prominent politicians said, like Kennedy, that leadership is not about letting people where they want to go, but this is the art of leading people where they not necessarily want to go, but where they ought to be. So if you want a strong institution that builds up not innovation, not freedom, not trust, but an operating mechanism to implement its own ideas of the government, for example, or of this institution and not of the people. Well, you can go to China, you can go to Russia, or you can go to Ukraine 30 years ago. But probably that's not exactly something that we're looking for right now, especially with due to pandemics. And in the US, even though I appreciate greatly a lot of the things in the communities that you've built, I do think that some of the focuses might require rethinking. What I mean is that I would assume that the key focus of building communities and communication and cooperation between communities and institutions and the people were productivity. And it was rarely that the happiness or innovation were among the key criteria there. There were some exceptions, of course, and the good example of this will be the Silicon Valley, which probably would not have been created without the initial governmental support and without the physical conditions that were created there, and the people that were brought, that were there from the high learning institutions and the capital that followed. So that was the mixture of a strategy and the strategic view of the government, and then these kind of conditions that the institutions and the government provided for the people to organize themselves in order to achieve the strategic aim that was set by the government, which is probably one of the best examples. And even though the initial aim of the government might have been military related at the very beginning or economically related, but at the end of the day, the community that was built there, and which is still hopefully there, is based on innovation and trust and creativity. And this is something that you could rarely find in other places, regardless where you go and regardless how developed the region would be. And this mixture of this creativity, courage to implement those creative ideas, and the capital required to implement and test out the ideas, it's all there. And when rethinking these approaches of institutions, of what are they building in the end, even though we should probably move towards happiness or joy more rather than simply productivity, we should not forget that those processes are operating because of the physical conditions that were there and because of the people that were brought to one same place. And if we rethink it in a little bit wrong way, we risk losing the people which are the core of this very environment that will go to Austen or to other places, or even potentially might even leave the US, which has worked so hard throughout the recent decades to lure and attract the most talented and prominent people throughout the globe.
Okay, wow. There's so much already said that I don't know where to begin to, but perhaps I have to say, listening to all your comments, whether it is we want opportunities, but there's also relational dimensions to everything you said. I would say the issue of alienation, the issue of we want more than just good condition for work or productivity, I don't think that you can separate them from the fact that we are relational. If I might push right now, first concept I want to, I think it could be interesting is, what about if we maximize, not as self-utility maximizers, but as relational people? And what does it look like when we think choices of places to live or ways we engage? I was thinking as I was listening to all of you, Austin has become a popular place, so is North Carolina, and so is the west of Washington, D.C. And the reason for that is because people, I would suggest, is they are looking for, when we think about optimization of work, creativity, when we think about opportunities, what is involved is much more than just the conditions, material conditions per se. Those material conditions need more than that, material, but the relational possibilities that come from that material condition. You know, as you might know, I do a lot of work on economic development and sustainability as a consequence of that, both in developed and developing countries. And one condition you see emerging across sciences, and certainly economics is not an exception, is that relational factors are key. And for sustainability, for success, call it voluntary work, or I call it social responsibility. Call it civic responsibility or engagement, call it family life and quality of life. Really, those relationships is what generates the creativity, what makes it possible to be sustainable. And what I find fascinating is that everybody talks at points to it. But then we fail to really identify exactly what those relations are. Right? What you hear is North Carolina is popular because it's a family-friendly state. Austen is popular because it's cheap, right? Love is important. We are not angels. We need means, right? But on the top of that, we have this culture and we have these possibilities of engaging. Joe was saying, well, I want to be able to get to people. That speaks more to relationality again. So I think that the premium that we are looking for, and perhaps the comment on the alienation or the problem with alienation, I would say it is precisely that relationality that we are looking for, and we need to begin to think, how do we measure, how do we facilitate it, how do we create those conditions? It will reveal trust, it will create more opportunities, and in fact, people are responding to it. I think that also is interesting on this context, the reference of Constantine of the structures of government or whatever. I would say that if you look at the data or the experience, is that when you try to impose those structures, whether it is in the United States or it is in former communist or today, or is the, media in general, or the networks and social networks and so forth, sooner or later people will revolt, because people are seeking for those relations, even when they are using incorrectly or being let themselves be manipulated by media or social media, social networks. So are inefficient from an economic point of view, are inefficient and unsustainable, and they are alienating, and therefore they fall in themselves. Again and again, what you see across sciences is that it's synergy, which in social terms means relationality, what really makes things thrive. And so when we think about how do we overcome it, right, is through those channels, is identifying what are those, what I call efficient channels of relations that make thrive people in different conditions. Business, countries, communities, I mean, at whatever level you want to talk about. That's my 2 senses. Alienations, yes, it can be, but the alienation comes through, is overcome by relationality, structures of relation, facilitate relationality.
Wonderful. Well, that's a segue. I know we are running out of time, but I would love to do a very quick speed round at the very end with hopes of trying to distill the thing that you actually think would contribute most to more of that relationality or more of that trust. So the question I'll try and pose is this: whether you're operating in an existing environment, an existing city, what is the thing that if you had that magic wand would actually really take it to the next level, to foster more trust, or to really enable the community to cohere in a better way? Or And I know Judge occasionally hangs around with some folks that contemplate a brand new city. If you were to start from scratch, what is that one or two things that you would do to make sure that city points people, whether it's the government, the direction of the streets, the way that the neighborhoods are designed, whatever it is? I want this to be open-ended. But the basic question is this: carte blanche, magic wand, one or two things that would actually move us from alienation towards this relationally rich, denser or social capital that I think people strive for, and how a city actually can move you in that direction. So with that, we'll do quick speed round. Joe, we'll start with you, Judge, Natalie, Constantine, and Dr. Ivereigh at the end.
I think in the context of Ukraine, and maybe first, I have two parts to this. One, maybe it's a Jeffersonian answer. The idea we need revolutions, and I mean, so much of I was never here before the revolution of 2014, but I have seen that the spirit of what happened then, when the people took to the public square and demanded their country, despite other political differences, whatever other differences they had, they together demanded, sort of self-determination. And I've met so many people that have participated in those events that has transformed their lives. And I think that that spirit is why I find this place so special. But there's things that led to that, right? And it's family is very important here. They don't have nursing homes. The generations live together. Sure, there are problems with that, but I think it also creates a great cohesiveness. Religion is taken very seriously. When you talked about what the place requires of us, I mean, there's rituals that you have to sort of partake in. There are seasons, but I think so. All those things help create this society where people, instead of tearing each other apart during a moment of great crisis, they took to the streets together. And then now, so does that mean the answer is having a revolution every 10 years? In which case, Ukraine is on that trajectory recently in the past few decades. But I think here's where you got to find some solution to keep that spirit alive. And one thing the reason why I came here in February was to collaborate with some journalists I'd met. And we do have, I think he's listening in on the call, but there was my friend Taras Yatsenko and his wife, after the revolution, came back to Lviv and created a media whose mission was to keep open the public square. The revolution is also often called Euromaidan. Maidan means square. And so really this idea that we do need to have this, not just a public square as an idea or a journal, but a real place where people get together and connect. And so they created media here where people actually come and meet in person to solve their problems, in addition to, online. And so something there is an idea I want to develop, but the idea of the Maidan and the public square, and hopefully in a way you don't have to have a revolution. We got to figure out how to apply this to America, which I don't know.
Hi, yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, one of the things I do like to remind people is in many ways, even though there are real concerns with American alienation and the rest of it, America, as I mentioned, still has a very thriving voluntary and nonprofit world. By many measures, Americans give about 2% of their income to charity. The rest of the world, it's usually less than 1%. We have a 10% of our points of our GDP is actually nonprofits. We have a lot of ways that we organize together to help each other. And we should keep that in mind when we talk about contemporary alienation. Americans have an innate genius, as I think all people do, to organize together voluntarily. We don't have a lever to pull to know what is the better thing to help create more community, but I do know the lever to pull to not do that. And that is exactly to create more of the politics that we saw in the communist bloc. Politics is fundamentally a zero-sum game. What you take from A is what you take, is what you give to A is what you take from B. By contrast, voluntary association, commerce, and all the rest of it is a fundamentally nature about finding out what other people need. What do you go when you go into a store? How can I serve you? How can I help you? Finding out, this is what Adam Smith pointed out in the theory of moral sentiments. The thrill in the urge to act with each other, to open up that space for interacting with each other is essential to creating that sort of free voluntary community, not a forced top-down community, because it makes you have to constantly think, how can I help someone else before they're going to help me, as opposed to thinking, how can I take something else from someone else? And what you have to remember is America was able to create that sort of community. And over the past 30, 40 years, you see more and more things that, well, if we just sort of mandated the exact sort of welfare system we have, and we just had one national system for social services or foster care, what is it? Then we can solve all these problems with evidence-based solutions or whatever it is. But what we've actually found in practice is each one of those things nips away at the sort of efflorescence of common human interaction that's so essential to our society. And gradually we see that alienation as things that we get provided from society as things that we can provide with each other. And so anything that can sort of limit that interaction of the state with the rest of especially non-pop society, in a way America has been very successful in the past, I think is the right way forward to create that sort of community that we also desperately need.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Judge. And again, quick time check. Apologies that we have run a little bit over, but Natalie, Constantine, and Dr. Gray would love to hear very briefly if you have.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity again. And so I would answer two questions. So first, what would a change in the city that I'm living right now, and that is Kiev? I think that here the city requires better organized processes. So just to have a little bit more structure. This is, in my opinion, will bring it good, because the emotional part is there, and I think that people are really well connected and just really communicate with each other. If I would be organizing a new city, I think that two things are really important to be put in place, and they need to be in balance. And first, like generally we have energy and we have information, so we have structures and emotions. So we need to find the right balance between like having good, efficient structures and having people that are connected to each other, that are willing to live with each other, that are having trust in each other, and some emotional connections, and maybe some bigger objectives, so that people are really gathering in groups and start to cooperate when they have some bigger perspective. And I think this is very important to have when you are deciding to live together for, in some specific area for a certain period of time. So I think finding this right balance is the challenge that almost all the cities are struggling with. And so the new cities, I think they will have the same challenge, but evidently this golden middle should be giving us the satisfaction that we're all searching for.
I fully agree with what Natalie's just said, and my 2 cents in that would be the things that Ukraine and Kiev are lacking are probably the things that most of the U.S. cities and communities already have, and vice versa. So speaking of Kiev, I would, on top of the structure that Natalie voiced out, add equal opportunities. So overall fairness. This is what I would add to working institutions, better judiciary system, and better law enforcement, and at the same time, better carrot. So if we would have a working stick, we should give the carrot to the people as well. And that should be economic opportunities. And that refers not only to the city development, but to community developments. While if we take the U.S. Places and cities, I would add some soul. I've seen some recent interesting studies that the very U.S. cities were built around mobility and cars to stimulate car production and industry and roads production and consumptions of fuel. While there's this dispersing people at such a huge territory not necessarily leads to people talking to each other and communicating in the best way. So I would maybe add some flavor to this mixture and let people talk to each other more in a more close societies, like just bringing them physically closer together and bringing a little bit more nature to this mix as far as U.S. cities are concerned. And on top of that, I would also bring a new narrative of inner happiness and awareness but on top of productivity and efficiency. So this is something probably the U.S. towns and cities are lacking. And of course, one thing to kind of unite all the previous issues might be public art and interactive public art, to make sure people are using the squares and forums, the JAW and others are mentioned, that there is something new going on there. So if you like build the new public art objects that would initiate those new public dialogues and interactions.
Okay, just I would point out to two things. I would say if I were to start from scratch, I will take a bottom-up approach. In other words, I will foster proactive participation, whether it is work, whether it is fun, whether it is because we are a unity. After all, it's a story over the day. It's the same person doing different things. So I would say, and this is interpersonal. We are always with people or affected by, influencing by, and influencing other people. So I would say A, bottom up in a way that generates proactive participation, and two, as whether it is developing a city based on a need. I'm just looking here at a chat and I see somebody writing, well, sometimes cities grow spontaneously around a port, which is not something it is easy to create, it says in the chat. I would say, well, we have needs. I'm an economist, maybe I'm biased, but we need to meet our needs. We need to eat every day. And it's how we put the food on the table, I think, is what we need to rethink. That is, technical efficiency necessarily requires relational dimensions. And so otherwise it's not efficient, it's not lasting. And so I would say, too, when we think about technical efficient, let's move that efficient point to a point that includes interpersonal relations. Those are my 2 senses. If I am to create a new city from scratch.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so very much. I know we have run a little bit over time, and so must regrettably part our ways, but this was enlightening for me. I so welcomed having the opportunity to obtain perspectives from such distinct places, both in terms of where you guys actually call home, but the backgrounds that have shaped your understanding of community, what people are fleeing from, and what they're actually looking for. So, Joe, thanks so much for bringing us all together today. Very much appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Sean, for hosting us. And we're going to post a summary of all these ideas. I'll share with you guys tomorrow, and that way we can keep these ideas growing. And so I think this is a great foundation here. So thank you all. Do pobacenia. Good night. Good afternoon. Talk to you guys soon.
Thank you to all. Thank you. Nice meeting you all. Bye-bye.
Yes, it was a pleasure.